Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 561 to 580. Chapter 561 I give you 7 days of heavy rain. Miss. All Sunday, is there really an unknown enemy here in your mouth? The deep voice echoed in the noise of the crowd. A body shaped like an iron tower, with prominent muscles all over his body, obviously incompatible with refugees, was hidden in a sand-proof cloak. The outfit of an ascetic monk adds to the feeling of inexplicable perseverance. As for standing behind him, it was Nico Robin, who was the vice president of Ba-Rock Works, whose identity was revealed by Chin Yu's words. Faced with Mr. .1 Feet's inquiry, Nicole Robin looked solemn and said, Mr. 1, I received information from Arnabane 3 days ago. He mentioned that Cobra, the king of Alabasta, will arrive in Juba today for the first meeting with the secret man brought by Princess Vivi. Having said that, Nico Robin glanced at the phone bug in his hand and said, if someone can really see through our plan at a glance, then I believe that the most likely person is the person Cobra met today. Also, even if we can't find that person, we can take this opportunity to take off Cobra's head. Mr. .1 fell into silence, and immediately nodded in agreement. For K. Rockville, he has absolute loyalty. In the original book, after being defeated by Sauron, he also fell into the hands of the Navy headquarters and was escorted to the city prison. However, in the face of the rescue of Mr. and others, K. Rockville, who was willing and in a bad mood, stayed in the boat and refused to be rescued. Can be considered a chivalrous person. Right now, Mr. 1 is skeptical about Nico Robin's worries, but as long as it helps Crocodile, it's enough. It is precisely for this reason that he will agree to Nico Robin's private request to do this unpaid task together. Mosamoxi, I am an elder of hundreds of millions. The vice president, please run away immediately, as far as you can, don't stop, or you will die. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. While the phone bug was turned down to a minimum, it was masked by other noisy sounds. For Nico Robin and Mr. 1, though, that's out of the way. However, this sound transmission undoubtedly exceeded their expectations. As the strongest two of Chiwahai's subordinates, they came to this place in person to investigate the incident. However, the eyeliner who stayed in the king's army now only gave such an answer, which made them feel caught off guard. PFF'd. A low sonic boom sounded suddenly. A huge black shadow, with an inexplicably depressed posture, shrouded the sky and covered the sky. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and it was too late to think about it. He hurriedly looked up at the sky, and the first thing that caught his eye was 6 huge bone dragons covered with people. In the face of those extremely crazy enthusiasm, Chin-Yu finally summoned 2 more to spend his vigorous energy on them. However, the 6 bone dragons are also not enough for tens of thousands of people. In the end, if it wasn't for Chin-Yu's cold snort, he stopped the storm a little. I'm afraid Long Yi was torn apart by them. Looking at the scene in front of them, the expressions of Nico Robin and Mr. 1, who were still suspicious, changed slightly. They looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. The vice president of the Ba-Rock Works, the other is the most famous bounty hunter in the West Sea. They knew exactly what the bone dragons in front of them represented. After all, the escape incident in Chinda prison and the public execution of Tianlong people in the Chambord Islands not long ago shocked the whole sea. Moreover, not long ago, they also received the latest bounty amount for the world government to the skeleton demon. That's $1 billion. At this moment, they finally understood why the eyeliner just said such words to let them escape as soon as possible. It never occurred to me that the great God who made the Navy headquarters devastated would come to this place. However, there is one more thing Nico Robin can't figure out. If that Prince Mr. is this skeleton monster, how does he know his identity? Boom. 6 huge bone dragons suddenly fell on the desert, and the huge impact force even brought a wind and sand back. The violent scene caused the refugees gathered here to suddenly fall into chaos. However, after seeing the person standing above, the figure of Kosha, the leader of the rebel army, suddenly calmed down. More of a face full of disbelief, Yuan stared at the scene in front of him with his eyes wide open. Everyone, calm down. This time, thanks to the assistance of Your Excellency Ains, we have reached a temporary armistice agreement with the king's army. Kosha was the first to speak. His first priority now is to stabilize the current situation. At the same time, he was eager to know what the great gift Qin said just now was. Thinking of this, Kosha jumped off the bone dragon and said, "So, no matter what happens next, everyone must not be chaotic, and at the same time, they must not be rude. Because, Your Excellency Ains, in order to sign a strategic agreement with us in Alabasta, he will give us a gift." The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the desert. It can be said that when he said these words, Kosha did not know where his confidence was. In front of tens of thousands of people, he said that Qin Yu was going to give a good gift. In case it's just a small gift, maybe some so-called gold-silver jewelry. For them who are now lacking a source of water and living in dire straits, it is not of much use at all. Kosha, is that Ains-sama you're talking about? An old man suddenly pointed to Qin Yu, who was standing on the head of the bone dragon. In front of everyone's eyes, he slumped to his knees on the ground and hurriedly asked for help. "Lord Ains, I see that you are very handsome. We don't want gold, silver jewelry or any reward. I just want to have a bite to eat. My granddaughter, I haven't eaten for 2 days. We old people can't eat, but the children can't bear it anymore. Lord Ains, please save my granddaughter. It was our turn to fetch water today, but we haven't had any water for a whole day. Ains-sama, have you brought fresh water? We can do anything for you to pay for it. The old ones can survive, but the young ones can't." Urgent calls for help came out one after another. Looking at the kneeling old people, the skin has already been cracked, and the lips are dry and peeling. It can be said that if it were not for their will, they would have died of thirst. "Your Excellency Ains, do you really have a solution? I beg you to save them too." Vivi's eyes suddenly became Yuhi, and she had never expected to meet again, and things had evolved to this point. Looking at Wei Wei who was about to kneel, Qin Yu slammed the scepter on the ground, and the magic power surged, directly supporting Wei Wei's body, and the indifferent voice sounded immediately. "I, Ains Olgaun, as the supreme being of the great tomb of Narisik, what I said is of course true. Now I'll give you 7 days of downpour." Chapter 562 _ A bigger gift will be promised. Give 7 days of downpour. The people present couldn't help but froze in place. Even Vivi, Cobra and others are no exception. After all, as they expected, Dingtian is also some food, fresh water, or gold and other things. However, as soon as Qin Yu opened his mouth, he said that he would give them a downpour. Still 7 days away. However, before they could react, Qin Yu held the scepter and took the next step in full view. The scepter clenched in his hand suddenly stomped towards the void. When the violent magic power was suddenly detonated, turned into a light Jinchuriki column that shot straight to the sky above the 9 heavens, and the clouds accumulated in the void were pierced with a bang. One by one, colorful magic circles bloomed quickly, like dazzling fireworks. The originally hot air became cooler in the next moment. Immediately afterwards, under the raging wind, the wind and sand rolled. The boundless black ink-like lead clouds rolled back in all directions with a rolling gesture. It gives people a feeling that the mountains and rains are about to come and the wind is full of buildings. Boom! The low sound of thunder echoed like a bell, and the ferocious electric snake cut through the sky. A moment ago, the sky with the scorching sun was covered by dark clouds in the blink of an eye. Before they could react, the sound of dripping rain suddenly sounded. Yes, it is rain. Ains-sama, send us a downpour. Gosh, what the hell did I see? It's a miracle. No, we finally have water to drink. Hurry up and move all the things that can hold water. This is a gift from Ains-sama to us. The voiceless exclamation sounded suddenly. Soon, it became a piece, like a symphony. Facing the scene of the long drought and the nectar in front of them, many people present couldn't hold back, and opened their hands to welcome the heavy rain that fell from the sky. His dry, cracked mouth bluffed, drinking the falling rain greedily. Along with the rebel army standing on the bone dragon, the king's army, and even the king of Kosha and Alabasta, Cobra is no exception. They never thought of the most fundamental cause of external and internal troubles that had plagued them for 7 or 8 years. He couldn't even shove the scepter in Chin Yu's hand. A long-awaited torrential rain started immediately. Moreover, according to Chin Yu, this lasted for 7 days, and it was completely impossible to even use dancing powder. This ride is a miracle. Thinking of this, Cobra and Kosha couldn't help but glance at Chin Yu. If they had been impulsive and rejected Chin Yu's trading proposal directly, I'm afraid they wouldn't know what would happen now. The big pirate with a reward of 1 billion is really extraordinary. Lord Ains, I thank you for the people of Alabasta. The white exotic dress on Vivi's body was already soaked by the rain. That tulle-like coat could hardly hide her inner beauty. It can be said that the feeling is completely like a Yuhi apricot coming out of the wall, and the feeling of spring can't be closed. However, this strange emotion, which just emerged in Chin Yu's mind, was quickly eliminated by the Bone King's talent, and the negative emotions were directly eliminated. He glanced down at Wei Wei a little, stretched out the big white skeleton hand, picked up a strand of hair on her forehead, and said, "This is just the beginning. If you know the next thing, I will give you a gift. Maybe it will be in the form of we promise each other." Quote. Promise yourself. The people present were stunned for a moment. Along with Cobra is no exception. Alabasta is in trouble at the moment, but Wei Wei is also an Iron Princess. What's more, 800 years ago, their family was still from the Tianlong people. If it wasn't too self-willed and unwilling to move in, I'm afraid I wouldn't be bullied by a Chihuahua now. Now Chin Yu said as soon as he opened his mouth that the gifts he will give in the future will make the dignified Princess Wei Wei feel the urge to promise her. This made them even more curious as to what it was. After all, after experiencing the scene of the downpour that was bestowed on him for 7 days just now, they were even more curious as to what it was. However, facing the urgent gazes from the people around him, Chin Yu suddenly raised his head, and the flame of the soul jumping in his eyes suddenly burst into flames, saying, "There are guests coming, I will come back when I go, and you should all go away." Abandoning these words, Chin Yu stepped forward, and the space fluctuations emerged. The whole person passed through the portal, and disappeared into place out of thin air. The violent scene made the pupils of those present suddenly shrink. I originally planned to see what could make Wei Wei promise each other, but now Chin Yu disappeared out of thin air, which undoubtedly ruined their thoughts. Okay, originally, I also wanted to see, there is something worth my baby's promise. It seems that I have to wait for the next time. Cobra regained his senses, shook his head a little lost and said, "Father, are you planning to sell me?" Wei Wei said, her cheeks slightly under Yuhi, her cheeks puffed out and her eyes widened. Feeling the murderous gaze, Cobra quickly smiled wryly and waved his hand to explain. No, Father King doesn't mean that. I'm just a little curious. There is something that can be compared to the current heavy rain, to Alabasta. More important. Quote. The people present were startled for a while. Facing Cobra's remarks, he undoubtedly fell into deep thought. After hesitating for a while, Wei Wei looked around the land as far as she could see, and she saw a piece of yellow sand, and said with a melancholy face, "Apart from the rain, what we have lost the most in Alabasta is the fertile land. Ba is no more." It would be great if the gift mentioned by Lord Ains could be the old juba. The voice of regret echoed under the rainstorm. The people present fell into silence. In the face of Wei Wei's extravagant hopes, it can be said that this idea also appeared in their minds just now. It's just that, in their eyes, the next 7-day torrential rain is already amazing. Not to mention, making a desert glow with a new spring is simply nonsense. On the other hand, it is tens of thousands of meters away from the water eye where the crowd gathers. 2 figures in cloaks rode camels and rushed in the direction of Yuyan. Feel the torrential rain that hits me mercilessly in the sky. And the shocking scene just now, for the 2 of them, it was a nightmare. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe it? They worked at the Rockwork Society and spent a lot of effort to take away the rain from Yuba. However, now it is being poured down by the great skeleton demon, and the downpour has broken down their hard work. It can be said that if this matter is known to Kay Rockdoll, who has always been self-sufficient, absolutely won't believe it. Chapter 563 Test the enemy. Mr. 1, haven't you contacted the president yet? Wait a minute, no matter what happens, we must not mess up. Nicole Robin couldn't help but glanced back, busy calling Rockdale. Bugs Mr. 1. However, as soon as the eyes fell, I heard Mr. 1 and shouted in a hurry. Watch out all Sunday, he's here. Coming. Nico Robin's expression changed dramatically, and her nerves suddenly tightened. Without thinking too much, I hurriedly looked ahead. The first thing that caught my eye was the torn space Uzumaki, and the huge skeleton figure walking out slowly. My guest, I left without saying hello. Chinyu just stepped on the yellow sand, suddenly raised his head, the soul flame in the depths of his eyes suddenly soared, and he looked at the fast galloping figure. As the supreme being of the great tomb of Narasak, your actions will confuse me. Could it be that under the absolute strength gap, you still don't give up? The deep voice, between the lines, is full of icy taste. The violent scene caused Nico Robin and Mr. 1 to shout in unison as their expressions changed slightly. Go! Bang bang bang! The simple words were uttered, and the 2 camels rushed towards Chinyu like crazy. Robin Mr. 1 sitting on the back of a camel has no intention of stopping at all. The short distance of more than 10 meters is only approaching in the blink of an eye. Oh, it seems that some people really won't cry if they don't see the coffin. Chinyu said lightly. The scepter in his hand stomped gently towards the ground. The sigh of death. Boom. The dark aura of death, like a frenzy, quickly rewinded with Chinyu as the center. The 2 camels that came rushing towards them hadn't reacted yet, and instantly hit the black aura. However, wherever the black energy passed, the huge camel instantly turned into a bone. Mr. 1, who were sitting on the back of a camel, suddenly contracted their pupils. The next moment, he was directly entangled by black air. Boom. 2 low-pitched gas explosions sounded suddenly. Nico Robin and Mr. 1, at this moment, burst like balloons. It turned into petals scattered in the sky and scattered in the sky. A fruit clone, as expected of Nico Robin, the think tank of Rock Works. Chinyu smiled genially. After the dark aura of death rolled away, the yellow sand beneath his feet made a rustling sound. The next moment, the screams burst out. Wanzikian Yuhi strangulation. Bang bang bang. A hand protruded out of the yellow sand without warning. Like dense vines, it quickly spread towards Chinyu's body. The speed was so fast that in just half a breath, Chinyu was wrapped like a zongzi. The next moment, a huge body rushed out of the yellow sand. When the cold light circulated all over the body, giving a feeling of indestructibility, the moment when the blade was swallowed in the hand. Without any bells and whistles, he slashed head-on towards Chinyu, who was bound into a zongzi. Destroyed. The deep voice came out, and with his hands entangled, he slammed into Qin Yu's body. Boom! A series of vertical and horizontal slashes splattered like a frenzy. Like the sharp claws of invisible beasts, even the desert land with a radius of tens of meters was torn apart with ferocious slashing marks. The arm that wrapped around Qin Yu's body and condensed with wawa fruit was also shattered in an instant. Turned into petals all over the sky, collapsing between heaven and earth. In the face of this precise attack, the Bar Rock Work Club, the vice president and the top bounty hunters in the West Sea joined forces. It can be said that an ordinary person would have already been killed by a single blow and turned into pieces of meat all over the ground. However, under the fluttering petals, a huge skeleton flickering as black as steel appeared first in front of Mr. One and Nico Robin. Huo Ran turned around, and under the eyes of the soul flames, the cold voice was even more soul-stirring. Is this your ultimate move? It's disappointing as always. Qin Yu looked back at Mr. One who was close at hand and said, the weak should be baptized by the strong. Come on, accept the embrace of the strong. Super magic, the fall of the sky. When the scepter fell, and the magic circle bloomed like fireworks. Dormant in Qin Yu's body, the violent magic frantically emerged. The next moment, a dangerous breath swooped down in the sky. Mr. One, run away. Nico Robin, who was dozens of meters away, raised her voice in a hurry. However, as soon as the voice fell, there was a tearing roar and explosion in the sky. Boom! The fiery light Jinchuriki column instantly enveloped a radius of thousands of meters with the gesture of tearing space. Under the violent power, Mr. 1-Foot's expression changed drastically, and he was able to escape more than 10 meters away, and he had completely given up escaping. A deep, violent drink came out of his mouth, and his muscles swelled like a rock. At the same time, the Devil Fruit ability is also activated to ultimate. The next moment, the fiery light Jinchuriki column crashed down. Boom! The thunder-like explosion sounded and dissipated. Under the scorching air waves, the surrounding yellow sand land was directly penetrated. The sandstorm swept away like a storm. It took more than half a minute for the scorching heat to dissipate. Thousands of meters of desert land, only a large pit of more than 10 meters is left. Nico Robin's figure was lying in the desert on a slanted side, and the hands that were used for defense around him, with the help of the fruit's ability, were quickly dissipating. Mr. Point One, which was more than 10 meters away from Qin Yu, it was tattered all over, standing on the spot in the heat. Looking at this scene, Nicole Robin, who was struggling to stand up, showed a hint of joy on her face. Mr. One, you'll be fine. Let's not fight. We should retreat first when we have a chance. He is not something we can deal with. Facing Qin Yu's extremely bizarre attack method, Nicole Robin's confidence was obviously completely defeated. Escape. There was a trace of Yuhi's blood on the corner of Mr. Point One Feet's mouth. He raised his head to meet Qin Yu's gaze, and said, he didn't use all his strength, we can't escape. I want to know, how much power did you use for that blow just now, 7/10 or 5/10? In the eyes of Mr. One, since there is no way to escape horizontally or vertically, the only thing he can do is to try Qin Yu's depth for the sake of Rockdoll. Is also good to give Rockdoll a combat environment as close as possible to the acquaintance and the enemy, so as to increase the probability of victory. Haha, as expected of K. Rockdoll's most loyal companion, he actually came up with a way to test the enemy by himself. Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, since you are so devoted to friendship, then I will tell you. It was only 5% of my power just now, I just didn't want to kill you. Chapter 564 You have already killed me. 5% power. As soon as these words fell, let alone Mr. One, even Nico Robin's complexion changed drastically. She knew very well that in the Ba Rock Work Club, she had higher authority than Mr. One. But in terms of combat power, MR1 is second only to K-Roctal. MR1, who also made her feel a headache, was only forcing out 5% of her power in front of the skeleton demon. If there is no lie in these words, then the skeleton demon in front of him will fight with all his strength. What will the strength reach? 5%. Mr. One muttered to himself, suddenly looked up at Chin Yu, and said, "It seems that my eyesight has deteriorated." For a pirate bounty hunter, the ability to judge the strength gap is the most important thing. However, in the face of this unfathomable existence, such a big misjudgment was made. What a shame for a bounty hunter. MR1. "No, you should be called Das Bonies," Chin Yu said lightly. As the strongest bounty hunter in the West Sea, you, like K-Roctal, committed the deadliest point. Hiding in this weak sea will only rust your body functions. Even in the New World, the prevailing armament Hokage, you don't understand. It can be said that you are out of touch. The slightly elusive voice made Daz's expression moved. Facing Chin Yu's remarks, he was completely unable to refute. After all, the misjudgment of strength just now has already explained all this. However, looking at your chivalry, I'll give you a chance. Chin Yu looked up at Daz lightly, and under the surging magic power on his body, the appearance of the Bone King disappeared. Restored Laxus stance. His right hand suddenly caught in the void, and an ancient samurai sword fell into his hand. Are you planning to use kendo to compete with me? Daz's expression changed slightly. Even Nico Robin is no exception. In their eyes, Chin Yu's most powerful aspect is the Demon Skull Demon Fruit's ability. There are also endless attack methods. However, now Chin Yu not only gave up the fruit ability posture, but instead used the kendo that Daz was good at. This is undoubtedly beyond Nico Robin's cognition. What's the matter, do you want to take a gamble? Chin Yu entered Laxus's character instantly, and said coldly and arrogantly, "If you beat me in swordsmanship, I will let you leave. However, if you lose, you're going to give up K-Roctal and become my subordinate." To be your subordinate? Daz's expression changed slightly, even Nico Robin was no exception. But this request for negotiation in front of her clearly gave Nico Robin hope. Are you letting me go on purpose? Daz looked at Chin Yu and said solemnly, "My kendo, unlike others, has been completely integrated with the fruit ability. If you just rely on kendo to fight against me, you are sure to lose. Because I have Kuai-Janran who has Kuai-Sho fruit, your knife will not be faster than mine." As a superhuman devil fruit ability, Sauron faced him in the original book, but suffered a lot. On the verge of death, if it weren't for the explosion of the small universe, I'm afraid it would have turned into bones. Facing the confident Daz, Chin Yu pursed his arrogant cheeks slightly and said with a smile, "The world of swordsmanship is only fast and unbreakable. I'm sorry, but I also happen to know the way of the fast sword." Yeah. Daz looked startled, watching the moment when Chin Yu clenched the scabbard with his left hand and the hilt of the hilt with the 5 fingers of his right hand. The breath of the whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. When Huo Ran raised his head, his eyes were as sharp as a falcon. If it is said that Chin Yu the moment before, gave him the feeling that he was a layman in kendo. So now, he feels to Daz like a sharp-edged blade. Sharp and compelling. At this moment, Daz finally understood that Chin Yu's request for a duel by swordsmanship was not just a matter of words. I take back the contempt I just made, as a fellow person, but I will still defeat you, swear by my quick cut. Daz said in a deep voice. The voice fell, but it has not completely dissipated. The power of the fruit dormant in the body was pushed to ultimate by Daz, and his feet quickly turned into sharp blades like ice skating shoes. The moment his hands and fingers turned into blades, without any hesitation, his feet slammed toward the ground. The whole person turned into a sharp arrow, violently plundering towards Chin Yu. Looking at the rapidly enlarged figure in his pupils, a flash of determination flashed across Daz's face. Take my strongest move. Dust-slicing speed knife. The awe-inspiring words came out, and the moment their eyes met, Daz had already appeared in front of Chinyu. In his eyes, this distance is enough to kill anyone. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, Chinyu suddenly raised his head and met Daz's eyes. The next moment, before he could react, the sound of thunder ripped apart like a frenzy. Breath of thunder, flash of thunder, 10 burials. Boom. 10 ghostly figures scattered instantly with Chinyu in front of him, occupying all the vision in front of him. The posture that seemed to be substantial, suddenly reunited in the void. In the end, the knife in Daz's hand had not yet selected the enemy, and a thunderous light swept past like a fright. In the end, Chinyu's figure appeared after a dozen meters behind Daz. The arc that circulated on his body still had a crackling sound. Looking at this weird scene, Nico Robin was stunned. In her eyes, 10 identical Chinyus appeared in the sky just now, and then the light flashed, and Chinyu and Daz exchanged positions. Even the exact fight is not right. Daz, why are you standing in the same place? I didn't mean to compete in kendo just now. This is our last hope. Don't drop the chain, Nico Robin couldn't help reminding. Looking at Daz, who was standing in the same place like a sculpture, he slowly turned around. The first scene that caught her eye made her pupils shrink suddenly. PFF'd. A bloody arrow spewed out without warning. The ferocious bloodmouth, from under Daz's left abdomen, went straight to the top of his right shoulder, directly across the entire body. Senbai's bones, in the flesh, are even more shocking. Seeing the dramatic change in Nico Robin's expression, Daz was stunned at first, then looked down at him. The abnormal shape in his chest was stunned, and then the tense muscles all over his body relaxed instantly. After taking one more look at Chinyu, he lost his balance and slammed into the desert. On the huge battlefield, only the last words with a little self-deprecating reverberation were left, echoing between heaven and earth. It turns out that you have already beheaded me. Chapter 565 Self-Directed Hero Scenes. Mr. One lost. Nico Robin looked in disbelief. Mr. One is in the Ba Rock Work Club, but has the strength second only to Shichibu Heike Rock Doll. It is also the trump card in Nico Robin's eyes. Every time he encounters a task that cannot be solved, as long as Mr. One takes a shot, he will definitely be able to win. However, in the face of the slash at the glimpse just now, the result completely subverted her cognition. As a person with the superhuman type and the ability to cut fruit quickly, he didn't even know that he was beheaded. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe it? The messy thoughts flashed in Nico Robin's mind, and when she came back to her senses, she had already met Chinyu's sight. His expression suddenly stagnated, and he bit Kiba and said, "You can kill me, but I will never let you send me to the world government. Not even if I die." While talking, Nico Robin backhanded a dagger that had been hidden for many years and stabbed it directly into the throat. This is what she hid on her body, always reminding herself that if she can't escape one day, in order to avoid falling into the hands of the world government, she will use it to solve herself. When the crisp metal collision sound suddenly echoed, Nico Robin just felt a numbness in her hand, and the dagger flew out directly. In the blink of an eye, he saw Chinyu appearing in front of him like a ghost. The height of nearly 2 meters met her gaze in a bird's-eye view. Immediately, with a thud in her mind, a large warm hand directly covered her head. "Come on, I need someone to help me manage." Abandoning these words, Chinyu recklessly rubbed Nico Robin's hair, then turned around and walked towards Daz with a face full of astonishment. Aren't you going to give me to the world government? I am the son of evil, and I am the best bargaining chip between you and the world government." Nico Robin couldn't help but asked. As the only person in this sea who can read the blank 100-year history, Nico Robin's value is immeasurable. Otherwise, there will be no reward of 80 million at the age of 8. If you want, I don't mind. With the magic power of Qin Yu's right hand emerging, he summoned a skeleton knight and directly carried Daz on his shoulders. After throwing a healing magic at random, he looked back at Nico Robin and said, "If you don't want to, don't worry, I'm much better than K. Rockdale. If you want to figure it out, just follow along." The magic power emerged from Qin Yu's body, and he regained the posture of the Bone King again. He stomped the scepter in his hand, and the huge bone dragon turned out. Seeing the scene like a conjuration, Nico Robin's face changed slightly, she bit Yuhi's lips tightly, and quickly followed. At the same time, outside the rain banquet, dozens of pirates rushed in quickly, and laughed horribly when they saw the merchants and civilians rushing to the city along the way. "I didn't expect that Chiwahai would secretly ask us to rob these merchants. Isn't he the hero of this city?" The burly man who took the lead laughed playfully. The skinny man behind him smiled playfully and said, "What does this have to do with us? We can blame him, the people here really regard him as a hero. We just need to grab the money, if we don't have any money, and then use this information to blackmail him. Then Chiwahai will be a steady stream of treasuries, and we won't have to be chased by the Navy all day. The two leaders are right, let's hurry up and grab it." As soon as these words fell, the pirates in the field echoed. For them, these businessmen and civilians in front of them have long since become fish on a sticky board. If it's not for fun, and according to K. Rockdale's request, be sure to chase to the city gate and let others see it with their own eyes. Spread the story of saving him as a hero. Looking at the city gate that was getting closer and closer, when the pirates gradually became excited, Bastiu, who was hiding at the end of the team, suddenly changed his expression. Before I could think about it, my hands suddenly clasped together, and I quickly covered my entire body with armament hockey. As soon as all this was completed, the desert land in front of him sounded a low sonic boom without warning. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the public, it turned into a slashing training, and went straight to a group of pirates. The speed is so fast that no ordinary pirate can react at all. Wherever the slash passed, the pirates along the way were torn into two halves like paper paste. There was even a scream of misery. Before it was too late to make it, it turned into a blood mist that filled the sky and collapsed between the sky and the earth. Watching this violent scene, Bastiu, who displayed observation hockey, his face sank, and the shark slashing knife in his hand slashed towards the desert and slashed out. Boom! A dull thunderous explosion resounded. Under the collision of the slightest reluctance, the sand and dust rolled back like a hurricane. The impact of the huge air wave caused a large area of yellow sand. After everything returned to calm, Bastius subconsciously looked at K. Rockdale standing above the city gate, his face gloomy. "Thank you, thank Lord Rockdale for helping us, you are the patron saint of our rain banquet. If it wasn't for Lord K. Rockdale's 3 or 4 shots, I'm afraid the huge Alabasta would no longer have a safe place, and even the rain banquet would be occupied by pirates and the rebel army." Stunned at first, and after seeing the crocodile on the city gate and the pirates who were torn to pieces, they hurriedly knelt on the ground and thanked them. "What a self-directed and self-acted heroic drama," Bastiu said gloomily. After he separated from Qin Yu, he planned to collect the evidence of Chiwu Heike Rockdal. "It never occurred to me that as soon as I found an abandoned fort, I was met by a group of pirates who were sectarians and 9 class. However, Bastiu didn't expect that all of this could be considered a crooked play to let him see this despicable scene. Lieutenant Admiral K. Rockdale also noticed that among the pirates who should have been killed by him in one move as usual, a different figure appeared. When he saw Bastiu's face clearly, his face suddenly became gloomy. This time his plans were very secretive. At the same time, Vice Admirals, generals of this rank, generally only stay in the New World. Rarely haunt here. Now suddenly appearing here, still mixed in the pirates, let K-Roctal smell an unusual smell. The Navy actually colluded with the pirates. No wonder the Alabasta rebels and pirates are rampant. The Navy headquarters did not say at all. It was because of this reason. A businessman said abruptly. Facing this violent scene, Bastius couldn't help but startled. But before he could open his mouth to refute, the surrounding melon-eaters fell to one side. Chapter 566 _ Don't take yourself too seriously. It turns out that the Navy turned out to be such a face. I knew early on that there were no good things in the Navy. If we hadn't been rescued by Lord Shichibu Heike Rokdar, I'm afraid we would have already died. Despicable Navy, we will definitely complain to you. A series of insults came out from the crowd. Bastiu's expression changed involuntarily. He originally planned to expose the true face of K-Roctal, who directed and acted as Hero R in public. I never thought that at this juncture, someone would directly take a step back. Seeing the scene in front of him, K-Rocdar breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Everyone, don't be impatient, there is such a person in the Navy headquarters, and as Chiwahai, I also have the right to supervise. I will wait a moment. Call the Navy headquarters and let them investigate this matter thoroughly. However, Bastiu, I still intend to advise you to leave Alabasta immediately. This is not a place you can set foot on." Having said that, K-Roctal looked at Bastius coldly. "If it wasn't for the trouble, I don't know if there is a Navy eyeliner nearby." At the same time, he looked at Bastius' body, the pitch-black armament hockey. K-Roctal didn't have much confidence and could take him down in one face. After all, when he was invited to be Chiwahai, Bastius followed Zepha's side. For his face, as well as the strength of his strength, K-Roctal still knows a little bit. What a trick. Bastiu met K-Rocdar's gaze and said, "I didn't expect that you planned to invade Alabasta like the teacher guessed. However, don't think that this plan can be guaranteed. These people may be tempted by you, but soon the teacher will tear your mask, and then I will personally catch you and send you to Judicial Island for trial." Abandoning these words, Bastius didn't stay too long, and turned around and left. Under Chinyu's command, the first thing he learned was neither domineering nor any physical skills. Instead, it is to judge the gap between the strength of the enemy and us. In the original, Shichibu Heike Rokdal looks a bit watery. However, if it weren't for Luffy's pig's foot halo, he was killed by the plot pit. I am afraid that the people who die are the whole regiment of Straw Hats. Facing K-Roctal, who is Kibukai and possesses the ability of natural Shasha fruit, Bastiu knew clearly that he could not defeat him alone. What's more, the task Chinyu gave him was to collect evidence of Crocdar's occupation of Alabasta. The battle is still left to Chinyu. Seeing Bastiu who turned and left neatly, K-Roctal couldn't help but startled. In his memory, Bastius was an old stubborn type just like the former admiral, Black Wrist Zepha. I also like to talk about justice all day long. Never thought that he would pat his butt and leave after a round of mouth cannons. This result subverted K-Rocdale's cognition. However, when he thought that the old immortal Zepha who was supposed to retire might appear in Alabasta, K-Rocdar couldn't help frowning. After taking one more look at Bastius, who ran turned into yellow sand and disappeared in place. He now desperately wants to go back and find Nico Robin to find out if the master has arrived and other navies have set foot in Alabasta. Bang! The door of the huge conference room was directly smashed open by K-Roctal, and the documents that should have been placed on the table were also carried away by the wind and sand. Looking at the dead silent meeting room, without even a single figure, K-Rocdal's face suddenly turned gloomy. In his memory, Nicole Robin, as a tool for his manipulation of the Bar Rock works, rarely leaves here. If there is really something that cannot be solved, she will only ask Mr. One to solve it. Now that he has suddenly disappeared, K-Rockdoll quickly took out the phone bug, contacting Mr. One when he smelled something unusual. However, before K-Rockdoll called, a phone worm's prompt sounded abruptly. "Clo, Lord Kettle, run away." Familiar voices rang out in the phone bug intermittently. Echoing in this dead silent meeting room, there was no way to disperse for a long time. Faced with this violent scene, K-Rockdoll's expression couldn't help but stagnate, staring at the phone bug in disbelief. It can be said that, in his eyes, the huge Baroque work club, except for Nico Robin, a woman who can interpret the text of the world. The most important thing is Mr. One. As for the others, in K-Rockdoll's eyes, they just died when they died. Now all of a sudden, the person he values most, let him run away quickly. He is the dignified Chiwuheisha Crocodile Rock Doll. When have I heard such a ridiculous joke? Moses, I'm Sengoku. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Looking at the phone bug that was placed on the table, Nico Robin was originally in charge of the call from the Navy's Shichibukai. K-Rockdoll's face sank, and he decided to pick it up again. "I'm K-Rockdar, it's been a long time since Marshal Sengoku." After the words disappeared, there was a brief dead silence in the other part of the phone bug. I am afraid that it was obvious that K-Rockdoll would appear. "K-Rockdoll, I'm glad to hear your voice, not someone else to perfunctory me." Sengoku cleared his throat and said, "Shibukai summoning order, you should know. As a member of Chiwahai, you should have not helped the world government and the Navy headquarters to complete their tasks for 3 years, so I hope you will come to assist this time and encircle the world destroyer Bonduald." As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's confidence is not comparable to ordinary people. As soon as he opened his mouth, he went straight to the point. K-Rockdoll was already holding his breath, and snorted coldly, "Sengoku, did you make a mistake? Because last time, I refused to execute the call-up order. Did you deliberately let the retired old man Zephana go to Alabasta to pester me? Don't forget, once this kind of thing spreads, what will the other Chiwahai think? At that time, I am afraid it will be difficult for you to end it." The awe-inspiring voice, with an aggressive taste. Facing another brief silence from the phone bug, K-Rockdoll was planning to prepare for the next wave of mouth guns. The next moment, the reply came, but he couldn't help but be forced to stay in place. "Crocdar, what are you talking about? That old fellow Zepha, how could he have time to serve you? Don't take yourself too seriously in front of Zepha. If I go to invite him, I won't be able to invite him, let alone you." Chapter 567 Navy Spring. The answer that was extremely disturbing, at this moment, seemed to be filled with a magical sound, and it echoed in the conference room for a long time, and there was no way to disperse it. It's just that K-Rockdoll couldn't refute it for a moment. He clearly knew that with Sengoku's status and temperament, he wouldn't play tricks on him at such a juncture. Since he said now that Zepha did not come to Alabasta, it must not. So, who is the teacher Bastius mentioned just now? Or, this teacher doesn't exist at all and is just scaring him. Thinking of this, K-Rockdoll subconsciously hung up the phone bug. Hearing the busy tone coming from the phone bug, Sengoku's expression froze first in the office of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and the next moment he roared angrily. "Damn K-Rockdoll, he was talking nonsense just now, and now he hangs up on my phone again. I will definitely dismiss him next time we meet." Seeing the startled Sengoku, Kizaru and Akainu who were guarding here stood up in unison. "Since he doesn't come, it's useless to wait any longer. We should go. After all, we only rely on those guys, but we can't do it," Akainu said coldly. Kizaru couldn't help but crookedly said, "Marshal Sengoku, if you think you're so angry that you don't have a place to spread it, you can change it with me, and I'll stay at the headquarters for you to watch." Fuck me, you bastard. Sengoku glared at him and said, if you can't complete the mission this time, you will bring me back 10 pirates with a reward of over 100 million yuan. Damn carp, he hasn't shown his face yet. When he was leaving, he stole Lao Su's senbei. Next time we meet, I will tear him apart. Looking at Sengoku, who was about to run wild, and eating the deflated Kizaru, he also shrugged his shoulders and left with a kainu indifferently. In the eyes of Kizaru, there are many pirates in the New World who offer a reward of over 100 million. With his fruit ability, it is simply a large group. Moreover, for this kind of task, he has already played Chan Oil many times. After all, when it comes to making up for performance, Kizaru is in existence at the speed of light, and in the Navy headquarters, who can compare with it? Okay, Sengoku, don't be unlucky here. If Chiwahai can really be trusted, we old bones have already retired. Crane, who stayed here, suddenly said. However, I heard that Garp returned to the East China Sea this time. Under the recommendation of Laxus, he collected a lot of useful talents, not to mention Garp's grandson. There is also a pirate hunter Roroi Azoro. Sanji Kurozu from the restaurant on the sea, and a sniper with a long nose. His strength can reach the level of a captain. Quote. As long as there is more training, there is a great chance to become a lieutenant general, and maybe even have the ability to become a general. The slightly long voice made Sengoku recover a little from the rampage. He was stunned and said, these words, it's not that Cap has drunk too much, he's bragging. A place like the East China Sea doesn't feel like a genius. As the weakest existence in the 4 great seas, it was also because of Roger, the pirate king, who made a fool of himself when he was executed in Rog Town. They deceived people who had some strength to go out to sea one after another. Moreover, as a naval hero, Garp often finds excuses to go back to the East China Sea for a stroll. Those slightly stronger pirates have already been beaten by him as an excuse. The entire East China Sea was simply overwhelmed by a naval hero. This is Garp's original words, and I can't say anything else. Crane replied indifferently. However, the sea has become more and more chaotic recently, and the big skeleton demon doesn't know where to hide, so we should hurry as soon as possible. Find him. Thinking of the destruction of the Chinda prison and the chaos in the Chambord archipelago, the Crane, who is like a think tank, also feels that his brain is not enough. Don't worry, I have already sent more people to investigate, and I have also contacted the world government to let the elite CP intelligence organization pay attention to the whereabouts of the skeleton demon. Facing this guy makes me feel like I'm facing the 4 emperors. If I don't deal with him sooner, I'm afraid it will be a big worry. Crane also nodded in agreement, hesitated for a while and said, by the way, I received a contact from Bastiu not long ago, and he is now following Laxus in his practice. At the same time, he also sent me a copy of the document. This is an explanation of the 6th form and the profound meaning of the 6th form. The level of detail of this explanation is more detailed than that in our current naval boot camp. Among them, there are also the fusion use of the 6 styles, the iron finger gun, the iron foot, etc., all have annotations. Looking at the information that Crane took out, Sengoku's expression became more and more exciting. And, I couldn't help but say, these experiences are not comparable to the teaching system in the boot camp at all. The level of detail and the depth of explanation are completely standard textbooks. Sengoku with a shocked expression, Crane nodded heavily and said, when I first saw it, it was the same as your perception. Especially the explanation of the 6th-type profound meaning is more detailed than what Garp and you have formulated. If he is used on the senior generals of the Navy headquarters, it may be able to raise the overall combat power of our Navy to a higher level. Speaking of this, he said in a deep voice, at that time, our naval headquarters may not be the 3 generals, or there will be a situation where the 4 generals and the 5 generals stand side by side. Once this time comes, I'm afraid it will be the spring of our naval headquarters. Words fell. Sengoku's expression changed. The only version of the six-style profound meaning of the Navy headquarters is in the hands of high-level officials, and at least only major generals have the opportunity to observe one or two. When you reach the rank of lieutenant general, you can increase the number of times you apply for viewing each year. However, Sengoku admits that he and Garp are not teachers at all. They can indeed reach a certain height, but only when they are going to take notes and explain. But it became a little bit ignorant of the beginning and the end, and the notes I often took down could only be understood but not conveyed in words. This has led to the fact that very few people in the naval headquarters can achieve the existence of the 6 types of profound meanings. Moreover, because through the 6 forms, it takes more time and effort to comprehend the profound meaning, and it is possible that all the effort will go to waste. Instead, many people turn to the pursuit of devil fruits and domineering cultivation, completely ignoring the power of the 6 forms. After all, as the hero of the Navy headquarters, Garp, known as the Iron Fist, can punch a mountain with one punch. However, the development of the 6th type, even more so, sunk the ambitions of the Rocks pirates. This point alone has already explained the importance of the 6 forms. If it is matched with the advanced armament Hokage, the power will increase by 2 or 3 levels. If this manuscript is really popularized, it must be the spring of the Navy, as the Crane said. Chapter 568_60% Fidelity. Navy Spring. Sengoku's expression froze for a while, and he couldn't refute Crane's words at all. No. It should be said that there is still a touch of emotion. Over the years, the overall strength of the Navy has continued to grow, but compared with the era of the great pirates set off by Roger, the Pirate King, before his death, the ever-increasing pirate power is still growing slowly, which seems to be a bit gap. In particular, when one thinks of the New World, the remnants of the Rocks pirates have separated from the sea and become the king overlord in the mouth of the pirates. The back of Sengoku's head was aching. However, in order to make a force grow, more talents are needed to cultivate, and it takes time to judge, not words. At least, the only people who can hold the position of general in the Navy now are Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. There are only 3 people, and the only ones who stand out a little among the lieutenant generals are Tautu and Chado. To cultivate new generals in a short period of time was something that Sengoku did not dare to imagine. However, now from the hands of Laxus, the application of the 6 forms profound truth is beyond their understanding. This is from the shallow to the deep, from the in-depth and shallow explanation methods, coupled with various application schemes. The combination of 6 styles and domineering, the fusion of profound meaning and kendo. Some ideas are completely beyond Sengoku's imagination. Once the Navy elites who have been dabbling in, or developing in this direction, get this manuscript, they can definitely avoid a lot of detours. Crane, inform Zephyr and ask him to come to the naval headquarters in person. Sengoku clenched the manuscript in his hand, and said quickly, "No, I'd better go personally and let him know about this world. And there are teachers who are better at teaching than he is. Otherwise, this guy usually sees the old man with a stern face, and only needs to beat me." Sengoku, who laughed out loud and walked out quickly. Crane sighed helplessly, frowning in thought. That day, this Laxus appeared on the pirate ship of the 9 Snakes. Karp had already made an offer to join the Navy as a brigadier general. Now it seems that the identity of the brigadier general is still a talent. Possessing the ability of a thunder-type natural devil fruit, and also understands the true meaning of the 6th-style profound meaning, once he grows up, he will definitely not be comparable to a mere lieutenant general. I'm afraid I can aspire to the throne of the general. No, I have to ask the guy Karp to have the cheek to ask. If he can be pulled into the naval headquarters, this is a ready-made general's combat power. He muttered to himself, and quickly followed. 3 days later, on a high tower in Yuba, Chinyu stood by the window and watched as many villagers brought various specialties and placed them in front of the soldiers stationed outside the tower, thanking them in the direction of Chinyu. Then turned to leave. It can be said that over the past 3 days, at least half of the 7 or 80,000 rebels and civilians gathered in Juba came here to make a pilgrimage. In the face of the drought of the past, life is worse than death. Now, with a single word, it will pour heavy rain for 7 days. It's a miracle for anyone. Moreover, the news quickly spread throughout Alabasta, and many refugees rushed towards Juba. Faced with this sudden scene, the originally opposing king's army and the rebel army also put aside their prejudices one by one, and took the lead in solving the current personnel governance situation. Juba, which had lost a large number of people due to desertification, ushered in a population reflux for the first time. Vivi, Cobra and Ecolem looked at each other and couldn't help but wink at Vivi. In the past 3 days of heavy rain, and the people who were brought back by Chinyu not long ago, after Weiwei confirmed her identity, she was the vice president of Ba Rock Works and the strongest killer. For the future of Alabasta, Cobra was completely on Chinyu's body. If now, someone told Cobra that the Navy is more reliable than the skeleton demon, I'm afraid he'll be the first in a hurry. The rhythm is, first come 2 rains before talking. However, Cobra is the king of Alabasta, but the more important Chinyu is, the more restrained he is. Moreover, in Cobra's eyes, Chinyu and Weiwei were obviously closer. This undoubtedly made Weiwei his voice, and he would call Weiwei for anything, no matter how big or small, and ask her to help spread the word. Seeing Cobra, who turned on the mode again, Vivi puffed out her cheeks, glared at Cobra, and said, Your Excellency Ains, Yuba has been raining heavily during this time, but the desertification is serious, and there is no problem at all for a moment. There is no way to recover. Your Majesty Ains, your identity is respected. My father cannot bear Ains Lord Ains to live here. I hope you can go to Albana to live temporarily. Albana. Chinyu turned his head and looked at Cobra, who was nodding his head with a restrained face, and said, Relax, you don't need to be too restrained in front of me. As for Arnaba, we don't need to go for the time being. Our guests should be arriving soon. Besides, didn't I say, there is a bigger gift for you? The expressions of the people present changed slightly. For them, the most terrifying thing is not the pirates, but the fact that even the country can shake the Chihuahua. It can be said that in such a place where the weak eat the strong, the strength reaches a certain level, enough to surpass a country. However, what made Weiwei and others more concerned was the bigger gift Chinyu had mentioned over and over again. After all, in their eyes, nothing is more important than a rain, right? Skull Demon, you've won, Crocdar won't show up, I finally told him to leave. Daz, who was sitting in the corner of the room, suddenly spoke up. Shut up, Ains-sama is so kind that he will keep you by his side. Otherwise, you will die 10,000 times just based on what you have done at the Bar Rock workplace. Bell, who was standing beside Cobra, shouted coldly. However, he was quickly stopped by Chinyu and said, he and I still have a bet. If K. Rockdale comes and loses in my hands, he will join my command. That's why he can't get Rockdale to come, so he has an excuse to avoid me. Or do you think K. Rockdale can beat me? Having said that, Chinyu looked at Daz. Even Nico Robin, who fell into silence on the side, was no exception. Before they met Chinyu, in their eyes, K. Rockdale, who held the title of Chihuahua, was synonymous with power. But after experiencing the horror of the young man in front of him, everything was turned upside down. Faced with these words, they couldn't handle it. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the fidelity of the characters has increased by 20%, and the current fidelity is 60%. Chapter 569 _ come to you. 60% fidelity. Chinyu raised his brows involuntarily. I thought that this day would come very late. I didn't expect it at all, and it came so soon. With a thought, the property panel opens directly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the fidelity of the Laxus character template has reached 60%. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, unlock the Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Dragon Scale Transformation. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, unlock the Thunder and Lightning Suit. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, unlocking the profound meaning of dragon slaying, Ming Yulei. Chinyu couldn't help but be surprised by the ethereal system prompts that sounded one after another. Feeling the warm current flowing rapidly in my mind, everything related to dragon scale transformation, dragon slaying mystery, etc., was imprinted in my mind in detail. However, before Chinyu could taste it carefully, the sound of rapid footsteps swept in under the tower. Ain-sama, something's going bad, Crocodile is here. Seeing that he had transformed into a dog and rushed to Gaka in a hurry, Chinyu couldn't help but raise his brows. Before he could react, Daz, who was in the corner, rushed out first. You stop! Belle exclaimed anxiously, and was about to chase after him. However, Chinyu quickly stopped him and said, let him go, it's still useful for him to go. Useful. Looking at Chinyu with a warm smile on his face, the people present couldn't help but startled. In their eyes, Daz is already a loser. And he also secretly informed K. Rockthal, and now he suddenly rushed out. Shouldn't it become a variable? How can it be useful? 2 or 3 miles away from Juba. It was set up temporarily to control the influx of refugees. It is also the only stronghold that was not covered by heavy rain. However, as long as the refugees arrive here, they will be shocked by the sky, the black and white, and the clear scene. After all, in their eyes, the rain should have been uncontrollable. However, the king's army and the rebel army guarding here told them. The Great Skull said that if it rained 30 miles today, it must be 30 miles. Absolutely not one more step, nor one less step. It is for this reason that once you arrive here, you will definitely be shocked when you see this scene and hear this rumor. For everyone in the population of the Great Skeleton, it is even more respected. The few $billion reward orders were posted on the wall and worshipped by them. The Skeleton King, I hope you can take a walk in other parts of Alabasta and get a few more rains so that we can get through the ordeal of the drought. An old man knelt in front of the reward order and prayed anxiously. However, before he could stand up, a huge black shadow shrouded down from the sky. In the end, in front of the reward order, the figure of K. Rockthal condensed, looked up at the brand new reward order, and the clear sky not far away, his face gloomy to ultimate. Is he the one who ruined my good thing? Rockdale said coldly. 3 days ago, he returned to the rain feast, and after contacting Sengoku, he found out that Zepho was not present in Alabasta at all. Then, I personally took over the Ba Rock Work Club, only to find that Yuba, who was in a drought, actually started to rain. No matter how much dance powder they use or how close they are, they can't take away a single point from the rain here. It seems that the rain on this piece of sky seems to take root here. This made K. Rockthal, who hated water extremely, plan to fight to the death after the opponent came to the door. But as time passed, the other party was like a rock sinking into the sea, and there was no movement at all. In the end, he couldn't hold his breath and came to the door in person. This is the Great Skeleton, the hero of our Alabasta. Without him, we would all die of thirst. The old voice came from behind. The word hero, like an invisible hammer, strikes the depths of K. Rockthal's soul. Not long ago, he was synonymous with heroes in this country. However, now it has been replaced. Do not. It should be said that his reputation, in front of this big skeleton demon who can spread clouds and rain, is basically a firefly and a bright moon competing for glory. Looking back at the old man behind him, K-Rockdal's face sank, and the golden hook in his left hand slammed out. Since you don't come to me, then I will kill everyone here and see how long you can hide. The cold light circulated on the golden hook, and the violent shot made the old man never think of it. The only thing that can be done is to stand in the same place stupidly, staring straightly. The golden hook quickly enlarges in the pupil. However, this thought just flashed in the old man's mind, and a black shadow took the lead and appeared in front of him. When the crisp metal collision sounded, and sparks were splashing. The collision, which was not too conceited at all, set off a gust of wind and rolled away. Looking at the figure that suddenly stopped in front of him, K-Rockdal's face sank and said, "Mr. I am very happy to see that you are not dead, but you interfered with me. If you don't give me a proper reason, don't blame my men for being ruthless." Faced with his former confidant, who suddenly appeared in front of him, K-Rockdal felt a little more joy in his heart. The behind-the-scenes boss of Pakistan Rock Works, K-Rockdal can't be overjoyed. However, this trace of joy just appeared, but the next moment, it was annihilated in my heart. Lord K-Rockdal, hurry up and escape, or you will surely die. Escape. Die. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound, hitting the depths of K-Rockdal's soul. Looking at Daz, who was standing in front of him, there was a ferocious look on his face, and he roared in anger. "You bastard, I am one of the 7 seas, the sand crocodile Rockdal, a born king. You offended me by saying this. Daz, give me death. Desert sword." The endless yellow sand gathered in K-Rockdal's right hand, and the next moment it turned into the shape of a treasured sword and slashed directly towards Daz. The violent scene made Daz's pupils shrink suddenly. He never imagined that, risking his own life, he rushed here to tip off the news, and he would be called a killer. However, this cannot be blamed on him, as a person with the ability to cut fruit quickly. Daz is also Tai Han. It is completely which pot is not mentioned, which pot is uncovered. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in his pupils, he only had time to raise his hands to block. However, just as this thought came to mind, a lifeless hoarse voice suddenly sounded. "Shield of hatred." The simple 4 words were spit out, and the rapid sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded. A dark shadow took the lead and appeared behind K-Rockdal. The desert sword that was originally slashed down. At this moment, unexpectedly uncontrollably, he slashed behind him independently. Chapter 570_Unbeatable Xiaoqiang. Boom. The sharp slash, with a stern sound of breaking through the air. It slashed directly on the huge bone shield. The undead knight, who was more than 3 meters high, took 2 or 3 steps back, and his huge body swayed slightly. He raised the big knife in his hand and slashed down towards K-Rockdal's back. The violent scene made K-Rockdal's expression change involuntarily. Under the sway of the figure, it turned into yellow sand and scattered in the sky. Appeared again, and has come to the back of the undead knight. Without any bells and whistles, his right hand slapped the back of the undead knight like lightning. Desert prison. Boom. Endless yellow sand poured out from K-Rockdal's hands. It turned into dozens of tentacles and directly wrapped the undead knight into a zongzi. The next moment, with K-Rockdal's right hand, he suddenly caught it. Under the venting of the endless force, the huge skeleton of the undead knight shattered. Boom. The white bones were scattered over the desert. Looking at this scene, K-Rockdal's face sank, and he snorted coldly and said, "Daz, is this the skeleton demon you call it? It's really vulnerable and makes people feel ridiculous." For the reputation of the skeleton demon, K-Rockdal has heard of it. However, for him, the mountain is high and the emperor is far away, and the appearance of Qin Yu does not threaten his conspiracy plan at all. It's just that I didn't expect it to be found so quickly. In K. Rockthall's eyes, the skeleton demon is also a devil fruit power user, which is not much different from ordinary white bones. Roar. A low roar sounded suddenly. The huge sound of hooves, as if responding to Rockdale's question. Dozens of undead knights who were created by Chinyu and guarded here instantly formed a torrent of charges. Headed towards Crocodile. The huge and powerful scene converged into a torrent of bones, making the entire desert shake. Rockdale couldn't help but look back and follow the sound. After seeing clearly, these dozens of identical undead knights. Crocodile understood that Daz would look at Tai Hanhan's expression when he heard his mocking words just now. This horse riding is a wrong expression. If the skeleton and white bones just now were the great skeleton demon, then what are the dozens of skeletons in front of them that converged into a torrent? Sir, hurry up, he will be there soon, Daz said anxiously with a sullen expression. Go. K. Rockdale's face sank, and he shouted sharply, why should I leave? Today I will see if he has the ability to kill me. Desert Lan. The 5 fingers of the right hand are bluffed, and the endless sand waves gather wildly in the palm, turning into a small uzumaki. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, he swung head-on towards the incoming torrent of bones. Boom! Desert Uzumaki came out, it grew rapidly out of thin air, and in a blink of an eye, it rose to the sky. A huge desert hurricane was formed, involving a group of undead knights. At this moment, the existence of gravel, like the incarnation of countless sharp blades, shreds the undead knight shrouded in it. Bang bang bang. Countless bones were thrown out in the hurricane and scattered in the yellow sand. The violent scene has already alarmed the king's army and the rebel army in the refugee camp. When he saw K. Rockthall, Kosha's expression changed involuntarily. Are you the leader of the rebel army? I will give you a chance to surrender, otherwise you will be like the bones scattered on the ground. K. Rockthall's eyes turned in vain and fell on Kosha. In the face of Chinyu's sidestepping, K. Rockthall completely gave up the so-called gentle method. He needs someone to be his puppet regime. And Kosha in front of him is undoubtedly the best choice. What shall we do, Leader Kosha? Seeing K. Rockthall's aggressive attitude, the adjutant standing behind Kosha couldn't help but ask. However, in the face of all this, Kosha stared at the bones scattered on the ground from beginning to end, except for a flash of surprise on his face at first. The next moment, he couldn't help shouting in a hurry, come on, Ain-sama, these skeleton soldiers, but Xiaoqiang who can't be beaten to death. Unbeatable Xiaoqiang. The inexplicable words made K. Rockthall startled at first. Soon, a dark fog appeared from the bones scattered on the ground. Immediately, as if being manipulated by the invisible big hand, under the watchful eyes of the public, he reformed the posture of the undead knight. That intact appearance made the pupils of many people shrink suddenly. Before everyone could react, dozens of undead knights suddenly raised their heads. The extinguished soul flame rekindled in the eye sockets. A hoarse and cold voice came out in unison. Undead slash. Boom. The dull thunderous sound of horse hooves sounded again. Dozens of undead knights rode their horses towards K. Rockdar again. The violent scene, let alone the melon-eating group, is no exception to Leonk Rockdal. The undead knight who valued the resurrection from the dead didn't have time to think about it. Together with the sandstorm in his right hand, he once again displayed the desert storm, and suddenly threw it out. Boom. The endless yellow sand hurricane shattered dozens of undead knights. However, as soon as the bones were scattered on the ground, they were restored to their original state in full view. Undead slash. A hoarse voice, without the slightest hint of emotion. Looking at the undead knight who charged again as if he could not kill Xiaoqiang. At this moment, in K. Rockdal's heart, there is only one sentence left. I even want to die. Damn skeleton demon, get out of here. After Crocodile threw a desert storm with his backhand to resist the impact of the undead knight, he roared in anger. However, as soon as the voice echoed, a hoarse voice came out from behind him without warning. K. Rockdale, please don't rush to die. Near the 2-meter white skeleton, the ghostly figure walked out of the torn portal. In an instant, K. Rockdale's nerves tensed. Before he could think about it, the yellow sand in his right hand rolled down and slashed toward his back. Desert Sword. Boom. The sharp knife gang slashed down in the blink of an eye at a close distance. However, facing the scene in front of him, Chinyu raised his right hand slightly and slammed away. Boom. Under the collision with the slightest reluctance, the huge force was vented, setting off a large wave of air that rolled backwards. Looking at Chinyu's big boneless hand, it was actually covered by the pitch-black armament Hokage. K. Rockdale's pupils shrank suddenly, and Chinyu's right 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly. Boom. The big knife that the yellow sand turned into was crushed in response to the sound, under the splashing gravel. Rockdale's golden hook like lightning, and said with a warm smile, K. Rockdale. I caught you. Liu Ying 6 Type Profound Truth The Biggest Wheel Overlord Spear. Chapter 571 Still owe a gift. Armament Hokage. K. Rockdale's expression changed suddenly. He didn't have time to think about it. He immediately activated the fruit ability, intending to elementalize it. However, at the moment when the thought first appeared, the pitch-black fist slammed into it. The speed was so fast that K. Rockdale had no time to resist. Boom. The sound that exploded like thunder brought an inexplicable smell of suffocation. The violent impact, at this moment, was like a dike burst, and it was vented frantically. Under the impact of invisible air waves, the surrounding desert land collapsed and sank. K. Rockdale, one of the 7 seas, flew upside down like a cannonball. The desert land that passed along the way seemed to be torn apart quickly by an invisible big hand. Under the watchful eyes of the public, it crashed into a rocky mountain more than 10 meters high. Boom. The huge force was vented, and the thick rock mountain collapsed directly. Rockdale's body, like endless yellow sand, directly collapsed in the 4 directions of the sky. Everyone who witnessed this scene, especially Daz, suddenly shrank their pupils, their faces filled with disbelief. He had already expected that there was a certain gap between K. Rockdale and Chinyu. Just as Chinyu said not long ago, they chose to stay in comfort, that is to abandon the road of the strong. As long as you are not blind, you can see that the gap between the 2 sides cannot be measured. The endless yellow sand regrouped again near the shattered huge rock. K. Rockdale with a gloomy face, a little messy shirt, and blood on the corners of his mouth. K. Rockdale, as a Chihuahua, you are considered a good fighting force, and I am also a person who loves talents. It is better for you to surrender and choose to surrender. Well, I don't want to kill you either. Persuade Chihuahua to surrender. Daz and others couldn't help but froze in place. No. It should be said that the people present were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Just ask the big pirates who even the Navy headquarters and even the whole sea agrees with, and the existence that even the world government can only appease with the title of Shichibukai. Now that someone is threatening to die, is this insulting the long-established sand crocodile Rockdale in the Shichibukai, or is it really possible? Messy thoughts flashed in the minds of everyone, and everyone's eyes swiped and locked on K. Rockdale's body. Rockdale would react to Chinyu's death threat. Okay, very good, what a megalomaniac. K. Rockdale's face was gloomy to ultimate. Chinyu's gaze, he shouted angrily, back then, Whitebeard didn't dare to speak like that in front of me. I didn't expect today that he would be looked down upon by a hairy brat. I want to show you what the rage of the strong is. You foolish people are buried in the endless sand with this arrogant person. You should know quickly why I chose to fight with you on this desert. The roars echoed like thunder. The power of the fruit dormant in K-Roctal's body rushes out. On the yellow sand land where he was originally, as if being stirred by an invisible big hand, a circle of ripples rippled rapidly and opened. The endless yellow sand was directly pulled up and rolled slowly like a wave. It felt as if there were giant beasts turning over on this desert land. People who are on the yellow sand have a feeling of being difficult and standing on their feet. This strange desert rolling is spreading rapidly towards the refugee camp. At this moment, K-Roctal feels like the master who controls this endless desert. Makes people feel inexplicably terrified. Princess Vivi, what should we do? Can Ains-sama win? Ikulam, who came by the bone dragon, asked worriedly. In the face of K-Roctal, the influence on this desert is gradually increasing, which is like a method like a god of domination. It just overturned their perception. In the system of devil fruit abilities, it is divided into 3 levels. Among them, the natural system possessed by K-Roctal is the first and the most difficult to obtain. Bell said solemnly. Second only to the natural department, it is the superhuman type, and finally, I and Gaka have the same animal type devil fruit ability. However, after a series of battles and Ains-sama's methods, it can be determined that the animal type devil fruit he possesses is probably in the form of a phantom human fruit skeleton in the animal system. This type of fruit has its characteristics and methods should not be inferior to those of the superhuman type, or even the natural type devil fruit. Quote. Having said that, Bell looked at Chinyu subconsciously and said, however, all of this is just my guess. The final result depends on whose fruit ability is developed more powerfully. As soon as these words fell, an inexplicable and oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Feeling the penetration of power into this desert, Crocodile looked up, and a ferocious smile flashed on his face. Little devil, your strength is indeed very good among the younger generation, but if you want to blame it, it is you, ignoring our predecessors. To what extent I can become Chiwahai, it is not by luck. The level of the bounty does not represent strength. Rock Doll roared again and again. The gloomy eyes turned in vain, locked on Chinyu's body, and looked at Chinyu with the same expression. He raised his hands suddenly and roared in anger. Today, I'm going to see, how dare you set foot in Alabasta. Sandstorm waves. Boom. The yellow sand in all directions, like the sea, was rolled up, forming huge waves more than 10 meters high. The huge momentum gives people a taste of rising from the sky and rolling in. The nerves of everyone who witnessed all of this were suddenly tense to ultimate. Especially the rebel army, the king's army and others in the refugee camp, facing the scene of being buried in the yellow sand in front of them, their hearts seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible big hand. For them, facing this godlike attack method. He has no ability to protect himself at all, and the only thing he can do is to watch death come helplessly. However, just as this idea came into being, Chinyu, who was under attack, suddenly raised his head. The deep-set white bone sockets, under the skyrocketing soul flame, the moment the right hand clenched the scepter, he suddenly stomped toward the yellow sand. The hoarse and icy voice, without the slightest hint of emotion, has a very penetrating taste, hitting the depths of everyone's soul. I'm sorry, I almost forgot, I still owe Weiwei a big gift. Chapter 572 Super Magic World Change. You still owe a big gift. Inexplicably speaking, at this moment, everyone in the field couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Even K-Rock Doll is no exception. Looking at the yellow sand whistling from all directions. In their eyes, this so-called gift should not be able to be linked to the current predicament. Now, Chinyu said such words at this juncture, which undoubtedly gave people an intriguing feeling. Boy, are you so scared that you are confused? In this situation, I see how you can hide. K-Roctal roared angrily. However, Chin Yu moved. Taking one step, the huge magic power dormant in the body exploded like a frenzy. Turned into a ray of light, Jinchuriki column, and hit the sky above the 9 heavens, and even the backlogged lead cloud was penetrated in an instant. The scepter in his hand slammed toward the ground in full view. Super magic heaven and earth change. When colorful magic circles bloomed like fireworks under Chin Yu's feet. The instant the sky-high magic power exploded, it spread rapidly at the speed of ultimate. Wherever you pass along the way, whether it is air or yellow sand. It was as if time had stopped for a while. In it, whether it is Wei Wei and the others, or the crazy-looking K-Roctal, it is like falling into a deep swamp. It can be said that at this moment, the concentration of magic particles in the air is like the invisible waves of the sea. Enough to make one feel inexplicably suffocating. However, all this is just the beginning. Chin Yu's robes moved without wind, and the flames of the soul jumping in his eyes were blazing brightly. The intensity of the magic power diffused, together with the space around the body, also stirred up twisted ripples. The next moment, the 5 fingers of the right hand suddenly clenched the scepter, and the simple words were uttered. Earth. Boom. The endless yellow sand burst into a dazzling light at the moment when 2 words were swallowed. As a super magic and world-changing, it can rely on powerful magic power. Turn waters into deserts and icebergs into lava. What Chin Yu has to do now is to turn the endless yellow sand into the vast land. The endless rays of light bloom like a tide, and the dazzling rays of light capture the entire world in an instant. Facing the sudden capture of vision, the nerves of the people present were tense. Crocodile couldn't help it, and quickly pulled away and quickly retreated. Under this unknown and strange means, K-Rochdale knew that the safest way was to keep a sufficient distance. Boom. The dull collision sound resounded suddenly. Rockdale felt himself hitting a big tree. The strange feeling made his thoughts stop, and the snow-white world in front of him quickly melted and receded like ice and snow met a spring day. The scene that came into view again made K-Rochdale's pupils shrink suddenly, and his eye sockets almost split. As far as the eye can see, the originally endless yellow sand land has already turned into a green land at this moment. Vegetation, rivers and lakes, towering trees. Looking around, there is still a vast expanse of yellow sand, which has completely become a fairyland of Taoyuan. In particular, Wei Wei and the others who were on the bone dragon didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked into the distance. As far as the eye can see, it is still an oasis. Looking at this miraculous scene, not to mention Wei Wei and the others, even K-Rochdale couldn't help rubbing his eyes anxiously. However, as long as they rubbed Yuhi's eyes, the miraculous scene in front of them was completely lingering. A moment ago, the yellow sand land dominated by K-Rochdale was completely occupied by the endless oasis. It's impossible, it's impossible. Who are you? What kind of devil fruit person are you? K-Rochdale suddenly came back to his senses and roared like crazy. Without any hesitation, he turned his right hand toward the ground, pressed it down suddenly, and roared again and again. The earth is dry. Boom. Endless fruit ability is motivated to ultimate. Rockdale's palm touched, the moisture was quickly absorbed away. Trees are withering, and the rock formations are turning into rolling yellow sand. Seeing this scene, the people present were stunned for a while. Recalling the rapid desertification of Alabasta in the past, could it be caused by K-Rochdale coming to touch the earth in the middle of the night? However, the situation of this yellow sand spreading has just rolled back. Before K-Rochdale was happy, under the green light blooming, he returned to normal again. Seeing this strange scene, when his pupils contracted, K-Rockdal raised his head suddenly and stared at Chin Yu with resentment on his face. Don't waste your energy, I have magic power to imprison this world. Although it's not long, only about 5 minutes, it's enough to deal with you. Chin Yu said lightly. The transformed skeleton demon disintegrated before everyone's eyes. As the most powerful superposition magic in the Bone King world, in Chin Yu's current state, he can only perform it twice a day. Just now, in order to make the magic more powerful, Chin Yu directly covered a radius of tens of kilometers, exhausting the magic power in his body at once. At the same time, in order to avoid it, K-Rockdal will desert the earth again, and Chin Yu will use up his magic power to maintain infinite self-repair for 5 minutes. This kind of method, in the world of the Bone King, would undoubtedly kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800. But for Chin Yu, who has other character templates, it is not enough to be afraid. It has already been switched to the posture of Laxus. However, this scene fell in the eyes of K-Rockdal, and he undoubtedly saw a glimmer of hope. With bloodshot eyes, his eyes turned in vain, and at the moment when he was locked on Chin Yu's body, he said coldly, "You can't even maintain the shape of a skeleton. It seems that the blow just now is your limit. Now, let me see if the legendary skeleton demon can still be defiant after losing the power of the devil fruit." Sandstorm. Voice fell, and the 5 fingers of K-Rockdal's right hand suddenly opened, and the yellow sand gathered in the palm of his hand, turning into a hurricane. He suddenly threw it towards Chin Yu. Boom! The moment the hurricane let go, it exploded in full view. The yellow sand rolled backwards, rose from the sky, and attacked Chin Yu in the air with a rolling gesture. At the same time, K-Rockdal, who was standing in the same place, was like weathered and scattered with the wind. When he appeared again, he had already taken the lead and came behind Chin Yu. It can be said that all that has been done just now is just the bait for Rockdal. The real killer move, he still likes to control it. Moreover, seeing Chin Yu lose the ability of devil fruit, Rockdal likes to take advantage of this opportunity to give Chin Yu the most fatal blow. Desert King Kong Sword. Along with the roar, the yellow sand in K-Rockdal's hand was rolled back and turned into 3 large yellow sand knives. Without any bells and whistles, he slashed down towards Chin Yu's back. In his eyes, Chin Yu, who lost his fruit ability, will surely die under this blow. Chapter 573 Beheading Rockdal. PFF'd. The air is tearing, the sand is roaring. The face of K-Rockdal's ultimate move, the air along the way swelled with endless ripples. At a close distance, the attack was instantly added. In the eyes of Rockdal, victory was in sight. Boom! The sound of thunder suddenly echoed. The golden electric light splattered like a piece of training, and the crackling arc flowed under it. K-Rockdal just felt a flower in front of his eyes, the target he was trying to snip at, but in sight, annihilated out of thin air. Turned into an electric light, rising from the sky. Holding the Wanjun posture, the yellow sand slashing down with force was lost in an instant. Towards the Rocky Mountain hundreds of meters away, whizzing away. Boom! The Rocky Mountain of dozens of meters was smashed to the ground by a knife in 2 pieces under the watchful eyes of the public, making a thunderous crash. It even set off a large wave of sand and dust, and rolled back around. However, facing all this, K-Rockdal didn't have time to think about it, and looked behind him hastily. His eager eyes instantly locked on Chin Yu, who was more than 10 meters away. Facing the close change just now, he is now eager to verify one thing. The crackling thunder light swam around Chin Yu's body quickly. The golden thunder arc, at this moment, seems extremely annoying. No, it's impossible, you actually broke the legend and possessed 2 devil fruits at the same time. K-Rockdal's expression changed drastically, and he roared like crazy. Desert Sword. Under the gathering of the yellow sand in the right hand, it is a knife towards Chinyu. However, in the face of all this, Chinyu did not retreat. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, a playful smile flashed on his cold and arrogant cheeks. Looking at the incoming attack, there was no thought of dodging at all. His hands clenched suddenly, his muscles bulging like a rock. The next moment, the low voice of Dragon Roar exploded in Chinyu's body. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Dragon Scale Transformation. Boom! The magic power dormant in the body was detonated in an instant. Endless thunder light rose into the sky, and the incoming desert sword was directly smashed into pieces. At the same time, Chinyu's cheeks flashed a ferocious look, and his eyes flashed with lightning. The muscles of the whole body bulged like a rock, and the golden scales and armor patterns spread rapidly on the body. The body that was originally more than 2 meters was abruptly raised to nearly 3 meters. There was a trace of lightning on the surface of the body, and the lightning quickly circling and twisting turned into a combat suit. However, all this was just the beginning. The pitch-black armament haki quickly spread across Chinyu's body. At this moment, Chinyu felt like the thunder dragon transformed by Gajalu in fairy tale. In the face of this huge force full of limbs, Chinyu suddenly raised his head and locked on K-Roctal's body instantly. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, he stepped out in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! Wherever he settled, the ground seemed to be struck by lightning. At the moment when it collapsed, Chinyu's huge figure disappeared out of thin air. Appeared again, and it has come to the front of K-Roctal. Too fast. This is the only thought of Roctal, at this moment. Facing Chinyu's rapidly dilated pupils, he didn't have time to think about it, so he quickly raised his hands to block. He had thought about elementalization, but faced armament haki. All this seemed pale. The profound truth of Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, Ming Yulei. Endless thunder light, at the moment when the 5 fingers are suddenly clenched, frantically poured into the right hand. The golden light that blooms, flashes with a trace of blood yuhi. The next moment, it turned into a frenzy, as if cutting through the sky, smashing on K-Roctal's body. Boom! The sound of rolling thunder exploded like a frenzy. The blood-like lightning of Yuhi, the gorilla, swept across the earth like a wild dragon. Everywhere along the way, no matter whether it is rocks, big trees, or even the rocky ground, it is as vulnerable as paper paste, and it is directly smashed and opened. K-Roctal, who was in it, intertwined his hands, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, and slammed off in front of everyone's eyes. Like a raging tide, the cathartic lightning impact, with unabated power, rushed straight into K-Roctal's chest. Boom! Close to 3 meters, the body like an iron tower, under this blow, like an arrow from the string, it flew out directly. Under the huge impact, all the trees along the way were shattered. In the end, the heavy impact hit the rocky cliffs tens of meters high, thousands of meters away. The huge impact force and the violent thunder light directly shattered the thick rock wall. A mouthful of hot blood spurted out from K-Roctal's mouth. The sternum was even more shattered, and the entire chest collapsed in a shocking gesture. Dissipated, K-Roctal, who was separated by 1,000 meters, just had time, rolled his eyes hard, and glanced at Chinyu one more time. It is impossible to spit out the words that come to the mouth. The next moment, he tilted his head and died of anger. Ming Yulei. As one of Lax's strongest killing moves. It is to accumulate the magic power of the whole body at one point, and at the moment of collision, it will directly detonate the attack like a raging wave. The accumulated violent thunderlight will also penetrate into the human body instantly, forming a direct impact. Unleash the power of one-hit kills. In the original book, Laxus directly killed Jura in Holy 10 with this move. Dead, dead. Shibukai, Krokdar was killed. I don't know who exclaimed. Daz, who was standing in the distance and watching the battle, was full of disbelief. Seeing that there was no sound and no heaving of his chest, Krokdal couldn't help but fell to his knees with a thud. All along, in Daz's eyes, Krokdal is like a mountain, giving him an insurmountable feeling. A moment ago, although he kept telling Krokdar to escape, otherwise he would definitely die. But for him, it was nothing more than to make Rockdale retreat. He firmly believed that Chinyu might be able to defeat Krokdal. But there is absolutely no way to kill him. However, from the very beginning, Chinyu had the upper hand when it came to armament hockey and the 6 forms of body art. In the confrontation of the fruit's ability in the back, the means of changing the world, it is even more pressing the Shasha fruit. In the end, Chinyu, who had 2 fruits in one body, showed the ability of the second devil fruit. All of this has long been doomed to the outcome of the battle. The scale of victory has already tilted towards Chinyu. It can be said that in this battle, Krokdal died not unjustly. It's not that he is too weak as Chiwahai. On the contrary, the skeleton demon is too strong. The $1 billion bounty is not a vain name. Chapter 574 Do you believe I can resurrect him? The huge battlefield fell into an inexplicable silence. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. In their eyes, Krokdal is a rare powerhouse among pirates. Even Alabasta, the so-called desert country, can only be wary in the face of such existence. However, now it was nailed to the wall with a punch. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who wants to believe that the scene in front of you is true? Daz. Chinyu dissipated the power that filled his body with dragon scales, and looked back at Mr1. At this glance, the expression of Nico Robin on the side changed slightly and said, Mr. 1 is willing to admit defeat. At this time, it is not worth your life. For joining Chinyu's command, Nico Robin did not resist much. At least, in his eyes, no matter if he is working in Barak, working for the Rock Doll, or join Chinyu's command. Everything is for blessing. Now Chinyu not only stopped, he was airborne in Alabasta with a reward of 1 billion. He also killed Krokdal in seconds with his crushing power. With all this alone, Nico Robin has no choice. No, kill me, Daz said in a deep voice. Nico Robin's expression stiffened. She has been absconding everywhere, and in order to survive, she will give her life to Krokdal. I never thought that Daz, the most powerful bounty hunter in the West Sea, would come this far for Krokdal. Chinyu was not surprised by this. In the original book, Daz can be regarded as a true companion of Krokdal. He was able to be rescued by Mr3, but he was willing to have no mood because of Krokdal's words. Together, they refused the chance to be rescued and were sent directly to the underwater prison. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Ains our gong, the fidelity has been increased to 75%. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the 8th order resurrection of the dead. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the permission to summon the great tomb of Narasak. A series of system ethereal prompting sounds echoed in my mind. Chinyu raised his brows and smiled genially. Originally, Chinyu felt a little regretful about Krokdal's death. Although, I knew early on that the Bone King had the means of resurrection. But I thought it would take a long time to unlock it. I never thought that it would suddenly be unlocked in advance. However, seeing that Yuba, who was originally a desert, has directly evolved into an oasis under the change of the super magic world. This kind of miraculous scene, once it really spreads completely, will definitely shock the Great Channel and even the entire world. At that time, Chinyu will get more world turbulence points to unlock the world's restraint on him. Chin-Yu carefully reviewed the information in his mind, and then withdrew from the space of consciousness. Looking at Daz with a determined face, he said, I didn't expect that you would rather die than work for me. For your chivalry's sake, if I tell you that I can resurrect K-Rockthal, will you make another deal with me? As long as you are willing to work for me for 3 years, the resurrected K-Rockthal will also work for me for 3 years. After 3 years, you will be free and you will be strangers to me from now on. Of course, you can also reject my proposal as you did just now. Perhaps, to your ears, this sounds so fantastic. The slightly elusive voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Not to mention Daz, even Wei Wei and the others couldn't come back to their senses. The moment before, K-Rockthal was beheaded in front of them. That is, the dead can no longer die, the body is still hot. Now Chin-Yu turned his head and told them that he could resurrect the dead. Is this writing a joke? Daz, follow with K-Rockthal, Ains-sama won't make fun of this kind of thing. Nico Robin couldn't help but said. About Rockthal. However, now she is working under Chin-Yu's command. Since Chin-Yu intends to let Mr. One and Rockthal work for him for 3 years. As his subordinate, Nico Robin still needs to use all feasible methods to accomplish this task. Daz was stunned, looking at the gradually receding figure and the huge oasis here. If it is said that the resurrection of the dead is a dream-like thing, then this means of changing the world. Wasn't it the same before Chin-Yu did it? Thinking of this, Daz bit Kiba, hurriedly carried K-Rockthal's body on his back, and followed Chin-Yu away quickly. At the same time, Wei Wei also followed suit. After seeing Chin-Yu's various miraculous methods with his own eyes. Wei Wei is like a bridge between Alabasta and Chin-Yu. Looking at the vegetation along the way, she really hoped that Chin-Yu would perform 2 more miracles to save Alabasta from the ordeal of the drought. Mosamoxi, teacher, I'm Bastius. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Chin-Yu frowned, but still connected the phone bug. He knew very well that this kind of thing couldn't contain fire. Instead, let others pass the news to the Navy headquarters. It is better to pass it on in person, so that the movements of the Navy headquarters can also be fully applauded by the master. I'm Laxus, speak up. As for the character template of Laxus, it is originally a cold personality, and it is not obvious that the anger is relieved. As soon as the phone was connected, Bastius didn't care, and hurriedly said, Teacher, 3 days ago, I met K-Rockdale in the rain banquet. He encouraged pirates to loot merchants and civilians, and then played the role of a hero. Rescued them. Do I need to report this matter to the Navy headquarters and let them investigate in person? In Bastiu's eyes, Shichibu Heike Rockdar is a great pirate recognized by the Navy and even the world government. He recognized the strength of Laxus. However, even more reluctant, his teacher took risks. If the Navy headquarters can come forward, that would be the best. However, this idea just sprouted in Bastiu's mind. The next moment, the words that fell in his ears made his expression stiff. No need, K-Rockdal has been killed by me. However, he was accidentally killed by me and the skeleton demon, and the body was taken away by the skeleton demon. Right now, Chin-Yu's tuba has not been unlocked. Therefore, I don't want the identity of Laxus and the identity of the skeleton demon to be confused. The most effective way is to take the initiative to inform, to confuse the audience. Old teacher, you said that the great skeleton demon appeared in Alabasta and unexpectedly joined forces with you to kill K-Rockdal. Bastiu suddenly woke up and asked anxiously. Chapter 575_Navy Boot Camp. The existence of the great skeleton demon was simply a lingering shadow to Bastius. With that powerful strength and endless means, even the Navy headquarters was played with applause. However, Now Chinyu actually told him that the great skeleton demon appeared in Alabasta. He also joined forces with the dignified Chiwahai and K. Rokdal to kill him. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, who would want to believe that it was all true? Later, Princess Weiwei will give you an official explanation. Chinyu didn't explain too much. Sometimes, the more you talk, the more flaws you get. Moreover, the most convincing one was Vivi from Alabasta, the former royal family of the dragons. Weiwei, who was following Chinyu's side, heard the words, her expression changed slightly, and she quickly nodded in agreement. Unlike Bastius, who was kept in the dark. They had known for a long time that Uchiha Chinyu, Ains Gong, and Laxus were the same person. Weiwei was not sure why Chinyu did this. However, since Chinyu appeared as the Bone King, not only did it give Juba 7 days of majestic reign, but also just now, turned the yellow sandy land of Juba into a boundless oasis. These kindnesses alone are enough for Weiwei to give Chinyu a lie. Lord Ains, don't worry, there weren't many people watching the battle just now. I'll send an order immediately and ask them to keep their word. Weiwei expressed her stance in a hurry. At the same time, in the name of my father, I will report the incident to the Navy headquarters. Seeing Weiwei, who suddenly became serious, Chinyu stopped and patted her shoulder and said, I don't worry about you doing things. Also, don't worry, I have no plans for Alabasta. At the same time, the Navy headquarters, in the boot camp. The huge square was filled with new recruits for training. Zepha, who retired as a former admiral and became the chief instructor of the recruits, looked around the queue of recruits with a serious face. When he saw some outstanding students, there was a hint of comfort in the depths of his eyes. It can be said that as a teacher, there is nothing comparable to the newcomers who have been cultivated by oneself and can successfully walk out of the boot camp. Becoming a pillar of the Navy is even more worthy of making people feel happy. Thinking of the upcoming recruits, graduation act soon, Zepha's face became more solemn, and he shouted in a deep voice, Today, everyone is gathered here, that's because, next, you will participate as recruits. See combat exercises. Quote. In the training camp, you may be very poor, or you may have just passed the standard, and some have good talents, with strength beyond ordinary people, reaching the level of superhuman. However, once you walk out of this gate, in the eyes of this old man, it is nothing but a fart. This old man is enough to beat a group of you, but it is still the kind that destroys the group. The awe-inspiring voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. It's just that the Navy soldiers below obviously didn't take it seriously. It can be said that this kind of admonishment has already been heard by them in the 3 years of the Navy headquarters. And, the more I listened, the more cordial it was. Looking at the expressionless recruits below, the cold arrogance on Zepha's face also slightly restrained, and said, After half a month, I will apply for you to go to the Great Channel and participate in the actual combat assessment. You are all elites among the recruits in the Navy, so the assigned assessment tasks are also different. Anyone with a reward of more than 10 million pirates will directly become a major, and a pirate with a reward of 30 million Bailey can make you a lieutenant colonel. Pirates with a reward of 50 million will make you colonels. When you have the ability to arrest pirates with a reward of 100 million, you will be brigadiers. Speaking of which, Zepha's tiger eyes swept across the field like torches, and finally landed on the 4 most important confidants, shouting sharply, However, I can tell you in a responsible manner. As soon as you walk out of the boot camp, there are very few people who can make an exception to become a commodore, at least not among you. If you think that the old man is talking nonsense, then please show the strength of a Kainu Chingzi and those little devils, otherwise don't be a hero in front of this old man, and don't set your goals too high. If possible, I would rather you failed and lose your life. To implement the justice of the Navy, you need to live, you know. No. Dozens of Navy elites shouted in unison. In the face of this powerful response, Zepha's old face couldn't help but feel a little more moist. Haha, I didn't expect Zepha. You have trained a group of talents for the Navy headquarters. Next time I see the 5 old men, I will ask them to praise you and increase the military spending of the recruit camp. Sengoku's voice came suddenly. Sengoku, who has changed from normal, Crane is a little surprised, but he also knows clearly why Sengoku has undergone such a huge change. After all, in the past 3 days, they have thoroughly studied the 6th-style handout from Laxus that Bastius passed down. Originally, I was troubled by the profound meanings of the 6 forms, but after reading this handout, I felt as if I had opened up the 2 veins of Ren and Du in an instant, and they had become fully integrated. Isn't this Marshal Sengoku? He has been sitting in the atrium of the headquarters and rarely comes to the boot camp in the rear. Marshal Sengoku, knowing that there are so many elites in our class, did you make an exception to come here to see it? The scene suddenly became a little noisy. For the Navy recruits, the most yearning, in addition to the general, is the position of the Marshal of the Navy. Sengoku is able to ascend to this position, no matter in terms of strength or intelligence, it is beyond the reach of ordinary people. What's more, the naval headquarters and the boot camp are connected. But the 2 sides are too far apart. If you have to explain, it is one at the mouth of the sea and the other at the inland of the Yuhi land. It's just that there is a road between the 2, and there are naval soldiers and generals' families in the middle. Shut up and give me all the silence. Zepha's face sank, and he shouted angrily, can the appearance of an old man make you ignore the military regulations? Your actions just now have disgraced my old face. Now I want you to run around the playground 50 laps. If you don't complete it before noon, you will have nothing to eat. The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the huge square. In the face of this unquestionable order, the recruits present smiled bitterly, but did not mean to refute at all. Among them, the powerful and smart people have already rushed out first. That appearance is more like showing strength. Chapter 576_doubts from Zepha. In the huge square, the sound of breaking the air suddenly echoed. The 4 who took the lead were the rookie kings that Zepha valued. Running 50 laps around the 5,000-meter square, for them, there is no pressure at all. And those Navy recruits who knew it later, after they understood, they rushed out one after another. Right now, they are 3 months away from graduating in training camp. Sengoku of the Navy headquarters to appear in the boot camp. As long as the master performs well, he may be remembered by the marshal, and it will not be a problem in the future. Looking at the afterimages swept up in the playground, Sengoku was stunned at first, and then laughed out loud. Zepha, it seems that the newcomers you have cultivated this time really surprised me. If the guy Carp knew about it, he would never be able to refute it. After all, that guy always said that his way of cultivating new people is definitely better than yours. Yesterday's former classmates, Sengoku, Carp, and Zepha are also competitors. It felt like Garp was like Kyabu, Sengoku was Aki, and Zepha was Akainu. It's just that Carp's work attitude is more sloppy than that of Kizaru, who has received his salary. The so-called general appointment, he did not pay attention to it at all, but instead occupied the position of a lieutenant general. But Zepha and Sengoku are different, they are rivals to become marshals. It's a pity that in the end, Zepha's family was killed by pirates, and he was depressed for a while. With his great strength and intelligence, Sengoku took the position of the marshal and ended this period of competition. Looking at the juniors competing with each other on the playground now makes Sengoku inevitably recall. At the same time, when I think about it, the students of this class are so outstanding. If Laxus's 6th-style lecture notes are used, these elite recruits will definitely be reborn and their strength will be improved to a higher level. HMPH, old man Sengoku, you're not an idler. You're not planning to come here. Let's dig people in advance. Zephyr snorted coldly and said, don't forget the course I set. If you haven't experienced sea battles in the assessment, they are not yet a general, they are still newcomers. Quote. As for that guy Carp, he is a fart compared to me. I have spent 20 to 30 years of hard work here to study the way of training new recruits. For the 6th style, domineering and other guiding experience, it is not that guy who can compared. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zephyr suppressed Garp mercilessly. Sengoku touched the tip of his nose helplessly, and subconsciously looked at Crane. It can be said that after losing his family and at the same time retired in the naval headquarters, for Zephyr, what makes him most proud of is training a group of recruits. However, after Zephyr took over the training of recruits, the training efficiency of those major generals and lieutenant generals who were transferred over was indeed higher than in the past. Even the 3 current admirals of the Navy are from Zephyr's subordinates. That's enough to show his high credit, not bragging. It's just that, looking at Zephyr who made such a vow, Sengoku had the joy on his face, and when he spoke, he didn't know where to start. You can't tell Zephyr right away. I'm here today because someone is better than you, the new recruit chief instructor. Feeling Sengoku's look for help, the Crane frowned and said, Zephyr, Sengoku said that he came to see you this time because he had a big matter to discuss with you. I was worried about his safety, and Carp wasn't there, so I followed him. Talk to Sengoku for details. Quote. You. Sengoku's eyes almost killed him. Unexpectedly, the Crane betrayed him perfectly as soon as he opened his mouth. Looking at Zephyr with a serious face, Sengoku coughed dryly and said, well, in fact, it's not a big deal. Just not long ago, Bastius worshipped a Grandmaster 6 forms and 6 forms profound truth, and he proposed the lecture notes are quite good, so I brought them to study it with you. Quote. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magic sound and could not be dissipated for a long time. Looking at Zephyr's gradually gloomy expression, Sengoku really hoped that as soon as he said these words, they would just go away with the wind. Zephyr couldn't hear clearly. Ahem, Zephyr, I don't really mean anything. Feeling that the atmosphere in the field gradually became suppressed, Sengoku couldn't help but cough dryly. No other meaning. Zephyr snorted coldly and asked back. I see what you mean, just like Cap's ignorant guy, thinks someone's training method is better than mine. Old man, you have been in charge of the training of naval recruits for decades. You are now telling me that an unknown person who jumped out of nowhere has a more scientific approach to the 6th form and 6th form profound truth than what I have instructed. Having said that, Zephyr looked at Sengoku and said word by word, Sengoku, you are an old man who underestimates you, please come back. Half a month later, I will bring this group of newcomers back to you guy. There are 2 good seedlings among them, and they should be able to reach the Brigadier General. For Zephyr, he originally planned to let these newcomers guard against arrogance and impatience, and deliberately devalued them to nothing. But really, among the 4 people he valued the most, 2 were not only good at physical arts, but also possess the ability of devil fruit. This method is 1 plus 1, but it is definitely not comparable to people of the same age. Maybe it's not as high as Akainu Chinzi and the others, but it's still okay to be a brigadier general. Now, in the face of Sengoku's doubts, Zephyr is also going out of his way. Looking at Zephyr who gave the order to evict the guest as soon as he opened his mouth, Sengoku also knew that this old man was really angry. However, thinking of the wonderful lecture from Laxus, Sengoku still bit Kiba and said, Zephyr, I'm not here to fight you. However, recruit training is fresh blood for the Navy headquarters. I think this stand-up handout is a good reference for recruits. If you can, I hope you can take a look. Zephyr, Sengoku is right. If you think it's not possible and you need to refute it, you might as well read it. Crane couldn't help but persuade. After all, along the way, she and Sengoku spent sleepless nights, almost sleeping together. continue to study these 6 types of handouts. Moreover, with the in-depth study, he was completely shocked by the various ideas proposed by Nalaxes, the general direction of extension, etc. At least, it was much more perfect and wonderful than the lecture notes kept in their naval headquarters. It turns out that the crane also thinks so. Zepha's face sank, and he snorted coldly. Okay, for the sake of the 2 of you, I will make an exception. However, whether it's worth my promotion, and whether this lecture is useful or not, it's not you and me who have the final say, it's these students who have the final say. If I'm going to try it, I need to pick a few students out to try it out. Chapter 577 I seem to have learned. Then let's test it. Seeing Zepha let go, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. In his eyes, this 6-style handout from Laxus would definitely impress the old stubborn Zepha. However, the premise is how to make Zepha accept it. Now Zepha suggests that recruits try it, which is undoubtedly more credible. After all, if Zepha couldn't accept it and refused, it would not be a good thing. HMPH, looking at you, you seem to have confidence in the 6-style lecture notes of Laxus. Zepha snorted coldly. Don't forget how the 6 forms were developed, and how they are deduced to the present level. That Laxus, in this sea, has no reputation at all. You admire him so much, I'm just worried that you will mislead your children. Looking at ZFA, who was stubborn as soon as he opened his mouth like a talker, Crane also felt his temples swell. After rubbing it, he said, okay, let others try it if this thing is useful. I believe this method is the fairest and most convincing. HMPH, let's start then. I hope you can admit this result in the end. Zepha snorted coldly and looked at the playground. Ain, Bins, come here for me. Running fast, the 2 who were ahead of the others by a full lap suddenly stopped. Looking at Zepha with a gloomy face, he clearly knew that this was the old way that he only appeared when he lost his temper on weekdays. After the 2 couldn't help looking at each other, they still shaved their heads and moved quickly. Don't hurry up yet, it looks like you're dawdling, isn't the training enough? Zepha snorted coldly and urged. Facing Sengoku and Crane, Zepha could not wait to let the recruits he trained use his strength to suckle. Watching this scene, Sengoku and Suru became even more silent. Whizzing. 2 air-braking sounds clearly accelerated rapidly. During a few ups and downs, I just felt a flower in front of my eyes, and 2 slightly immature faces appeared. Do not. It should be said that a more mature recruits have seen Marshal Sengoku and Chief Crane's staff. Ain and Bins invariably performed a standard military salute. The skill is agile and the speed is fast. It's really good. The 6-style shaving is very fast. I think your Dao strength value is at least 400, right? Sengoku said with a gratified smile. HMPH, Sengoku, do you think it's easy for a rookie to reach 400 Dao strength? A pure physique expert, 500 can be called a Superman, and only a madman like CP can achieve it after training since childhood. Zepha snorted coldly and took the lead. Said. Their Dao strength value is only about 380. Combined with the ability of the Devil Fruit, ordinary brigadier generals are not their opponents. Some major generals who are not high in level, or who are not enterprising, may also lose if they underestimate the enemy. Quote. Ain and Bins were also a little embarrassed looking at Zepha, who was not busy selling. However, as Zepha's subordinate, this year's best freshman, this strength is not touted. Nearly 400 points of strength, and possess the ability of Devil Fruit. It's not as simple as 1 + 1. Okay, don't quarrel between the 2 of you. Isn't it shameful in front of the juniors? He gave them a white look and quickly changed the subject. This time I called you here to do a small experiment. In order to ensure fairness, let's talk about what you are good at in the 6 styles. Experiment. Yin couldn't help but be startled, but she quickly returned to the gods. I'm only good at shaving and moon steps. Recently, I tried to learn Lanjiao, but I just encountered a bottleneck and couldn't break through. I'm good at 6-style shaving and moonwalking, but I can't use my finger gun. Bins also hurriedly responded. Sengoku and Suru nodded in response to the two's answers. As a recruit, you can learn the 2 basic 6 styles in the recruit camp. Looking at the sea, he can be regarded as a little genius. Seeing that Zephyr also nodded to confirm, Sengoku took out the manuscript with his backhand slightly cherished. This is the latest 6-style lecture. I hope it will be useful to you, and there are some notes next to it, but what you see must not be spread to the outside world, otherwise don't blame the old man for starting a teacher. Sengoku reminded in a deep voice. I know. Ain and Bins froze for a moment, then quickly responded. At the same time, he took over the manuscript of the 6th form and quickly flipped through it. For the newcomers. When you get the lecture notes about the 6 forms, of course, the first time you turn to a roadblock. After seeing the above notes about the 6-style Lanjiao, Yinmei's pupils shrank slightly. 6-style is to use a small amount of chi to display the attack method, and chi is the root of the 2-color domineering. In order to use Lan's feet, you need to combine the speed of shaving and moon steps, and then use your legs to perform vacuum slashes. A series of text annotations were directly imprinted in Ain's mind. It was miraculously confirmed with the somewhat crappy Navy 6-style lecture notes. Moreover, the places that I didn't understand at first, and the main points of shimming, have a feeling of being a matter of course. If you have to find an explanation, it is probably a stroke of genius. Okay, Ain, you've watched it for 10 minutes. If you don't understand, let Bins try it out. When the results come up, you can send this superficial old man away. Zephyr urged impatiently. Sengoku frowned and said, Zephyr, studying is not just a matter of time. 10 minutes is probably too short, at least a day or 2. 1 or 2 days. Zephyr glared and said, why don't you say 1 or 2 years, or let me guide the training from scratch, if so, what's the use of this thing? Okay, after you finish reading, go back to me and continue running. I'm in a bad mood today, so everyone will add 50 laps. If you can't finish the 100 laps at noon, everyone will have nothing to eat. Looking at Zephyr, who turned around and asked for a newcomer, Sengoku stopped talking. In the end, the words that came to his mouth were swallowed back into his stomach. Since we can't communicate right now, we can only try it when the next batch of recruits are trained. Teacher Zephyr, I seem to have learned how to use the feet. Me too, I seem to know how to use a finger gun. The timid words rang out suddenly. Sengoku and Crane, who were present, suddenly stiffened. For this answer, all 3 of them may lie. However, the people who say this now are Ain and Bins who participated in the experiment. This is Zephyr's student, and he will never brag about a brute force at such a juncture to make Zephyr lose face, right? Seeing that the 2 of them were a little excited, but with a little stage fright, Zephyr's expression suddenly became gloomy. Chapter 578 Seriously Underestimated. On the huge high platform, it fell into a dead silence. Looking at Zephyr's livid face, the atmosphere became more and more depressed. Yin, what you said just now, repeat it to me. Zephyr shouted in a deep voice. Yin looked stunned, and said in a weak voice like a mosquito, I seem to have learned how to get rid of feet. If the teacher doesn't believe me, I'm willing to give it a try. Teacher, don't embarrass Ain. If you don't believe me, you can test me. Bins said hurriedly. Seeing the stubborn faces of the 2 of them, Zephyr's face became more and more gloomy, and said, okay, you didn't know how to do it in the morning test, but now you tell me that you have learned it. Since you are insisting in front of outsiders, then give me the test. If you fail, you are not eligible to participate in the recruit assessment in half a month. The awe-inspiring voice was spit out, and there was an unquestionable taste between the words. After all, this time, in front of two old rivals, Zephyr didn't want to lose face. Moreover, he did not believe that an unknown person who jumped out of nowhere could be worth the majority of his teaching career. Zephyr, Sengoku whispered helplessly. However, he was quickly stopped by the crane. This time they came to make this Navy handout applicable to boot camp. Now that Zephyr is willing to let Ain and Binz try, it may not be a bad thing. You can feel free to try, even if you fail, I will help you to intercede, so don't be under any psychological pressure. He opened his mouth to persuade. Ain and Binz, after looking at Zephyr one more time, walked quickly to the assessment site. This assessment site is as big as a basketball court, with more than 10 stone statues placed on it. However, these stone statues are covered with traces of attacks, including slashing, shooting and so on. HMPH, Yin, you go first. If you can't leave an inch-deep slashing mark on the stone statue with your languid feet, you will be considered a failure. Zephyr snorted coldly. Now if you choose to opt out, you can too. No, Mr. Zephyr, I still want to try it. I feel like if I don't show it, I'm afraid I'll forget. Ain said stubbornly. Seeing this scene, Zephyr snorted coldly and said impatiently, then go, I don't believe that an unknown guy will really know how to instruct people. Thank you, teacher. Ain shrank her neck, took a deep breath, and then Shizan disappeared into place out of thin air. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the open space in the center of the stone statue. Looking at the stone statues standing around, Ain couldn't help but took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and recalled everything just now. 1 blow, another decline, 3 exhaustion. To successfully display Lan's feat, you must not only have no distractions, but also firmly believe that your legs are as sharp as blades. A series of thoughts flashed in Ain's mind. The slender legs were suddenly tense, and the toes touched the ground slightly. The next moment, Huo Ran opened his eyes. The toes suddenly exerted force, and in the astonished eyes of everyone, he put his hands on the ground and suddenly stood upside down. At this moment, the slender jade feet were as tight as a sharp blade. Immediately, the strong wind protruded, and the awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air resounded through the sky. As if this foot, even the air is bursting. Lanjiao, round off. Boom. The circular slashing air wave rolled back with a tear-like attitude. Everyone just felt that Gangfeng was together and waited to react. The 4 stone statues near Ain were cut off in unison. The 3 stone statues a little further away were also seen to be cut off by the waist. Looking at this scene, not to mention Zephyr, Sengoku and others, even Yin was stunned. I just entered the state of mind and spirit, and a series of notes about Lan's feet flowed through my mind, and the next moment, this move came naturally. Flying fingers. Binz's violent shouts also sounded abruptly. Instantly grabbed everyone's attention. I saw his right index finger suddenly bend, and under the catapult, the flame of the orangutan Yuhi shot out like a bullet. Bang bang bang. The low crashing sound echoed one after another. The statue, which was about 2 meters high, was instantly swallowed by the firelight. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, there was a roar, hitting the floor hard. Another scene of interception and truncation was staged. The huge square was dead silent, and even the recruits who were still training in the distance were stunned. If we talk about shaving and moon steps, they are the foundation of the 6 styles. Then Lanjiao, pointing the spear as a higher level of attack. Not to mention the difficulty of drawing on iron blocks and paper. On weekdays, we exercise together, and there is also the same period of training in the academy. No one knows better than them how powerful Ain and Binz are. Morning, there was no master, S6 style skill, but now it has been displayed all at once. or a further extension of the skills. It doesn't seem to be able to go up in power, but this is the first time that it can reach this height. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one wants to believe it. Do not. It should be said that even if Zephyr saw it with his own eyes, he was not very willing to believe that all this was true. Sengoku, hurry up and show me the handout. Zephyr snatched the manuscript away. After quickly opening it, the contents of the target, as well as the detailed explanation, made his pupils shrink suddenly. It was almost impossible to move my eyes. If the moment before, Zephyr still had doubts in his heart. So now, all the chaotic thoughts dissipated like a cloud of smoke. All these things in front of him made him feel hungry and greedy to study. No possibility. In this world, there is no one who has studied the 6 forms so thoroughly. Who is this person? Zephyr grabbed Sengoku's shoulder. Looking at the calm Zephyr just a moment ago, he was stunned, and Sengoku's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, the crane took the lead. The hands probed, as if sliding, directly skipping Zephyr's body. Washing fruits can not only wash people and things, but also wash away all negative emotions of people. Looking at Zephyr, who suddenly became shiny and comfortable, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and snatched the precious manuscript back first. Originally, at their level, reading this annotated manuscript also gave me a lot of inspiration. I thought it was overrated. I never thought that it would have such a big effect on recruits. This is seriously underrated. Once it is really implemented, for the Navy, the speed of injecting fresh blood may be faster. However, there is also a very important point: this manuscript must not be leaked. Otherwise, it will fall into the hands of pirates, no matter whether they can learn systematically like the Navy, but it will also be a nightmare. Chapter 579 The Future Chief Instructor of the Navy. Wu tilde. Zifakang sighed and said, let's get rid of the fruit's ability. I have calmed down. As in the original, even Doflamingo is afraid of existence. Crane looks old, but Superman is a pervert who washes fruits, but many people are scared. If it is said, Garp is the one who runs after Roger, the Pirate King. Then, Suru was the one who ran after Shichibukai Doflamingo all over the sea. This alone is enough to show her strength, and I am afraid that she may be at the level of a general. Well, don't be ashamed in front of the students. If you have something to say later, this matter needs to be kept secret. He replied. With the foam in his right hand, he washed away the fruit ability of Zephyr. Got it. Zephyr hesitated for a moment, then sighed. It seems that I'm really old. I didn't expect that there are so many extended ways to perform these 6 styles. That man named Laxus, have you brought him back to the Navy headquarters? I want to see him. Seeing Zephyr's lost and eager face, Sengoku couldn't help but be silent. He knew very well that Zephyr had a set of training Navy recruits. However, this is also an old-fashioned approach. Just like the headquarters of the Navy, constant new blood is needed to support the entire naval operation. The old-fashioned way of training in boot camp also needs to be updated. Seemingly perfect cannot be changed. Think that the best way is not high, that is because there is no better. Or, because of fixed thinking, stagnant and unwilling to change. It can be said that the 6-style handout now obtained from Laxus is a set of training methods for the old Zephyr, and the old and the new are confronted. The long-standing confidence in Zephyr has also been shaken. That boy, the first time we met was on the ship of the 9 snake pirates. It seems that he has a good relationship with Hancock. Sengoku took the manuscript and said in a deep voice. Hancock. Zephyr couldn't help but startled and said, You mean, Master, the person who gave the 6-style lecture notes, is a pirate. As the creator and developer of the 6 styles, it is a shame that he has no deeper understanding than a pirate. No, he's not a pirate, Crane explained. He doesn't have a reward yet, and he has Bastius as a student. These 6-style lecture notes are passed on to Bastius and returned to us. Bastius. Zephyr raised his brows. This boy seems to be a lieutenant now. I didn't expect him to have such an opportunity. Unfortunately, I am preparing for the graduation practical examination. Otherwise, I really want to go and see who is the person who can comprehend the 6 styles to this point. Quote. If you can, I hope you Sengoku, you can invite him to the naval headquarters. After all, one day, I will still be old, and I want someone to replace me. Sengoku and Suru were taken aback. It never occurred to me that Zephyr, who had always refused to recognize his old age and insisted on teaching in the naval boot camp, would suddenly think about such a thing. However, as Zephyr said, everything they do now is just paving the way for future generations. If you can't walk, you still need someone to inherit. This means that as long as Laxus agrees, it will be the future chief instructor of the Navy. Since you have such an idea, I will try my best to ask Bastiu to invite him. Karp personally invited him that day, and then we met in the East China Sea. Sengoku said. He took out the phone bug with his backhand. Grumpy. The bell of the phone bug rang suddenly, causing Sengoku, who was planning to contact him, to stop for a while. I was a little puzzled, but I picked it up anyway. I'm Sengoku, Bastius has something urgent. Use this phone bug to contact me. This is the emergency phone bug that every vice admiral can only be eligible to deploy. It can only be used unless it is really before a major event. Not long ago, Bastiu even transmitted this manuscript through the hand of the Crane. Too intriguing to contact Sengoku suddenly and directly across permissions. Marshal Sengoku, I am Lieutenant General Bastiu of the G5 base. I have something important to report to you this time. The Great Skeleton Demon with a reward of 1 billion appeared in Alabasta. My teacher, Mr. Laxus, shot and killed the Shichibuhai Sand Crocodile Rock Doll, who was trying to conspiracy the country, and the body was robbed by the Great Skeleton Demon. The confrontation. I am now in the process of handing over the source of the information to the Princess of Alabasta. I hope that Marshal Sengoku will immediately dispatch personnel to investigate. Bastia's hurried voice came out from inside the phone bug. Whether it was Sengoku or Zephyr, even Crane's expression changed drastically. A moment ago, they were still talking about why Laxus was unknown at sea. Why would he know the 6 naval styles? Now Bastius, suddenly tell them. Laxus know the profound meaning of the 6 forms, but he also killed K. Rockdar, the 7-sea sand crocodile who wanted to seek his country. He also had a brief fight with the skeleton demon who appeared in the middle. All of this undoubtedly made them feel unbelievable. Sengoku, who is a naval intelligence general, quickly calmed down after his expression changed and said, Bastiu, what you need to do now is to hand over information with Alabasta well. You don't need to worry about other things. I will send it as soon as possible. People passed by. By the way, if you see Laxus, try to invite him to the Navy as a guest. To be a guest in the Navy. Bastiu was taken aback and said anxiously, Marshal Sengoku, have you read your teacher's manuscript? Is this way of teaching much better than the rigid teacher Zephyr? The sudden remark made Sengoku and Crane's eyelids twitch. Seeing Zephyr's gloomy face, the two of them could only let Bastius ask for more blessings. Bastiu, it seems that after graduation, you are also itchy, but the teacher misses you very much. I will find you in person when I have time. Ah, teacher, I just made a slip of the tongue. Teacher, this phone signal is not good. As the busy tone came out, the repressed atmosphere in the field not only did not dissipate, but instead became more solemn. Not long ago, in order to deal with the world destroyer Wald, they issued a call for Shichibukai. Originally intended to second the power of K. Rockdal. It never occurred to him that as soon as he refused, he was beheaded by Laxus. If you hadn't heard it with your own ears, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Sengoku, what should I do about this? The great skeleton demon suddenly appeared in Alabasta. This is intriguing, Crane asked first. In the first half of the Great Waterway, the strongest man stationed is also a major general, and some lieutenant generals have also been assigned to encircle Walder. If you really want to find a candidate, I am afraid that only Garp, who stays in the East China Sea, can be competent. Garp. Sengoku felt his head swell all of a sudden. Originally, many candidates flashed in his mind. It never occurred to me that there was only this unreliable candidate left. Chapter 580 Offending the Big Three at one time. East China Sea Rog Town. In the Naval Division Square, noisy noises rang out one after another. The silhouettes of one after another Navy soldiers shouted on the ground. On the banquet table, those exquisite delicacies have long been wiped out. Seeing this scene of the local garrison, their faces turned ashen. Not long ago, they vacated the port to receive Vice Admiral Garp, a naval hero who came to the Navy headquarters. I originally planned to take advantage of this shift time to come secretly and take a look at the legendary naval hero. I didn't see it at all, it was like a scene of corpses everywhere. I thought that there was an enemy attack from pirates, which led to the destruction of all the naval soldiers under Lieutenant General Garp. I didn't expect to approach at all, only to find out that these people turned out to be drinking high at a banquet. Bolt, you're convinced this time, I just said, the grandson I trained is much more powerful than that old man Zepha. However, I didn't expect that the guys recommended by Laxus are good seedlings, and I can meet two good little guys in the middle. This time I went back and it was a big harvest. Even Sengoku has nothing to say. Garp, blowing his nose and holding the empty bottle in his hand, shouted. However, Sanji's cooking skills are really good. If the belly is not, it really has no capacity. I believe that I can eat another shark. Drunk and swearing words rang out one after another in the huge square. Looking around the huge square, only one person was not drunk. That person is Bolt, who has followed Garp for decades and is his strongest deputy. A seemingly obscure person, but has the ability to follow the hero of the Navy and clean up the mess for his madness. That unsmiling and serious look, but even Garp could only feel helpless. Mr. Garp, phone bug. Seeing Garp, who was already snoring and talking in his sleep, who fell to the ground drunk, Bolt tugged at Garp's ear and exclaimed anxiously. Boom. Garp suddenly threw a punch and hit Bolt directly. Seeing this violent offensive, Bolt had already seen it, and hurriedly raised his hand to block. Boom. Recalling the dull collision sound, Bolt took 2 or 3 steps back. Seeing Garp, who was in a state of drunkenness, he stood up staggeringly. Stinky boy, Grandpa's name, can you call it directly? When you arrive at the Navy headquarters, you have to give me a hard toss, otherwise it will be the title of Lao Tzu's God of Destruction. Garp scolded the phone bug. Not busy picking up the wine bottle beside him, he took 2 sips into his mouth. Seeing that, as an adjutant, but called his grandson, Bolt's unsmiling face couldn't help twitching. However, at the thought of Mr. Garp's grandson, he could be taken to the Navy headquarters. Perhaps, this can fill a regret of the past. Hey, it's that guy who stopped me from drinking. If there's no reason, I'm chasing him with a big hammer. As soon as the phone worm was connected, the loud voice opened and roared. That posture was almost completely frightened, and the phone bug shrank. Cap. Zepha's surprised voice came from another part of the phone bug. As an old buddy, he was a little out of tune with Garp. But in his memory, this guy is not only eating meat, being able to sleep anytime, anywhere, and stealing Sengoku's senbei. Rarely get drunk. He remembered that the last time he was drunk was the celebration feast after the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Who is it? Why don't you talk? I will hang up if you don't talk about it again. Carp roared impatiently again, holding the phone bug. Ha ha ha, Carp, I'm getting old and my temper has grown. If you say anything about chasing me and beating me up, I'm not afraid. Zephyr was startled at first, and then said disapprovingly, don't forget, I was a general at the time. You are still a lieutenant general. Quote. Lieutenant general. Carp was stunned for a moment and said, who are you? You dare to talk to me like this? I want to be a general, and Sengoku can't stop it. By the way, I forgot. At that time, I gave it up to Zephyr. Otherwise, the old boy would still be behind my ass and follow me around. No, it should be Sengoku too. If I hadn't given way, Lao Su would still be the marshal, and that dead old man would not be able to stop me. Don't stop me, I can still drink 10 jars of wine. After saying this, Garp directly hung up the phone bug. The three of Zephyr, who were standing on the high platform of the Navy boot camp, were extremely pale. Together with the smile that just emerged, it suddenly stiffened. There was no way to let go of the phone bug that was clenched tightly in his hand. Especially, in front of these confidant students, it is not easy to go down the stairs. Hee, as you all know, Garp has always liked to make jokes. This time he was drinking too much, and even his speech was a little off. Next time, he shouldn't ask any questions. He Chang put on a smile and took it. Called the phone bug, dialed again, and said in a soft tone. Cap, I'm Crane. Are you calling me secretly again? Don't do this, in case Sengoku finds out, he'll be jealous. I'm drinking, my daughter, don't get in my way, Sanji, I'm hungry, I can eat a shark. A hysterical growl came from inside the phone bug. At this moment, Crane regretted a little and called Carp. Finally understood, Sengoku's reluctance just now. Five Fingers suddenly clenched the phone bug in his hand, and was about to say something cruel. The busy tone of the beeping phone worm suddenly came. Boom. Crane suddenly slammed the phone bug to the ground. Damn Carp, what nonsense are you talking about? Zephyr, you prepare a boat for me, and I'm going to kill the Kapura bastard now. When did the old lady have a crush on him? The hysterical roar echoed on the high platform, causing all the students to shrink their necks. As a naval hero, he possesses unparalleled strength. However, the thought of offending the three major naval giants at one time. If after sobering up, Garp, a naval hero, would dare to appear in the naval headquarters. Crane, calm down, why don't you wash yourself away and wash away the negative emotions? Sengoku couldn't help comforting. If a person is hurt, it may be embarrassing. But the three of them were also scolded by Garp. This also gave him and Zephyr's heart a little more balance. At least let them know that Garp, the goddess of the Navy who couldn't catch up with the fair competition that day, didn't get it either. That was a childhood dream. Okay, this guy has rarely been drunk since the Valley of the Gods, and now he suddenly drinks like this. Maybe something good happened. This time, let's contact Bolt. It's hard for this guy, willing to follow the card behind Pooh, help him clean up the mess. Sengoku said after taking a deep breath. However, afterward, if that guy Cap comes back to the Navy headquarters, we must chase after him to hammer. Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 581 to 600. Chapter 581 Purpose of the invitation. To Sengoku's proposal, Suru and Zephyr nodded in agreement. This made the students' scalps go numb. In the past, the three giants joined forces, and that was for any one person. It was a nightmare. Mosamoxi, I'm Bolt, please contact Zephyr. The phone worm suddenly rang. This time, it was the unsmiling, so-called Nanny Carp, Bolt's voice. After Zephyr and the others looked at each other, they also restrained their emotions and said, "I'm Zephyr, Bolt is very happy to hear your voice, but didn't you celebrate with that bastard cap?" "Hee, Mr. Zephyr, you laughed. As an adjutant, if even I am drunk, then no one can protect Mr. Garp's safety." Bolt laughed dryly and said after a short pause, "Don't take offense to the three of you. This time Mr. Karp was drunk because he was going to bring his grandson into the Navy headquarters. According to my evaluation of his grandson Luffy, his strength is comparable to that of a brigadier general. If he trains a little or two, he can reach the major general. Perhaps it's because Mr. Karp is so happy to hold a banquet when he sees Luffy's outstanding performance that can make up for his shortcomings 25 years ago. Comparable to the Commodore. A flaw from 25 years ago." The first half of the speech may have only surprised them a little. But hearing the latter words made the expressions of Sengoku and others become unnatural. If that incident hadn't happened, I'm afraid that the Navy headquarters would already be one of the 4 generals. Nor will there be such terrifying hostile forces. That day, if Sengoku hadn't held down Garp, I'm afraid it would have been a nightmare for the Navy headquarters and even the world government. Heroes become executioners, no exception. By the way, this time, Mr. Garp got a lot of good seedlings in the East China Sea. After my evaluation, the former pirate hunter Roro Hazoro has the strength comparable to that of a colonel. The chef of the sea restaurant, Sanji Kurozu, has the strength of a colonel. There is also a sniper with a long nose. He is also very talented. He is also a good number 1 with training. The sniper is lacking in the Navy. As for the last 2, their talents are a little worse than the 4 just now, but their mental will is also very good, and they will be able to take on great responsibilities in the future. Looking at the breath, Bolt introduced 6 people. The people present couldn't help but stunned for a moment, and even Zephyr couldn't refute it. After all, Bolt is nothing but Garp's lieutenant. When Capri was lazy in the Navy headquarters, Bolt served as a swordsman instructor in the Navy boot camp. There are also the chief examiners of ordinary physical examinations. His rating, however, has a wealth of experience as a disciple. It's just that the 3 of Sengoku didn't think of it at all. Garp, who has been looking for excuses to run to the East China Sea all day, usually leaves empty-handed and comes back empty-handed. There is no so-called Navy spirit at all, let alone, to accept new people. Now I have brought back 6 at once, that is the existence of a king. Bolt, tell me honestly, did you find these people for Karp? Sengoku couldn't help but ask. Zephyr and Crane also suddenly came to their senses. No, that was when Laxus and Mr. Karp separated, reminding Mr. Karp that the talents who went to kidnap. Mr. Karp was still skeptical, but he didn't expect that after meeting, it would be so good. Bolt said in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, Mr. Karp has been ignoring Donghai's new talents. Also, Laxus seems to be very familiar with the East China Sea. He also went to Kokoja village, not far from Mr. Karp's hometown, and took away an excellent navigator. East China Sea. If, that day, Mr. Karp could have gone to look for talents earlier, or he could have brought Laxus into the Navy headquarters. Laxus again. The expressions of the 3 of Sengoku changed drastically. Bolt clearly heard the inappropriateness in his words and asked in a deep voice, Marshal Sengoku, is it because of Laxus that you contacted Mr. Karp at this time? Bolt is still very concerned about this young man who has a unique vision for selecting candidates. In particular, it is possible to give 2 famous swords to a swordsman at will. This kind of fulfillment made him even more convinced. After all, every swordsman loves his sword like his life. Yes, this time, we contacted Karp for Laxus, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Not long ago, Bastius sent back information that he has a deep understanding of the 6th form and 6th form profound truth. After being appraised by me and Zephyr, I intend to invite him to teach at the Navy recruit camp. It's just that when we just made a decision, Alabasta came back and disappeared, and Chiwuheke Rockdoll sought the country and was beheaded by Laxus. At the last moment, the great skeleton demon suddenly appeared and snatched the corpse away. Now the official of Alabasta is giving us a reasonable answer. Speaking of this, Sengoku paused for a while, and then said with a slightly dignified expression, "This time, the execution of Chiwuhai for the country is a huge shame for our navy and even the world government." After all, the appointment of Chiwuhai came from the world government. If people from the outside world knew that Chiwuhai, appointed by the world government, did such absurd things, it would be a bad reputation for our Navy headquarters. The slightly elongated voice changed Bolt's breathing. For a long time, the existence of the Chiwuhai system has been controversial. If it wasn't for the 5 old stars to go their own way, use the power of pirates to check and balance pirates, I am afraid it will not evolve into the current privilege issue. As Sengoku said, once this thing spreads, the situation is not handled properly. The reputation of the Navy headquarters, and the justice it insists on, will also be damaged. After all, the desert kingdom of Alabasta is like a great power, and also has a second-tier noble status. If this matter is not handled properly, it will chill the hearts of countries around the world. Marshal Sengoku, what do you need me to do? Bolt responded in a deep voice. Sengoku nodded slightly satisfied and said, Bolt, now Laxus is not on the bounty list and has no other background forces, so I hope you can invite him to join the Navy headquarters, or in the boot camp. As long as he adds a layer of Navy status, then he defeats Shichibukai and stops the sand crocodile Rockdoll's ambition to seek a country. It will also be a logical manifestation of our Navy's justice, and it can also increase our Navy's shock and deterrence force. What's more, Laxus has a deep understanding of the opposite. If he can be recruited into the training camp, the strength of our Navy will be raised to a huge level. Chapter 582 Unplug a Tiger Kiba. The slightly elongated voice, mixed with a powerful taste, was enough to show Sengoku's determination. After a moment of silence, Bolt said, Marshal Sengoku, don't worry, I will help Mr. Carp sober up now and try to arrive in Alabasta as soon as possible to deal with this matter. With your response, I'm relieved. Sengoku let out a sigh of relief. As for Carp, we'll talk about it when we get back, and I hope you all have the best of luck. After a few words of greeting, Bolt hung up the phone bug. After the 3 of Sengoku looked at each other, they fell into silence. Originally, they just thought that Chinyu only had a deep research on the 6 forms. Never thought that Chinyu would have the ability to discover talents. It can be said that the Navy headquarters has recruited a large number of new soldiers during the year. It also allows the naval branches of other sea areas to push various types of talents. However, at the end of the year, it is good to have 1 or 2 outstanding students. I never thought that the 4 people Chinyu casually recommended would have such a big evaluation in Bolt's mouth. If they can join the Navy headquarters, in time, they may really be able to add a few lieutenant generals to the Navy headquarters. Moreover, among these people, there is one, but the son of the monster. Has the blood of Carp and the revolutionary Dragon. The strength and potential of this younger generation must not be underestimated. However, when they thought about the issue of identity, the 3 people in the field had a bit of a headache. After all, a Garp has already brought out the scourge of the entire naval headquarters, and brought out a Chan Oil Admiral Chingzi. There is also a yellow ape who was influenced to go astray, his salary was not paid, and his work was not serious. If there is another demon king of chaos, it is completely possible to form a team. However, as far as this is concerned, they can't help thinking about it. The only thing that can be done is to hope that Carp and Bolt can bring Laxus back. Inside the Navy Square in Rogue Town. Bolt hung up the phone bug and looked at Garp, who was still snoring, frowning. The next moment, 4 piercing sounds suddenly flashed out in the dark. The speed was so fast that it cut through the sky of dozens of meters and smashed directly into his face. Bolt's expression couldn't help changing, and he was about to get out of the way. An unexpected shout made his nerves tense. "Grandpa, I don't want to go back to the Navy headquarters with you. I want to be a pirate. I want to be a big pirate like Shanks." "Damn, what laxus, he actually sued Grandpa, and I want to avenge him now." The scolding voices echoed in the huge square. Originally, Bolt was still wondering what this meant. The next moment, a strong and powerful hand directly clasped his ankle. "Nai nai de lu fei, ni dan gan ku dang hai zai, ye ye bian zo si ni, rang ni chong shi shao I de tai quan zi wei." Quote. Garp blew his snot and stood up with his eyes closed. The clenched fist in his hand smashed directly at the back of Bolt's head. The violent scene made Bolt startled. I never thought that Garp, who was drunk, would treat him as Luffy, and grabbed his ankle. It's very easy to get a punch or two in the usual fight. But now, in order to avoid it, his grandson escaped, and Caperna used the strength of breastfeeding. No matter how Bolt struggles, the more force he uses. Moreover, the fast attacking fist from behind and the attack of breaking through the air made Bolt sigh helplessly. Jung. The sound of the knife sounded suddenly. A flash of cold light flashed, and the 4 wine bottles that were approaching from the front were instantly cut off in 2. At the same time, the famous knife in Bolt's hand turned over and directly blocked Garp's fist. When the dull metal collision sound echoed, and it caused a gust of wind to roll away. Feel the fist this time, hit the hard point. The drunk Garp was obviously startled, and opened his sleepy eyes. "You, aren't you Bolt? Why are you holding a knife? Are you planning to kill me while the old man is drunk?" Garp woke up most of the time. "You guy, even if you want to kill the old man, say hello to me early and let me take a bath first. Now that I'm dying of alcohol, I'm so useless." Looking at Garp, who was running the train with his mouth full as soon as he opened his mouth, Bolt also had a headache. Squeezing the muscles on his face, he said, "Mr. Garp, I advise you, if you still have the mind to talk in your sleep, why don't you hurry up and chase your grandson?" The 4 of them escaped secretly just now, as if they were going to seek revenge on Laxus. "What?" Garp's sleepy eyes suddenly became as big as Bolt's eyes. Looking around for a while, I found that there was no whereabouts of Luffy and the 4. Immediately, he shouted in a hurry, "You bastard, dare to slip away under Grandpa's eyes. You bastards, who allowed you to drink, get out of here and set sail for me. If you delay time and make my grandson a pirate, I will kill you all. As the Navy, don't you even know what discipline is?" A hysterical roar echoed in the huge square. However, in the face of these shouts, the snoring in the field was still thunderous, overpowering Garp's harsh words. "Cough, Mr. Garp, you allowed them to drink. If they want to kill you, they should kill you first." Bolt coughed dryly and explained. Garp was stunned for a moment, and shook his heavy head. In the vague memory, it seemed that there was something vaguely about it. Cheeks slightly under Yuhi, he hurriedly said, "Then you wait for them to get up, and I will swim to chase after them. Mr. Garp, I advise you that you don't need to pursue for the time being. Not long ago, Marshal Sengoku personally contacted you and asked you to go to Alabasta to meet with Lieutenant General Bastiu." Bolt said solemnly. "Meet Bastiu, isn't that guy following Laxus?" Garp said with a stunned expression. "Also, when Sengoku contacted me, nothing else happened, right?" Recalling the farce just now, and the murderous Sengoku 3, Bolt decided not to tell Garp for the time being, and said, "This time Marshal Sengoku personally contacted because there was a conspiracy related to Chiwahai in Alabasta. National Affairs." Quote. Mr. Laxus fought against Chiwu Heike Rock Doll and finally killed him, but behind this incident, there was a big skeleton who intervened. The matter was too complicated, and Mr. Garp was required to personally go to hand it over. Finally, Marshal Sengoku asked Mr. Garp to invite Mr. Laxus to join the Navy headquarters. What? Garp woke up suddenly, looking at Bolt with a serious face. It was not a joke at all. He never imagined that in the short period of time he was drunk. Send Kiba, a tiger from the world government. If this incident spreads out, it will definitely shock the whole sea. Chapter 583 Build the Tomb of Norisik. 3 days later, Alabasta, Rapeseed Port. A huge black shadow fluttered in the air, instantly alarming the king's army and the rebel army stationed in the port. When he saw the huge bone dragon falling from the sky, a frenzy flashed on his face. Not long ago, the battle that took place in Juba spread quickly. Of course, the disseminated version is the official unified caliber version through Wei Wei, the Princess of Alabasta. Chiwu Heike Rockdar intends to seek the country. Princess Wei Wei ventures out to sea, and reaches a deal with the skeleton demon and Laxus. In the end, Laxus beheaded Shichibu Heike Rockdar. According to the rules of the transaction, the big skeleton changed Yuba to a different place. Let the former yellow sand land rejuvenate. It can be said that now whether it is Laxus or the identity of the skeleton demon, it is now a heroic existence in Alabasta. As for what the Navy headquarters will say in the future, that is another matter. After all, Alabasta is the victim, and Shichibukai has the privileges granted by the world government. If you really argue, I am afraid that the Navy headquarters will not only lose face. They will also be given the title of incompetence. In the end, I will only find a peaceful and safe way. Okay, don't watch it anymore. Kosha walked over quickly. Now that Kei Rockdar was beheaded by Chinyu, the misunderstanding between the king's army and the rebel army was resolved, and Kosha became an important member of Alabasta. At the same time, he was also assigned to become an official who was handed over to Chinyu. Yes. The guards quickly agreed, and reluctantly retracted their gazes. Kosha looked at the direction where the bone dragon landed with satisfaction, turned over and rode on the fast-running duck, and then walked away. After running for 2 or 3 kilometers, he finally saw the bone dragon landing on the ground in a huge sand dune basin. In addition to Chinyu, the leaders were Wei Wei, Nico Robin, Nami, and Daz, who was silent. Lord Ains, have you found the place where the great tomb of Norisik was built? Kosha hurried to the place, and hurriedly turned over and fell down. According to Wei Wei's transaction request that day, Chinyu helped to kill Kei Rockdal and gave 2 great gifts at the same time. In exchange, Alabasta will lease the Rapeseed Port to Chinyu. Facing the gesture of turning the huge desert into an oasis, with a stomping of the scepter in his hand, it will rain for 7 days. This kind of magical means is surprising. It is more to hold Chinyu well and receive Chinyu well. It is said that if they are happy in the future, their desert kingdom Alabasta will be able to have a few more oases and a few torrential rains. This is much better for Alabas than those golden mountains of silver. Kusha, this desert is not far from the Rapeseed Port, and the terrain is quite hidden. Lord Chinyu intends to build the Norisik tomb here, Wei Wei said anxiously, wiping the hot sweat on her forehead. You go back now and report to my father, and let my father gather some people to help Lord Chinyu to build the great tomb of Norisik as soon as possible. Wei Wei was confused about the name of the building mentioned in Chinyu's mouth, which was named after the tomb. However, she knew very well that all this had nothing to do with her. There is only one thing she has to do. Do your best to assist the boy in front of him, who can't figure out the depths, and do everything within his power. According to the reminder given by Lord Chinyu that day, the size of the tomb is too large. We plan to dispatch 30,000 soldiers to help Lord Chinyu build it. Kosha said after a moment of hesitation. As for the materials needed for the construction, King Cobra is willing to support it unconditionally, but it will take about a year. After all, a lot of materials need to be excavated and sold overseas. According to Chinyu's description, the requirements for the construction of the large tomb of Narisik reached the level of a palace. What's more, they still need to ask Chinyu for Alabasta in the future. Now it can be considered to be full of strength, intending to help Chinyu to build the great tomb of Nalishik. It's just that Alabasta has been in civil strife for a long time, and it's obviously a bit overwhelming. No need, this is my own business, and the amount of work is not as huge as you think. It only takes a moment to be enough. Chinyu said lightly. For a moment. The people present couldn't help but startled, and their faces were stunned. In their eyes, the construction of a huge tomb building with 8 floors reaching the rock formations of the earth, the amount of work is no less than that of the royal palace in Al Napa. Now Chinyu said that it can be done in an instant. If he hadn't heard it himself, who would believe it? However, recalling that not long ago, Chinyu turned the desert into an oasis. That godlike means made it impossible for them to refute. Lord Chinyu, you are our benefactor of Alabasta, please don't think it's troublesome for us, so you refuse our help. Wei Wei expressed her position in a hurry. However, oncoming him was Chinyu's warm hand. Under Wei Wei's astonished gaze, it directly covered her head. After rubbing it fondly, he said, "Don't worry, I'm a cheap man, and I'll never let it go. Of course, the favor you owe me in Alabasta is to be repaid, but it's not now." Everyone stepped back a little bit, and the time was delayed a lot. The magic power in the body has returned to the original, and it is time to build the great tomb of Narisik. 3 days ago, after the fidelity of Bone King's character template was improved, in addition to unlocking the 8th order undead magic and resurrecting the dead, also has the ability to summon the great tomb of Narisik. The construction of the tomb of Narisik was not very useful to Chinyu, who liked to roam around the sea. However, just as Laxus built Fairy Tale, the great tomb of Narisik was summoned, and that was to increase the realism of the Bone King's template again. Looking at the scattered crowd, Chinyu turned into the character template of the Bone King under the endless black mist rolling over his body. The 5 fingers of Senbai's right hand suddenly clenched under the scepter. A huge wave of magic power surged wildly in his body. The robes on the body are even more screeching without the wind. Feeling this huge sense of oppression, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Without thinking too much, he quickly retreated. However, during this process, their eyes were always locked on Chinyu. Desperately trying to figure out what form the huge tomb of Narisik was built in. However, this idea just popped into my mind. The scepter clenched in Chinyu's hand suddenly stomped on the ground under the watchful eyes of the public. Boom! A dull voice suddenly sounded. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, and an inexplicable suffocating energy quickly swept away with Chinyu as the center. Chapter 584 Mysterious Grave Keeper. Summon, Great Tomb of Narisar. The hoarse voice suddenly sounded. A huge tidal wave of magic power exploded in Chinyu's body in an instant. It felt like a flood burst. Wherever he passed, the earth roared like thunder. The endless yellow sand is madly rolled back. It was as if a huge sandstorm had formed. Earthquakes, sandstorms, and huge waves all come together, giving people the feeling of doomsday. In the face of this violent scene, if the bone dragon hadn't stopped in front of them in time. Single quote. I am afraid that it has already been swept away by the endless sandstorm. The only fortunate thing is that the wind and sand together only lasted for a few dozen seconds, and they were completely annihilated between heaven and earth. The roar of the rolling rock formations gradually subsided at this moment. When everyone came back to their senses, they hurriedly looked at Chinyu. The first to enter the eye, it is a huge desolate, simple, like a 10-meter-high Morihan cemetery building. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves, and under the pupil contraction, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes. However, even if they rubbed their eyes at Yuhi, the huge desolate building in front of them still did not disappear in front of them. At this moment, they finally understood why Chinyu refused Weiwei's kindness to help. In their eyes, the huge tomb of Narisik, like a palace, was really going to be built in Chinyu's hands. Just a thought. Similar to the Yuba Oasis. This ride is a miracle. Okay, Daz, bring K. Rockthall's body and come with me. Chinyu greeted him without turning his head, and walked straight to the entrance of the great tomb. As a gift from the system, he can go anywhere with just a thought. However, Chinyu did not know whether there was anything else in it. On the contrary, there was a vague expectation. Looking at Chinyu's footsteps, a huge door of light opened in front of him. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the whole person directly immersed in it and disappeared. The people present suddenly remembered another important thing. Resurrect Rock Doll. Chinyu beheaded K. Rockdar in public that day, they are still vivid in their minds. After a lapse of 3 days, the so-called Great Tomb of Narisik was built not only in an instant. Now I plan to bring back K. Rockthall, who died 3 days ago and is one of the 7 Cs. It was completely beyond their comprehension. However, in the face of Chinyu again and again, he showed miraculous means. After everyone looked at each other subconsciously, they quickly followed. Daz even picked up the specially made coffin and quickened his pace. At this moment, there was an inexplicable expectation in his heart. The words of resurrecting a dead person seem very nonsense. But facing the unfathomable Chinyu, Daz seemed to have caught a life-saving straw. Messy thoughts flashed in everyone's mind. After passing through the huge portal, a gloomy and cold wind hit him. After making everyone shudder uncontrollably, everything in front of them changed in an instant. A huge and empty palace, with large statues on both sides standing on the Jinchuriki column. Eventually spread to the end of the hall. A luxurious king chair, adorned with various crystals, representing power, rests on it as if it were eternal. Seeing the scene in front of them, the expressions of Weiwei and the others couldn't help changing. They never imagined that the huge tomb that was built up in a single thought would be so different from the mausoleum they imagined. Feeling the oppressive aura that filled this place, Weiwei couldn't help but take a half step forward. Chinyu is big. Boom. A low piercing sound suddenly sounded. The biting cold wind, with an inexplicable depressing breath, rolled across the sky. Facing the figure that appeared in front of her without warning, Weiwei's expression changed drastically. For a moment or 3, it was impossible to react in time. Wan Ziqian Yuhi, Nico Robin took the lead in drinking. Compared with Weiwei, Robin, who had always been busy escaping for his life in the past, obviously has no combat experience comparable to that of a royal princess. Facing such a mysterious place, the moment she set foot on it, she became very energetic. With the hands quickly intertwined, with the help of the ability of Wawa fruit, dense arms quickly spread out from the ground, and caught the attacking figure. At the same time, Daz, who was carrying the coffin, unfolded the steel blade under his feet and quickly slid out of the crowd. He has not officially joined Chinyu's command, but in the face of this crisis, he still chose to take action. Moat slash. When the hands and fingers suddenly spit out the sharp blades, there is no trace of fancy. He slammed towards the incoming black shadow. Boom. The dull and thunderous collision sound suddenly echoed. The moment Daz slammed his hands on the shadow, his face changed dramatically. With the ability to slash fruit quickly, the slashing power displayed by him has not only been defeated by Chinyu. all along, but have not tasted a defeat. Now that this shot fell, Daz felt like he was hitting an iron plate. 6th Order Magic Frozen's death sigh. The cold voice was not mixed with the slightest emotion. The moment the voice fell, the biting cold wind suddenly reverberated in the sigh. The violent sense of crisis made Nico Robin's face change dramatically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Daz, hurry back." When the voice fell, a huge black shadow was entwined, and a thin layer of ice crystals appeared on the arm created by the ability of Wawa Fruit. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the public, he was quickly frozen in ice. Before they could react, the cold wind rushed towards them. Wherever he passed, the ground was quickly frozen. Decapitated Kiba. Boom. The ice crystals on the shadow were instantly shattered. A huge light blue body, nearly 3 meters long, appeared in front of everyone. The axe and spear in his hand swung abruptly and slashed towards Dazly, who could not be avoided. For a time, the air was humming, and ice crystals were surging along the way. Facing the oncoming attack, Daz didn't have time to think about it, and quickly raised his hands to block. Boom. The huge force vented, like a galloping horse, causing Daz's internal organs to be shaken. The whole person flew out like a cannonball. Hit hard on the Jinchuiki column tens of meters away. If the coffin hadn't been taken off earlier, I'm afraid this blow, Crocodile's corpse, would have turned into Meat-chan. After all, Daz has the ability to cut fruit quickly, and his whole body is said to be as strong as steel. It was also chopped right now, and it shook the internal organs, which is enough to prove the power of this blow, which can definitely easily split a pirate ship. However, the messy thoughts just flashed in Daz's mind, and the cold words that fell in his ears hit his soul like a heavy hammer. Goodbye, warriors who dare to confront me head-on. Chapter 585_MLM Style Brainwashing Loyalty. At this moment, the cold and piercing voice seemed to be infinitely amplified. Falling in Daz's ear, there is a kind of death-like feeling. He never imagined that not long ago, under Chin Yu's hands, he would get a small life back. Now facing the threat of death. At this moment, the honor of the former strong man was completely gone. Facing the axe spear that appeared in his pupils and quickly slashed towards him, his hands were still in severe pain from the collision just now, and he obviously couldn't catch up. The only thing you can do is to watch death come to you. Cocytus, that's enough. Chin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. At this moment, for everyone, it is like the sound of heaven. Looking at the axe and spear that fell head-on, it stopped abruptly when it was an inch away. The fierce slashing and slashing wind swept through, bringing a crackling sound like rain hitting a banana. It even made people feel that the pupils contracted suddenly, and everything was frozen in the place where the wind passed. Even Daz's body surface has a thin layer of ice crystals. However, when they saw clearly the appearance of the person who made the sneak attack, their faces were full of disbelief. This is a giant insect man. At least, the first adjective that flashed in their minds was this one. About 3 meters high, it looks like it is covered in light blue armor, with 4 arms and a well-defined tail. A pair of eyes suddenly turned and landed on Chin Yu. Under the rotation of the huge body, in front of everyone's eyes, he suddenly knelt down on one knee. The guardian of the 5th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Cocytus, see the Great Supreme Being, Lord Ains Ergen. At this moment, the loud and clear voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds, echoing in the huge palace, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Looking at the insect man who suddenly appeared in front of him and pressed DOS. He even called Chin Yu an adult. Then his identity is self-evident. I am afraid it is the tomb keeper of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Right now, a gravekeeper is so powerful. If there are more than a few, I am afraid it will be a nightmare. Perhaps, Sensing the thoughts of Nico Robin and the others, Cocytus suddenly raised his head and said respectfully, "Lord Ains, this subordinate has just woken up from a deep sleep. It's just that I haven't found any trace of Albedo, Shaltir Bradfrin and others. May I ask Ains-sama, what is going on here?" As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Nico Robin and others changed drastically. Especially Daz, who has suffered so much, his expression is even more livid. A tomb guard has already made them suffer. According to Cossister, he is not the only one who guards the grave, there are also unknown numbers. If this news spreads out, I am afraid it will cause a sensation in the whole world. After all, the great skeleton demon was born not long ago, and in the eyes of outsiders, he was just alone. However, just by one person, the Navy headquarters was toyed with applause. There are still an unknown number of subordinates with unknown strength, which is a huge force. It's a nightmare for anyone. Co-sister, I'm glad to see you who are loyal. Chin-Yu was also a little surprised. I thought that the system was only giving away the empty tomb of Nazarick, and it would take him time to collect some younger brothers and fill it up. I never thought that a 100-level NPC would be sent directly. This is said to be one of the 4 strongest in hand-to-hand combat in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Known as the Ice Ruler. The occupations are Juggernaut, Asura, Niflheim Knight, etc. If it is released, I am afraid that it will be able to compete with the general level. As for the outcome, Chin-Yu did not dare to draw a conclusion. Hearing this, Cossister was stunned for a moment, and said excitedly, "Thank you for your kindness, Lord Ains. It is Cossister's honor to be able to wake up first and be driven by Lord Ains. I just didn't know that these weak bugs are the guests of Ains-sama, so they acted recklessly. I hope Ains-sama will punish him severely." Looking at Cossister, who had finished his harsh words, holding the axe and spear in both hands and handing it to Chin-Yu. This kind of loyalty, but even Chin-Yu was taken aback. As for Daz and the others, their expressions turned even bluer. Look at him and Nico Robin as the strongest cadres in the Bar Rock Work Club. Usually people are frightened by the wind, and they never thought that it would reach the mouth of this insect man. It will become a weak bug. However, thinking of the violent confrontation just now makes people unable to refute. Especially Daz, he was still a little arrogant when he repeatedly invited Chin-Yu not long ago. Otherwise, he would not refuse Chin-Yu's deal and seek to make his ambition clear by death. I thought Chin-Yu could not do without him. It never occurred to me that if Chin-Yu's subordinates just walked out of a grave guard, he would not be able to compete with him. The huge gap between the front and the back made Daz unacceptable for a moment. Co-sister, you are not wrong. As the cemetery keeper of the Nazarick necropolis, I am very pleased with your due diligence. I am also very happy to see you, Chin-Yu said in a deep voice. The scepter in his hand, facing the ground, suddenly stomped, and said, "However, before I gave an order, you shot without authorization, that is a very big mistake. Now, I'm going to punish you, then be more loyal to me, and make a name for the necropolis of Nazarick." The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the huge palace. Originally, everyone thought that Chin-Yu was going to punish Co-sister. I didn't think of it at all, I just sold dog meat with a sheep's head, said a few harsh words, and then comforted him again. However, looking at Co-sister's excited gaze and slapped his chest heavily to signal his allegiance, the people present couldn't help but be stunned. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Ains. The weapon in Co-sister's hand will split everything. May the great tomb of Nazarick be supreme, and the glory of Lord Ains will spread throughout this land. The rolling voices gave people a deafening feeling. In the face of this unquestionable gesture of Chichester, in the minds of everyone present, only a thought flashed. The insect man in front of him was absolutely brainwashed by pyramid schemes. I am afraid that Chin-Yu now, let him die, without hesitation, he directly drew his sword and killed himself. Of course, in the face of such a fanatical cosister, they didn't dare to make trouble. The only thing they could do was to stand aside and stare obediently. Okay, Cosette, I have seen your loyalty. Now you, wait on the side and allow me to settle other trivial matters first. Chinyu replied in a deep voice. He is very confident about the loyalty of the NPCs in the original Bone King. After all, that kind of die-hard loyalty is completely worthy of the pyramid scheme brainwashing. Chapter 586_Resurrection Rock Doll. As ordered. Cosister readily stepped aside, but at the foot of the high platform near the king chair. The axe gun in his hand stomped towards the heavy floor, making a dull crashing sound. That awe-inspiring aura fully interprets what it means to be loyal and die. Cough, Daz, bring K-Rockthul's body up. Chinyu couldn't help coughing dryly at Cosister's appearance. It was indeed beyond his expectations. However, with the establishment of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Chinyu could not stay here for a long time. It can be said that the appearance of Cosist also solved Chinyu's worries. Bang! The dull coffin was placed on the ground by Daz. In order to prevent the death of Rock Doll, the body will rot due to the hot weather. Chinyu cast freezing magic in the coffin, temporarily refrigerating it. Of course, it wasn't that Chinyu didn't want to revive K-Rockthul earlier. Just to pretend, try to extend the scope of superposition magic and the change of heaven and earth to the maximum. Directly squandering all the magic power of the character template of the Bone King, even the old bottom is exhausted. It can be said that reaching overdraft is not surprising. As an 8th order magic, the magic power required for the resurrection of the dead is no less than that of superposition magic. A heaven-defying method that can make people recover from Huang Izumi. Open the coffin. Chinyu suddenly stood up and walked towards Daz. The condescending attitude, at this moment, made Chinyu's whole body mixed with the inexplicable oppressive taste of Kun facing the world. Feeling this breath, Daz's expression changed, and he knelt down in public with a thud. Lord Chinyu, can you really revive Lord K-Rockthul? If you can, I hope you will be merciful for a while. As the top cadre of Rockdale, Daz clearly knew his temper. Once he is really resurrected, I am afraid that he will violently attack Chinyu involuntarily. He could not be beaten before he was alive, and if he is resurrected after death, the result is probably no exception. Daz didn't want to, and K-Rockthul came back to life. He was immediately beheaded again. Don't worry, he is still useful to me, but if he really messes up, he still needs a lesson or two. Chinyu said lightly. Looking at this scene, Daz hesitated for a moment, then nodded and thanked Kiba. Thank you, Lord Chinyu. As soon as the voice fell, Daz stood up and looked at the heavy coffin behind him. His right hand snapped upwards. Dust explosion slash. Boom. The lid of the coffin, which was sealed with ice, was overturned. Rockdar frozen in it. Rockthul, who was known as one of the 7 Seas and had the title of Sand Crocodile, ended up in today's end. While everyone felt embarrassed, they wanted to see more urgently whether Chinyu brought K-Rockdar back to life. Looking at Chinyu who was slowly approaching the coffin, Daz took a few steps back and swallowed like the others. Before they could react, the scepter in Chinyu's hand suddenly stomped toward the ground. Boom. The crisp echo sounded like a dull thunder. A pitch-black magic power rushed out of Chinyu's body. In the end, it hit the ceiling with a wild attitude. A huge magic circle suddenly spread out and covered the entire palace. A dark shadow quickly appeared behind Chinyu. The next moment, before everyone could react, it finally turned into the shadow of the god of death holding a sickle. Under the watchful eyes of the public, he cut his abdomen with his backhand. PFF'd. The huge hole was cut open in the abdomen. A hazy light group flashed quickly in the abdomen. One head plunged into the coffin. Rockdal, who was originally frozen, suddenly opened his eyes. Under the gradual focus of Wushan's pupils, there is a hint of color. Looking at this scene, the movements in Qin Yu's hands did not stop. The scepter stomped toward the ground, and the thick ice crystals quickly melted away. Losing these restraints, Rockdale's rigid body quickly regained consciousness. The gradually brightened eyes locked on Qin Yu's body with a turn of Gulu. "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Along with the hysterical roar, Rockdale swayed and rushed out of the coffin. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. They were already guessing. However, I never thought that Rockdale would actually make a move. However, before Qin Yu could react, a light blue afterimage had already appeared in front of him. Slash before the axe. With the deep voice, Rockdale's face changed drastically, and he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly raised the golden hook in his hand to block. Boom. The dull collision sound came out, and the huge impact force was vented, and Rockdale flew out like a sandbag. In the end, it hit the wall dozens of meters away. PFF'd. Rockdale opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and looked up hastily, looking at his hands full of disbelief. "No, it's not possible, my devil fruit ability, where have I gone, why can't I perform elementalization?" Rockdale roared frantically. Qin Yu frowned slightly, although he had already expected that once a person died, he would lose his devil fruit ability. "However, I did not expect that even casting resurrection magic that does not belong to this world would not be able to get rid of this law." Hum. A slight air vibration sounded suddenly. A strange force emerged from Qin Yu's perception. Turning back to the throne, I was the first to catch my eye. It was a rapidly mutating fruit placed on the table. I saw that the apples that were originally fresh yuhi color quickly turned into a khaki color. There were even more blossoms on it, like a cloud-like pattern. Seeing this strange scene, Qin Yu couldn't help but jump in his heart. Rockdale is lost, the devil fruit ability. However, because of the resurrection of the deceased, in Huang Izumi, all the targets of the spell can be robbed of the sun. Together with the fruit demon in the body of Rockdale, he was also awakened. However, the re-emergence of the devil fruit is the same as the ability of Blackbeard to cast the dark fruit and seize the fruit in the original book. Will be selective, attached to other fruits. What the hell is going on here? Where did my devil fruit powers go? Rockdale growled. For him, the biggest reliance on the seed all his life is the ability to rustle fruit. Now suddenly deprived of the power to survive, it can be said that it is a nightmare. Lord Rockdale, calm down. Daz rushed up first and explained anxiously, "Have you forgotten that you were dead? It was Lord Qin Yu who brought you back to life." Chapter 587 _ What I can take away I can give. I'm dead. Rockdale is stunned. In the chaotic mind, the scene of the day flashed, and finally settled on the punch of the thunder disc. Huo Ran looked up at Qin Yu and roared sharply. "You bastard, you dare to kill me." As a dignified veteran pirate and one of the Chihuahai, when did Rockdale think that he would end up in this situation? Do not. It should be said that when he was dying, he did not think about it. If it wasn't for him to live a new life, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know he died. "Weak ants, you dare to be disrespectful to Ains-sama, and let me kill you here." Cosister's icy voice sounded. The axe and spear in his hand slammed towards the ground and inserted directly into the thick floor. The next moment, the right hand flipped down, and the spatial fluctuations opened. As soon as his right hand was caught in the void, a large knife about 2 meters long, with a golden back and a blue blade was taken out by Cosist. God-slaying sword emperor. Kossister clenched the handle of the knife suddenly with both hands, and the blue blade pointed at the moment of K-Rockthal. A huge magic force rolled backwards. The biting cold wind, under the tide, was directly frozen in ice. Feeling this breathtaking energy, the expressions of the people present suddenly changed drastically. Rockthal, who was locked by the air machine, seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. The gaze that looked at Kossister was full of disbelief. As a rare big pirate in this sea, he has the experience of 100 battles, but he clearly knows that this weird insect man is in front of him. The breath exuded is definitely not worse than him. However, for such a powerful being, Ains-sama could be eaten in one bite. Does this mean that he is Chinyu's subordinate? Lord K-Rockthal, stop it quickly, this is Lord Chinyu's subordinate and the tomb guardian of the great tomb of Nazarick. Now you are not his opponent at all. Daz persuaded urgently. Also, as a condition for resurrecting you, I promise to serve him for 3 years with Lord K-Rockthal. The slightly elongated voice was like an invisible hammer at this moment, hitting K-Rockthal's nerves. Looking at Daz, his face was full of disbelief. He never thought that he was not only killed, but also resurrected by his enemies. Now to serve the enemy. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed that he would end up like this. Kossister, please forgive his rudeness, after all, he was killed by me. Chinyu said lightly. Kossister couldn't help but startled, and the violent magic power that was released immediately dissipated. He put away the god-slaying sword emperor in his hand, and said, it turns out that it was Lord Ains's defeated general. It's because my subordinates are too reckless, thinking that this kind of defeat can hurt Ains-sama. I hope you forgive me. Looking at Kossister, who confessed to himself as soon as he opened his mouth, Chinyu couldn't help but have a headache. To NPC is beyond doubt. This kind of attitude that any fault is his own fault is also a headache. The daring and loyal Kossister, Chinyu did not intend to entangle him too much. As for K-Rockthal, I'll give you 2 paths now. 1. Like Daz, serve me for 3 years and then return to freedom. 2. Seek revenge from me and be killed again. For you who are hiding in this weak sea and eliminated by history, I can kill you once, and I can kill you a second time. The deep voice came out, and at this moment, it seemed to be infused with a magical sound, which echoed in the heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dissipated. Daz's expression couldn't help changing, and he hurriedly looked back. Master K-Rockthal, only by being alive can you have endless possibilities. What's more, as Master Chinyu said, our choices were all wrong back then. Without the ability of the devil fruit, how could you defeat Master Chinyu? If you really want to shoot, then waiting for you, it will be death. The hurried words are like torture from the soul. Scolded him without mercy, and Krokdar's expression stiffened. K-Rockthal, you once told me that the weak should conform to the strong, and you are no worse than me, are you? Nico Robin suddenly spoke up. Rockdale's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, Nicole Robin, I didn't expect you to care about me. I care about you. Nicole Robin shook her head with a playful smile and said, K-Rockthal, you seem to have misunderstood something. I don't care about you, but as a person of Lord Chinyu, I just follow my interests. It can be said that your submission is only to maximize the benefits of this farce. Of course, if you insist on seeking death, it will not harm Sir Chinyu. Chang's voice echoed in the empty palace hall. The eyes of many present all fell on K-Rockdal's body, bringing an inexplicable pressure. Life and death. As Daz said, he lost the ability of the devil fruit, and the result is already obvious. Thinking of this, Krokdal raised his head and said, Okay, very good, I can serve you for 3 years, but I want to know that my strength has been greatly reduced after losing the ability of the devil fruit. I am afraid that even Daz also can't win. Having said that, Krokdardo looked at it, Kossister glanced at it, and said, "You have a lot of strong men. I want to know, what's the use of staying? If you are innocent, in order to humiliate me and let me do some trivial things, then I would rather you kill me again." As one of the 7 Bukai, the former strong man, Kay Rockdale was right. Almost all of his strength comes from the devil fruit ability. Especially after coming to Alabasta, he ignored the 2-color domineering prevailing in the New World. More is obsessed with intrigue, and the capture of Pluto. However, now that he lost the ability of Sha fruit, for Kay Rockdale, it can be said that 90% of his combat power has been deprived. As he said, without the ability of Sha fruit, whether it can defeat Daz is another matter. Haha, Kay Rockdale, I didn't see you wrong. I would rather die than be humiliated. Chin Yu laughed. However, don't worry, I can give it if I can take it away. I want you to work under my command after you are reborn, and you will become stronger. This is your rustling fruit. The voice fell, and Chin Yu's right hand probed into the air. The Sha fruit that was originally placed on the high platform was directly ingested by Chin Yu. Looking at this familiar old man, Kay Rockdale's expression couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 588_Bondewald. Lord Rockdale, is this your devil fruit? Daz's expression changed involuntarily. He is full of yearning for Rockdale. However, that is the way of the strong. If Kay Rockdale loses the ability of the devil fruit, even himself is inferior. For Daz, it will inevitably be a little awkward in the heart. Now Chin Yu has not only resurrected Kay Rockdale, but also the lost and found devil fruit. This is simply subverting their cognition. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would want to believe that the scene in front of them is true. This is indeed my salsa fruit. Kay Rockdale barely suppressed the excitement in his heart. It can be said that when I found out just now that I had lost the rustling fruit, which is the strength of a strong man, Kay Rockdale felt a drowning feeling in his heart. However, now that it was lost and found, after the excitement in his heart dissipated, Kay Rockdale looked at Chin Yu with a completely different look. A moment ago, for Chin Yu who killed himself, his heart was full of hatred and anger. But now that I calm down and think about everything, my spine is chilled. The young man in front of him not only has the ability to switch identities. At the same time, he also has the means to change the world, and even he who thought he was dead can be resurrected. It is to keep the fruits that should have been lost here. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid no one would even believe the 4 emperors on this sea. Perhaps the little ghost in front of him is now inferior to the so-called 4 emperors. A strange idea came up in Kay Rockdale's heart. The people in front of them will probably surpass them in time. Thinking of this, Kay Rockdale said in a deep voice, I don't know how you got the rustling fruit again, but you don't have to worry about it. Will I regret it after I have the devil fruit ability again? Repent. Chin Yu smiled genially and said, haha, I still have some confidence in my own personality. However, if you have to escape, no matter where you escape, the end will be the same, not to mention, don't you want to become stronger, such as taking revenge? Revenge. Kay Rockdale's expression changed. He looked at Chin Yu and said, okay, very good. No matter in terms of conditions or strength, you are all in line with my ambitions. I agree to your request, but you can't force me to do it. I don't like it. Things. Quote. Hee, don't worry, you are just the first person I want to recruit. Next, I have a few good goals. Anyone else? Kay Rockdale's eyes flickered, and he looked at Chin Yu, who was full of mystery. During this period of contact, Kay Rockdale knew very well that Chin Yu would never recruit some unknown people. However, he couldn't help but be a little curious about who he was going to pull into the team and let Crocodile. A new world, in an unknown sea. Under the raging winds, hurricanes and waterspouts were incessant, stirring the entire sea area. Fist-sized hailstones were mixed in the torrential rain, under the thunder and lightning, giving people a feeling of doomsday. This is the living environment of the New World. The crisis is not only from the pirates, but more from the natural persecution that emerges from time to time. Decades ago, Roger, the Pirate King, and the Flying Pirates, Admiral Golden Lion Shiki, were almost buried in the sea when they finally faced off. Even the strongest existence at sea could not escape this kind of catastrophe. Suffice it to say that there are exceptions, but most of them are just nonsense. Boom. The three huge naval battleships directly broke through the waves, braved the majestic heavy rain, and moved forward quickly. The faces of the Navy soldiers stationed on the deck were full of livid blue. In the face of such bad weather, a trace of worry and fear flashed on his face more or less. However, when his eyes fell on the back standing on the bow deck, he still insisted on biting Kiba. General Sakazuki, this weather will not only be very dangerous to advance in the rain, but I'm afraid it will not be able to catch up with the remnants of the walled pirates. Ghost Spider said solemnly. In the face of this weather, he didn't even have the chance to touch the cigar he smoked on weekdays. You bastard, this is already the third siege, why can you let him escape? Akainu's face was gloomy, and he growled angrily. This time, he attacked the outbound Tianlong people fleet. At this juncture, the nature is very bad. Don't forget what happened in the Chambord Islands not long ago. If the Tianlong people are injured again, or die in the attack, then the world government will have no confidence in our naval headquarters at all. The rolling voices were filled with resentment. Even the Ghost Spider, a vice admiral, couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. They know clearly that Akainu, as a general, is invincible every time he makes a shot. In the face of the Emperor of the Sea, they are all reluctant to give in. To Chan Oil, what he insists on is unbreakable justice. However, for Akainu, everything that happened on the Chambord Islands was Waterloo. Especially at the end, the Tianlong people were beheaded in public. The Navy headquarters tried their best to dig 3 feet into the ground, but still couldn't find the great skeleton demon. The gesture of disappearing out of thin air and slipping away under his nose made Akainu feel an unusual embarrassment every time he thought about it. Akainu, it's Marshal Sengoku's call. It looks like we can take a break first. Kasaragi's sloppy voice came from the cabin. This made all the Navy soldiers look relieved. Normal weather, sailing in the New World, for them, is already huge physical work. It's a huge burden on the body to brave such bad weather right now. A little bit of carelessness may lead to a point of no redemption. Mosamoshi, I'm Sengoku, Sakazuki, please reply immediately. The phone bug's call rang again. Akainu, who was standing on the bow, had a face full of reluctance, but in the face of the identity of Marshal Sengoku, he snorted coldly and took over the phone bug. I'm Akainu, do you have any orders? As soon as the phone was connected, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief and said, Akainu, according to the weather, there will be a Category 10 hurricane in the sea area where you are located, which has exceeded the range that the warship can withstand. I now order, you return immediately and wait for the new pursuit layout. Return. Akainu shouted in a deep voice, we have been hunting for 3 days in a row. If this storm hadn't suddenly intervened, I would have been able to sink the remnants of the Walder pirates into the sea. You let me retreat now, all the efforts I made were wasted. Marshal Sengoku, you don't intend to put your hopes on those so-called kibukai, they are just wine bags and rice bags. Chapter 589 Recruitment from Lord Chinyu. Wine bag and rice bag. The expressions of the Navy soldiers and generals present couldn't help but stagnate. The only person who can evaluate the shichibukai, which is valued by the world government, as a wine bag and a rice bag, is probably the only Akainu. Looking at the naval headquarters, Chiwahai is an existence that even the veteran lieutenant generals dare not despise. Akainu, I know you are unconvinced, but our Navy headquarters does not allow failure now, and issued the Chiwahai recruitment order, that is to win. Sengoku said in a deep voice. As the Admiral of the Navy, the things that happened one after another during this period of time made him devastated. As a marshal, he has to bear more than Akainu's expression changed one after another. HMPH, those guys are all just Byakugan wolves. Even under the Chiwahai summoning order, how many people responded? Facing Akainufu's soft tone, Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Moonlight Moria, Hexia Jinping, Storm Kun Bear, and Empress Hancock have all received replies. Can be dispatched. Quote. Chiwahai, there are 6 responses. Huang Yuan said with a crooked mouth, this result is really unexpected. HMPH, this group of guys probably thinks that our Navy has a mortal heart for Wald, and thinks that we can use less energy to be so active. Akainu snorted coldly. However, that guy K. Rockville is still the same. If it wasn't for the identity of Shichibukai, I would have sunk him into the sea long ago. If in the 7 Martial Seas, most people will not be there. This may be excusable. Now everyone agreed to be dispatched, but K. Rockville did not respond. That becomes a bit of an alternative, and incompatible. No, I'm afraid you won't be able to sink Croc Darlu in the future. Not long ago, he was in Alabasta, intending to seek a country, and was executed by the then King Kobsha, hired by Laxus. Sengoku said in a deep voice. What? The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. A moment ago, they were still feeling troubled by the existence of Chiwahai. Now someone told them that K. Rockville was beheaded. Moreover, this person is also Admiral Sengoku, who wants to believe that all this is true if he hadn't heard it himself. Laxus. Is it the kid I met on the 9 Snake Pirates? Akainu said gloomily. Yes, that guy, Sengoku said in a deep voice. However, Akainu, I warn you, don't do anything to that guy, otherwise don't blame me for holding you accountable. Can't do it. For that day, Akainu was in the Chambord Islands and fought against an unidentified boy. It was also smashed by a punch, and the matter of the molten giant dog was also circulated in the naval headquarters. What's more, the ghost spider set off with the team that day, for the person who was called Husband Kun by the pirate Queen Hancock. It was simply an indelible impression. If you have to find a word to describe it, it is the public enemy of all men. Now Sengoku suddenly told them that he didn't just kill Shichibu Heike Rockdoll. Akainu is not allowed to seek revenge. This change in attitude is a bit too big. Sengoku, I want an explanation, why? Akainu said angrily, his face sank. For him, the skeleton demon made his face as a general swept away. The appearance of Laxus made him even worse. It can be said that in the face of Akainu's doubts, there was a hint of urgency on the faces of those present. After all, it was the first time they saw that Sengoku would favor an outsider. He is Bastiu's teacher now, and his physical skills are higher than Zepha's. We have reached a consensus that we will invite him to join the naval boot camp as the chief instructor. Sengoku said in a deep voice. The expressions of Akainu and the others changed drastically. They thought of many reasons, but they never thought that Sengoku would give such an answer. Sengoku, are you joking? This joke is not funny. The old man's knowledge is deep. We all know, you are now letting a guy of unknown origin to train new recruits. Is this old confusion? Akainu said in a deep voice. In the Navy, except for Garp, he was the only one who dared to speak to the dignified admiral in this way. Akainu, this matter is approved by Zepha, not to mention Laxus. The 6-style lecture notes provided are already in our hands. If you have anything to say, don't bother me. Sengoku replied in a deep voice. Road. In the face of Akainu's repeated rebuttals, his patience was obviously worn away. Before Akainu could react, the phone bug had already heard a busy tone. Looking at this scene, the admiral who was present suddenly turned ashen, and subconsciously looked at Akainu. Damn old fool. Akainu clenched the phone bug in his hand suddenly. I want to use a guy who doesn't know the details. I just want to see what kind of ability that kid has. All the crew return me to the Navy headquarters within 3 days. The awe-inspiring voice echoed on the deck of the ship. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but it was clear that there would still be a turmoil in the future. At the same time, the Great Fairway is windless. At the mouth of the Nine-Snake Island, a huge two-masted pirate ship set sail. Pulled by 2 sea snakes, they quickly sailed out of the port. The female warrior Nine Snakes stationed at the port looked at the graceful body standing proudly on the bow, showing a fanatical expression. Hancock, I didn't expect you to be so easy to agree to the Chihuahua recruitment order from the Navy headquarters. I thought it would take a lot of words to convince you. It seems that you have grown up and are completely sensible. Appeared behind Hancock with a relieved expression. Who let this old woman get on the boat and throw her into the sea to feed the sea kings? Hancock turned around and shouted coldly. The violent scene made the mother-in-law's face instantly stiff with relief, and she hurriedly opened her throat and shouted, Hancock, I was blind that day and brought you back to Nine Snake Island. Thought you were grown up, bah. Bastard, Sonia, throw her out for me, don't hinder me from recalling the good times with Lord Chinyu. Hancock glared. Looking at the brand new reward order in his hand, he once again showed the expression of a nympho. Looking at this scene, my mother-in-law finally realized that she would be wrong. Hancock's current appearance, stepping on a horse is an egg on the brain. Mother-in-law, don't blame the elder sister. If it wasn't for the elder sister Chinyu, we would have wasted our time trying to persuade the elder sister to take up the mission. We haven't sailed for 2 years. If we don't accept the call, the world government will send that group. An annoying mid-future, Sonia said with a wry smile. According to my sister's statement, the mission this time is a call from Lord Chinyu. Chapter 590 New Member Target. The call from that kid. Grandma Yi couldn't help but startled. Women who fall into puberty are really scary. That kid made a big fuss in the Chambord Islands. It's too late to hide. Will he still be entangled in such troubles? Although, I don't know how many members of Chihuahua responded this time, but in order to deal with the legendary pirates, the Navy headquarters will definitely come out in full force. If that kid dares to show up, I am afraid that the Navy and Chihuahua will be surrounded and suppressed together. The old voice echoed on the deck of the ship. However, the mother-in-law quickly felt a chill and locked herself on her body. Damn old woman, how dare you despise Lord Chinyu so much, throw her into the sea for me. Hancock shouted angrily. Looking around, showing the hesitant 9 snake warriors, Hancock's face sank. He directly mentioned his mother-in-law, and threw it into the sea. Hancock, you little lie. Why did the mother-in-law scream, and the whole person flew out? If not, Sonia shot in time to block, and really fell into the sea and fed the sea kings. Sister, please forgive your mother-in-law, we will let her keep her mouth shut on the next voyage. Godrew took the lead to plead. Sonia also nodded in agreement. Seeing that the 2 little sisters were also begging for mercy, Hancock snorted coldly and said, Okay, if I talk nonsense to the concubine again, I will really sink you into the sea. After all, the concubine is too beautiful, no matter what you do, will also be forgiven. Quote. Give me the order to leave the windlass belt at full speed. The concubine must meet with Lord Chinyu as soon as possible. I have already heard his deep call. As the order fell, the female warriors of the 9 snakes mobilized one after another. Looking at Hancock with a frenzied face, watching the brand new reward order in his hand, his mother-in-law snorted coldly and said, I'm a nympho, I think when I was at this age, I was already on my own. What? Lord Chinyu, hee hee. On your own. Sonia and Godru subconsciously looked at Granny Za and said, "Mother-in-law, we heard that at that time you seemed to be with Raleigh, the underworld king, but you didn't even do it for the Empress of the Amazon and secretly went to sea. At that time, you seemed to be better than your sister. The grown-ups are even crazier." Me and Rayleigh, my mother-in-law couldn't help but froze for a moment, and her bark-like cheeks couldn't help but shouted in a hurried voice. Who said such false words? It was the old man Rayleigh who came to beg me that day. Followed him. Really, at that time in the Chambord Islands, Sister Shachi said you came to the door. Bastard Shachi, dare to slander me. 3 days later, in the unnamed waters hundreds of nautical miles away from Alabasta. A pirate ship is breaking through the waves. There were several familiar figures standing on the huge deck of the ship. Lord Chinyu, this ancient record pointer does point right in front of you, this island, but is this island really small? Nami looked at the huge island in the distance with disbelief on her face. Looking around, the virgin forests are all over, huge dinosaurs are rampant, roaring and roaring, filling the entire island. According to Nami, this riding horse cannot be called a small garden at all. Calling the world of dinosaurs is not too much. 3 days ago, after Chinyu resurrected K. Rockville, he arranged for Basti to stay in Alabasta temporarily, and then asked Nico Robin to look for the small gardens recording our hand. The second island in the original book, where Luffy and the others left Rog Town and crossed the upside-down mountain in order to pursue the Ba Rock Works. Also, it is also where Elbaf, the legendary leader of the giant soldier pirates, and the duel between the Blue Ghost and the Red Ghost. Since Chinyu wanted to pull people into Fairy Tail, the 2 giant pirates who had offered a reward of hundreds of millions of bells 100 years ago were undoubtedly the best choice. Chinyu, didn't you say that you were looking for someone to join Fairy Tail? K. Rockdoll folded his arms and frowned as he looked at the huge island in front of him. He is active in the first half of the Great Fairway. If Chinyu hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known that there were such primitive islands in the waters near Alabasta. However, as far as the eye can see, apart from the trees, there is no trace of human beings at all. Not to mention, look for the strong to join Fairy Tail. Thinking of this, K. Rockdoll couldn't help but said, "You won't, you're going to find a dinosaur as a member. It feels like a bit of a loss of identity." Dinosaurs. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose and said, "My next target is indeed not a human being, but the next 2 members are barely special human beings. When you see it, you will definitely say that I have good eyesight. If they learn to be domineering too, I'm afraid even Chihuahai will have to weigh a thing or two." Even Chihuahai weighed 1 or 2. Hearing these words, the people present subconsciously looked at K. Rockville. After all, there is a living target here. Of Rockdoll, they have also witnessed it with their own eyes. Even the existence of Chihuahai, who is also afraid of it, is probably not a nameless person. Feeling the gaze on the boat, K. Rockville's face was a little bit unbearable, and he snorted coldly, "Okay, since you said so, President, then I also want to see if they can really make me feel jealous." Hee hee, K. Rockville, don't worry, there will definitely be surprises. Chinyu laughed dryly. Let's see where they are first. Observation Haki, dormant in Chinyu's body, exploded like a frenzy. The next moment, sweeping the entire island. Under the 1-button full level system, Chinyu's observation Haki has already reached full level, and it is able to foreshadow a glimpse of the possibility of the future. It is not impossible to cover a small garden. With the rapid spread of the coverage area, Chinyu's closed eyes suddenly opened, frowning, and said, "There are 4 more people than I thought. It seems that someone came to the small garden 1 step earlier than us." Things got more interesting. Quote, "There are 6 people. Daz was stunned for a moment and asked, "Lord Chinyu, is this the role of observation Haki?" "Lord K. Rockdale, why don't we also learn a thing or two?" During these 3 days, Daz had thought about learning from Chinyu's two-color domineering. After all, apart from him and Kay Rockdale, there are only Dusky and Nami on the ship. As for Nico Robin, who was left in Alabasta to temporarily manage the Tomb of Nazarick. It can be said that in the past 3 days, Daz has watched helplessly, and Dasky has gradually become more skilled in the use of domineering. Armament Hockey, who was using it, felt a tingling pain even when his quick-cut fruit gave him a steel-like body during the duel training. According to Daz's calculations, after a while, I am afraid that Dasichi, who is young and like a little girl, will learn to slash iron and stronger flying slash. For Daz, his heart was on fire. Chapter 591 Blue and Red Ghosts. Facing the fiery Daz, Krokdar glanced at Chinyu's back, snorted coldly, and said, HMPH, the mere two-color domineering is nothing special, I have some ideas recently, don't bother the president. Rothel, who stubbornly refused again as soon as he opened his mouth, Daz's expression froze and his heart became bitter. This may be the last dignity of the strong, and he has to go further and further on the road to death. K. Rockthal's stubbornness to heart, and sometimes begging others to learn from him might as well let him in turn beg himself to be more effective. According to Chinyu, if you love to learn, you will learn, and if you don't learn, you will fail. After all, the domineering accomplishments in Chinyu's hands were recounted through the one-click full-level system. There may be no way to 100% re-engraving successfully, but it is definitely much better than blindly groping in this sea. Let's go. Looking at the weather, there will be heavy rain soon. The forest situation in front is unknown. I'll stay to guard the boat. Nami looked up at the still clear sky, and Changbi said with a frown. For this, 3 days ago, K. Rockdal would definitely refute. But along the way, after seeing with his own eyes, Nami's pure prediction, K. Rockdal was also shocked. As a pirate who roamed the sea in the past, especially in the New World, in the seas with unpredictable climate changes, he clearly knows that a transcendent navigator is a rare opportunity for any pirate group. If Nami's accurate prediction ability is released, not to mention the large pirate group, even the Navy will rush for it. It is for this reason that, looking at the huge primitive island in front of him, there is an urgency in K. Rockdal's heart. I was eager to see what the new member's goal that Chinyu said was enough to make Chiwahai fear. The blank area in the center of the small garden, 2 huge Mukuro bone mountains, and a messy land are a bit shocking. The 2 huge, hill-like bodies, holding weapons, gasped for breath. After finally looking at each other, they suddenly lay on the ground, making a dull rumbling sound, and the dinosaurs and beasts hidden in the virgin forest were scared away. Red Ghost, this time it's 10,800 draws. I will definitely defeat you and become the strongest hero in Elbath. Green Ghost Dongli with a long beard and a large blade said in a deep voice. Bah, you can't even win against me, and you have the face to say that you are the strongest in Elbath. That is simply the prestige of our giant pirate group. You have never won a duel in 100 years. Me once. Brokey, the red ghost with a broom-shaped beard, retorted unhappily. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere that had calmed down a little, suddenly became solemn again. The green ghost's face sank, he propped up his body again, and roared in a hurry, You dare to question my strength and determination, I will see today, how you can defeat me, and start the next duel. Okay, who's afraid of who? Kai Gui roared, and responded directly with a huge axe. However, before they could take action, a figure, from below, landed on Qing Gui's shoulders and said, 2 giants, please rest for a while. Sanji has prepared lunch, how about we eat first? Luffy pressed the straw hat on his head and looked at the 2 giants who were more than 20 meters tall, with starlight in their eyes. Especially knowing that after they were pirates, they became even more fanatical. A few days ago, Luffy, Sanji and others stole a warship and went to see while Garp held a banquet in Rogtown. Their only purpose was to seek revenge for the Laxus who had never met and sold themselves and others to the Navy headquarters just by talking. It's a pity that as soon as we went out to sea and entered the upside-down mountain, everything went smoothly. Once they left Upside Down Mountain, there were only 4 people on the huge warship. An idiot pirate, a lunatic hunter, and the rest are big talkers running on trains, and lecherous chefs with the brains of Haruki. This lineup, let alone looking for enemies. I am afraid that even finding the next destination is more difficult than reaching the sky. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that the freshwater resources on the boat were consumed at an unprecedented rate, and they came to the small garden by accident. At the same time, he also used food to get acquainted with 2 giant pirates. Ha ha ha, you kid, you still don't give up. You plan to fool our 2 old guys to leave the small garden and become your crew members. This food alone can't do it, unless you can knock us down at the same time, otherwise then but bullshit. Dongli touched his chest-length beard and laughed heartily. In his eyes, this condition is enough to reject these 4 hairy pirates. However, Tori said that, but when he thought of the food from Sanji's hands. This made the 2 people who had eaten barbecue for hundreds of years couldn't help but glance at each other, and in an instant, their greed defeated the giant's heroic honor and reached a consensus. Chikui, we have finished our duel today. Obviously, let's continue the next battle. Dongli said solemnly. What's more, this little ghost has sworn to invite us to a banquet. As the leaders of the giant soldiers pirates, he was born in Elbaf, and he must not lose the etiquette of our giants. Quote. Don't you have some fruit wine there? Get some. HMPH, you also have Guo, Chan there, so get some too. For the sake of Elbaf's giant etiquette, let's go here today. Kai Gui snorted coldly, but hurriedly responded. However, as soon as the 2 turned around, their expressions suddenly changed, and they started drinking in unison. Little devil, hurry up and get off my shoulders, someone is fast approaching here. After 100 years of fighting, the green ghost and the red ghost are already familiar with this island. What's more, the battle also kept their physical functions at their peak level and keen hearing, but they further touched the threshold of observation haki. It's a pity that they are old guys from 100 years ago, and this kind of intuition can only be done before encountering an indescribable crisis. In the moment just now, the 2 of them felt a tyrannical aura locked on their bodies. That feeling, though instantly disappeared without a trace. However, it still made their spines chill. As the strongest of the former giant soldier pirates, someone who can make them react like this. That is by no means ordinary. Someone is here, why can't I see it? Luffy didn't land immediately. Instead, he lifted the brim of his hat and looked around. However, before they could react, an unexpected voice sounded on Ching-Gui's shoulders. Sorry for the sudden visit to disturb you all, but it's a surprise to see unexpected faces. Chapter 592 _ The Taste of the Iron Fist of Love. Dongli and Broki's expressions changed drastically. He hurriedly followed the voice, and caught sight of Chinyu who had used the Laxus character template. You, who are you, and why are you here? Dongli asked eagerly. In their perception, the reminder was just because they felt that someone was approaching fast in the forest. The perceived target was not Chinyu on his shoulders at all. However, before they could react, a deep voice sounded again. Arrived. Endless yellow sand swept through the forest. In the end, the figure of K. Rockville was condensed on the open ground. Immediately after that, it was Daz, who went on a rampage and broke down a large number of trees. The 2 of them had been chasing Chinyu's pace just now. It's a pity that compared to Chinyu, who displayed lightning, their speed was still so fast that they couldn't even see the taillights of the car. When they stood firm and looked up to find Chinyu's trace, the sight of the scene made their pupils shrink. Dozens of meters huge, like a hill-like body. Yuan stared at the two giant figures with ox-like eyes, and the expressions of Krokdar and Daz changed drastically. Originally, in their eyes, they were still pondering that it would be good for Qin to go to such a remote place and get two good dinosaurs. It never occurred to me that two giants would appear here. What's more, these two giants seem to be much older than they have seen in the past. Let me introduce to you, this is the goal of my trip. 100 years ago, I was offered a reward of over 100 million yuan from the giant soldiers pirates, the former head of the group, Qingui Dongli and Chigi Braki. Qin patted it. Tori's helmet, said with a smile. Giants have lifespans that far exceed normal human beings. It is not bad that ordinary people can live to 70 or 80 years old. But giants have a lifespan of 300 years. 100 years of duel, for Dongli and Brokey, they just missed a puberty. If it is said that Dongli and Brokey 100 years ago were young men like the new giant pirates in the original book, Helding. Then, after 100 years of fighting to the death, Dongli and Brokey can definitely be called in their prime. Long battles, physical fitness and strength, all belong to the peak level. Looking at the giants, I am afraid that the previous leaders of the giant soldiers pirates, Yaruru the Mountain Beard and Yoruru the Waterfall Beard, cannot be compared with them. If it is said that people who can be called heroes of Elbaf, at least need to learn the Spear of Heroes. Then the Green Ghost and the Red Ghost have a higher level of hegemony. That is even one of the four emperors, and Charlotte Lingling also regards it as the trump card of the trump card. 100 years ago, there was a reward of over 100 million. Daz's expression changed dramatically. Looking at the two huge bodies, his face was full of disbelief. As for the concept of Bailey, Daz, as a bounty hunter, is very clear. Above this sea, he also has an inflationary financial order. Decades ago, the legendary great pirate, such as the world destroyer Bondewald, was only offered a reward of 200 million. This amount, placed on the sea at that time, was astounding. It is a symbol of the strong. Until Roger, the Pirate King, opened the era of the great pirates. Up to now, the pirates of the New World, with a reward of over 100 million, are everywhere. To be able to mix up the reward to hundreds of millions 100 years ago is shocking. Yuhi, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger, Golden Lion and others, and Brooke, who admired him, also offered a reward of more than 30 million. Now, as soon as Qin made his move, he dug out two living fossils with a reward of over 100 million. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would want to believe that this kind of terrifying existence still exists in the world? If you can really earn income, for fairy tale, the strength will definitely skyrocket. However, thinking of this big man, if you want to leave the small garden, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. Who are you guys who dare to snatch my crew? Luffy took the lead. His hands suddenly stretched back and shot straight. Rubber bazooka. Sanji and Zoro, who were cooking food below, were also shocked by the scene in front of them. However, when they saw clearly the figure standing on Dongli's shoulders, their expressions changed drastically. Luffy, run away. Escape. Luffy was stunned for a moment. For him, this move has been used since childhood, and it is a tried and true combat technique. Through the extension of the rubber, the power of boxing can be exerted to the limit. However, this idea just sprouted in Luffy's mind, and the next moment, the sight of his eyes made his pupils shrink. Boom! A dull crash resounded. Like a rocket, the fist that shot out just appeared in front of Qin. In an instant, he was clasped above his fist with one hand. Before long, Luffy reacted, and his right hand suddenly pulled with force. Luffy went straight towards Qin and swept away violently. You idiot, I'm a rubber guy. You can't hurt me with your bare hands. Luffy woke up suddenly and said with a big laugh. Try my rubber chimes. With the voice, Luffy's head flew backwards again. In the body, just approaching Chinyu's 3 meters away, the rubber neck of Ultimate was tensed and stopped abruptly. Toward Chinyu broke the air strike. The awe-inspiring sonic boom reverberated in all directions. Looking at Luffy, who was so fierce, and he was desperate for Saburo's posture, Zoro and Sanji also tensed up. A hand clenched the handle of the knife, and the toe of a right foot pressed the soil on the ground. As long as Luffy succeeds in one hit, they will inevitably rise up and launch a deadly combined attack on Chinyu. However, this idea just came into being, and what caught the eye was the kind and cruel smile on Chinyu's face. "I'm sorry to give you a taste of the iron fist of love." The 5 fingers were suddenly clenched, and the pitch-black armament haki quickly covered Chinyu's fist. Looking at this scene, K-Roctal and Daz's cheeks twitched. They were surprised that Luffy was a rubber devil fruit. But looking at Luffy now, thinking that he has the power of devil fruit, he looks like he is invincible in the world. Even in Chinyu's hands, armament haki's posture is completely unknown. That look is so similar to them a week ago. Seeing Luffy approaching Chinyu in an instant, like a bell, tearing apart the air and attacking Luffy. Daz and Rockdale believe that this blow will leave a deep and indelible impression on Luffy. Flower Sakura fist gun. Boom. With a punch, Luffy's head sank in an instant. Under the venting of the huge impact, it directly made him doubt his life. Chapter 593_Elbaf has no weak. Boom. The dull thunder-like collision sound suddenly echoed. The huge impact force was released, making Luffy instantly stunned. Under the foam at the mouth, his eyes turned white, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. Mukuro Bone Mountain behind him in a blink of an eye. Boom. The mountain-like Mukuro bone was directly smashed and 2 huge ribs were broken, and one end was stuck deep in the Mukuro Bone Mountain. The violent scene made Zoro and Sanji's faces change dramatically. During this period of time, they clearly knew that Luffy's rubber fruit was immune to physical blunt weapon attacks. It was only under the fist of his grandfather, the naval hero Garp, that he was hit head-on. "You all appeared here. It seems that you slipped out under the eyes of old man Garp." Chinyu looked at Zoro and Sanji. "Looking at your posture, you should come to me to seek revenge, one by one, or together." Chinyu was indeed surprised that Luffy and his party appeared here. However, as he said, it was definitely thanks to Garp that the 4 of them could come together. "Sure enough, it was you. Let the old man take us away by force. Today I'll see how capable you are." Sanji's face sank, and his anger rose up. Originally, he was in the restaurant on the sea, in front of a gentleman, fishing for big beautiful girls. Freehand life with time to talk shit. "I never thought that one day I would be punched to the ground by a violent old man. No matter whether he calls his father or mother or grandpa, he can't stop him at all. What's more, it was slaughtered in front of many beauties." Thinking of this, Sanji's heart was filled with anger. "Green algae head, let's do it together, don't hold back. Sex Kappa, it should be you." The 2 looked at each other cursingly. However, under this kind of action, more of the violence erupted unexpectedly. Boom. 2 dull treads sounded suddenly. Like cannonballs, the 2 jumped straight to the ground. The speed was so fast that he arrived in the blink of an eye, and Chinyu, who was standing on Dongli's shoulders, formed a posture like a pincer attack. 3 swords, tigers. Bone meat and meat skewers. The 2 violent shouts rose in response, and the fierce and unparalleled attacks slashed towards Chinyu one after the other. Not bad momentum and speed, but can it catch up with thunder and lightning? Chinyu smiled warmly. The magic of thunder and lightning waves. When the golden magic circle burst out suddenly under Chinyu's feet. Boom. The violent thunder exploded instantly like a horned dragon. With a speed as fast as thunder, it slashed down from the 9 heavens. The speed was so fast, before Sanji and Zoro could react. In an instant, the two of them were enveloped in it. Boom! Dull like thunder, it rolled away. The violent blow made Sanji and Zoro freeze as if they were in midair, and even the attack in their hands suddenly became stiff. With black smoke all over his body, he opened his mouth, flipped over Byakugan, and fell directly to the back. Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground echoed on the huge battlefield. As soon as Chinyu made his move, he immediately dealt with the 3 of Luffy. Usopp, who was still standing in the distance, akimbo intending to forcefully pretend to be forced once, trembled in his feet and stomach in an instant. When he met Chinyu's sight, he knelt directly on the ground and shivered. Like that, I am afraid that Chinyu will stare at him again, and he will kneel on the ground and call his father. Little devil, you dare to hurt my friend, Dongli said in a deep voice. Those eyes that stared into Bull's eyes were locked tightly on Chinyu's body. The scene just now seemed very complicated. However, if you really count it, the time before and after is only a few dozen seconds. By the time they reacted, the battle was over. Looking at the same slender youth, Dongli and Brokey, for the first time showed a solemn expression. At least, in their eyes, this person is definitely not comparable to Luffy and the others. Haha, Dongli, Brokey, you don't need to be so wary of me. Chinyu patted Dongli's helmet, and the lightning flashed on his body, displaying lightning and falling on the open space dozens of meters away. Don't worry, this time I'm here to recruit you to join Fairy Tail. Recruit us. Dongli and Brokey were stunned for a moment, then looked at each other and laughed loudly. Yohaha, Brokey, did I hear it wrong? This brat has the idea of being the strongest in the giant clan. As the heroes of Elbaf, when will we be inferior to others? Boy, you have made a mistake. I advise you to come from there and go back there. Don't hinder our duel. Otherwise, don't blame us. We will do it to you. The wrath of giants can destroy the country. The rolling voice, like thunder, echoed between the heavens and the earth, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Brokey didn't answer Dongli's words. But the disdain on his face was completely permeated on his face, and he did not hide it at all. In the eyes of them who have lived for more than 100 years, no matter what Chinyu's strength is, he is like a hairy child. Haha, do you still have the face? Do you call yourself the giant hero of Elbaf? Chinyu laughed dryly, picked up a piece of meat beside him, and said, hid in the small garden, duel for 100 years, and there is no separation. Victory or defeat, that's a show of brains. Elbaf has been destroyed for decades, Yorulu and Yalulu have been killed, and the murderers are now at large. Your giants have already fallen, and you are still here looking forward to what happened 100 years ago. Honor. If you have to be held accountable, you are the culprit. Elbaf was destroyed, and you are half responsible. The slightly elusive voice reverberated in the sky for a long time and could not be dissipated. Sand Crocodile, Rock Doll and Daz's expressions suddenly became solemn. Lord Chinyu, didn't he intend to anger these two legendary giants? Daz said with a livid expression. K. Rockdale nodded silently and said, wait a while and be careful, the giants go mad, but not ordinary people can stop them. As he said that, K. Rockdoll secretly took a few steps back and gave Chinyu the home court. If he hadn't been beheaded by Chinyu, Crocodile would think Chinyu was a lunatic for such a move. But after trying to die, K. Rockdoll knew very well that as long as the boy in front of him decided to do it. No matter how reluctant the two giants are, they will eventually board this pirate ship. It feels like a real fragrance. Bastard brat, you dare to insult and slander the homeland of our giants, Elbaf. We Elbaf have no weaklings, there is absolutely no chance that the two elders will be killed. Chapter 594 Let the giant fly for a while. The roar rolled away like thunder, with a deafening smell. Under Dongley's glaring eyes, his huge hand like a mountain suddenly clenched tightly. The 5 fingers made a crackling sound of bones, and without any fancy, they smashed towards Chinyu head-on. Boom! With a punch, the air in the whole world seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand. Everywhere along the way, the wind swept under the waves. With a rolling gesture, Hinkong headed towards Chinyu. The violent scene made Sauron and others wake up. Seeing the giant's furious, majestic gesture, the faces of the 4 of them instantly turned ashen. All eyes turned and locked on Chinyu's body. They eagerly wanted to know how to deal with the mighty Chinyu just now in the face of the power of the giant. The momentum is good, but hiding in the small garden for 100 years is really out of touch with history. The sea now is not the world of giants. Chinyu raised his head suddenly, his face still indifferent. The pitch-black armament haki rolled back like a frenzy, instantly entering the armament haki of the whole body. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, towards the fist that rolled like a hill, it was a blow in the face. Boom! The dull collision sound exploded like thunder. Under the collision of unrepentant and conceited, the fists whose body size was like a gap broke out in an instant. There was a brief silence in the whole world. Immediately, a thunderous sonic boom erupted. The rolling air waves brought the feeling of a Category 12 hurricane passing through. Everywhere along the way, rocks flew and rolled over, and huge trees were broken in the middle. At this moment, it feels like the end of the world. After everything recovered, the center of the collision between the 2 appeared under a crack of the earth, as if overwhelmed, and a crack like a spider web spread out. When they saw clearly, under the huge fist, the thin figure was still unscathed. At this moment, as if in a dream, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Oh my god, what did I see? He actually blocked the giant's attack. Usopp was shaking all over. Talking tongues or stammering. Originally, in his eyes, the wrath of giants could definitely destroy mountains and land. Based on his size, he should be able to crush Chinyu. However, the scene that came into view now completely subverted their cognition. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that under the blow of the giant's anger, there is still popularity standing there calmly? No way, who are you? Broki's face sank, and he roared in a hurry. As an old opponent who had been fighting for hundreds of years, Broki knew exactly how powerful Dongley was in his heyday. If he was a little careless, he might also be smashed into the air with one blow. Right now, it's being downplayed. Still a little devil with a very different size. The huge gap between the front and back has subverted their cognition. Hee, who are you asking me? Chinyu laughed dryly and said, I am your future captain and your hope for revenge. So, those little devils, you should hide away, the warm-up should be over. Finished warming up. The people present were stunned. Even Daz and K. Rockthall's expressions couldn't help changing. However, before they could react, Chinyu moved. Raiden Thunder Style, Chakra Mode. Lightning Clothes. Boom. The violent thunder light instantly detonated on Chinyu's body. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, he stepped out in front of everyone's eyes. Whoosh. Like a thunderous gesture, he disappeared in front of everyone out of thin air. When he reacted, he took the lead and appeared in front of Dongley's chest. At this moment, Chinyu was like a god bathed in thunder, his muscles bulging like a rock. The pitch-black armament haki is blended on the muscle cells activated by lightning, enhancing the limit of physical activation. One after another mysterious black-gold lightning patterns spread rapidly on Chinyu's body. It gives people the feeling that it has a strange posture like opening 4 blocks in the original book. The height that was originally more than 2 meters suddenly increased by tens of centimeters, giving people the feeling of being reborn. The aura emanating from it makes the air circulating around it distorted. The violent scene made Daz's face turn pale all of a sudden, and he hurriedly looked at K-Roctal. When he entered his eyes, his face was also pale, and his muttered words were like an invisible heavy hammer, beating people's nerves. It turns out that when he fought me, he didn't use all his strength. Looking at Chinyu, who seemed to have changed a person, let alone K-Roctal, even Daz thought about it with his toes, and he was able to come up with this result. I thought it would take a lot of effort for Chinyu to kill Chihuahua. Now it seems that all riding on a horse is wishful thinking. 6 forms of profound truth. Valkyrie Rampage Body. Ryu Sakura Thor's biggest wheel. The deep voice spit out from Chinyu's mouth. Without any bells and whistles, the 5 fingers of the right hand were suddenly clenched, and they were gently lowered towards Dongli's chest. The next moment, before everyone in the field reacted, the power dormant in Chinyu's body exploded like thunder. Boom! The violent impact, like a raging tide, took a rolling gesture and rushed straight to Dongli's chest. Feeling this overwhelming force, Dongli's face changed drastically. Before I could think about it, the sharp pain in my chest brought a heart-piercing taste. The black gold power flow poured out on him in a galloping posture. Boom! At this moment, the huge body flew out like a sandbag. The speed is so fast that everyone just feels a flower in front of them. The gust of wind cut through the sky like a raging wave. With a rolling posture, he slammed his head on the huge Mukuro Bone mountain thousands of meters away. The huge impact made this mountain, which had been preserved for hundreds of years, as Dongli's temporary home, shattered. The blood spit out from the mouth, splashed down like a downpour. The huge island shook violently. It felt like a giant turning over. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Especially the 4 of Sauron. Their pupils were as big as bull's eyes. Looking at the scene in front of them, they couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. It's unbelievable. In their perception, the person who fought against a giant like a hill and was smashed into the air should be Chinyu. However, the scene in front of him has been subverted. Blue Onitori, who talks about Elbath's strongest. The dignified giant was smashed into the air by a punch, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Who wants to believe that this scene is real? And at this distance, stepping on a horse is to let the giant fly for a while. Chapter 595. It's finally here. You bastard, if you dare to hurt Dongli, kill me. Broki growled angrily. The axe that was dancing in his hand made a stern sound of breaking the air, and slashed head-on towards Chinyu. The speed is so fast, it is approaching in the blink of an eye. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. They eagerly wanted to see how Chinyu would respond to the powerful and incomparable blow of the giant. But, at the moment of entry, it made their pupils shrink suddenly. Chinyu suddenly raised his head and looked at the huge axe that was slashed by force. Without any bells and whistles, the 5 fingers suddenly lifted. The axe that was slashed in the sky was directly caught. Boom! The dull collision sound resounded suddenly. The rolling airwaves overturned, and the hurricane it brought up was like a 10th-level hurricane. The ground under his feet was even more shattered. Facing all this, Chinyu, who was under attack, only took a half step back. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, Thunder Dragon's Claw. Boom! The 5 fingers of Chinyu's right hand suddenly clasped together. The endless stream of cherry blossoms, mixed with the power of violent thunder, exploded in an instant. The seemingly indestructible thick axe was shattered at this moment, like a piece of paper. Under the rapid spread of the cobweb crack, the black gold thunder light, like a horned dragon, went straight to Broki. What? The violent thunder light instantly enveloped Brokey's huge body directly. Under the screams, Chin Yu, who was standing in the same place, has turned into a thunder light, and he took the lead and appeared in front of him. Under the frantic compression of the endless thunder light in the right hand, there is no trace of fancy. He slammed into Brokey head-on. Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Boom. One punch. Like a violent thunder light venting, the air is rapidly distorted wherever it passes. Under the rolling of endless thunder, it is even more powerful, pouring out. Boom. A thunderous explosion sounded, and Brokey's huge body flew upside down like a cannonball. The speed is faster than that of Ching Gui Dongli. The violent blow shook everyone's nerves. Wherever the huge body passed, the trees along the way were directly shattered. The blood that was spitting out from the mouth also stained the ground along Yuhi's way. In the end, it smashed into the virgin forest near the coast, thousands of meters away. Boom. The entire land was shaken by a huge earthquake, and the wind and waves that were set off were like a 10th-level hurricane, rapidly rolling back away. Under the large sand and dust, many dinosaurs and beasts hiding in the jungle fled in panic. It can be said that looking at these two island overlords who have ruled the small garden for hundreds of years, fear has already been implanted in their minds. In a split second, he was knocked into the air like a broken sandbag. For the original inhabitants of this island, the cognitive subversion is also a nightmare. Some dinosaurs and beasts that could not be avoided were instantly smashed into flesh-chan. Under the splash of blood, it directly dyed Yuhi's entire estuary. Sauron and the others who witnessed this scene stiffened. When I thought of not long ago, I still wanted to join forces to defeat Chin Yu, and my spine was still chilling. If the fight just now, Chin Yu really got serious. That awaits them, it will be a nightmare. Looks like that big guy can't hold back a bit. Chin Yu raised his brows and smiled genially. Sauron, lend me the word Hidao. The inexplicable words made the people in the field startled. Even on Mukuro Bone Mountain, Tori who climbed up was no exception. Lend a knife. Why did I lend it to you? Zoro was startled. Shut up, you green algae head. It's your business if you want to die, hurry up and give me the knife. With Sanji's voice, he kicked him in the face. The ancient words of Hidao flew out. It fell directly into Chin Yu's hands. Looking at the void and standing, bathed in thunder light, Chin Yu looked like a god. The moment he held the word Daoyi in his hand, the whole person's momentum changed. If it is said that the moment before, Chin Yu gave them to be arrogant and domineering, then the current Chin Yu gave them the feeling that he was as sharp as a sharp blade. With him as the center, the circulating air has a hint of stagnation. The moment Huo Ran raised his head, a roaring crashing sound of waves broke out on the shoal coast at the mouth of the sea in the distance. Dongli, who hurriedly got up, suddenly changed his expression. Looking at Brokey, who was still lying near the estuary, he roared in a hurry. Brokey, run away, that guy is here. For hundreds of years, in addition to the decisive battle, they have another way to decide the winner. It is determined by the size of the prey being hunted. The target of the hunt is the island-eating beast that exists in the waters near the small garden. However, for hundreds of years, while they were hunting the island-eating beasts were also hunting them. Right now, Brokey was not only injured, but also happened to fall in the direction of the estuary. This undoubtedly allowed the island-eating beasts lurking in the sea to see an opportunity to hunt. Boom! The dull sound of the impact of water waves echoed suddenly. It was as huge as a small island, with a body as large as 1,000 meters, and it broke out of the water directly. The large puff of seawater it brought up poured down like a torrential rain. The huge body, when galloping in the air, gives people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. A pair of lantern-like eyes suddenly turned and locked on Brokey. The bloody mouth opened wide, and the stench brought by it, and the huge amplitude, was enough to swallow a small island directly into the belly. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Even Brokey, who was lying on the ground, was full of disbelief. However, the thunderbolt that Chinyu had just cast, he was able to take it down. Under the click, the body was briefly paralyzed. Facing the behemoth in front of him, he couldn't make a move for a moment or three to block and dodge. The only thing to do is to watch death come. Brokey, be careful, I'll save you now. Dongli growled in a hurry. He was dueling Brokey for hundreds of years. However, facing this old partner in front of him, he was in deep crisis. The hatred of the past has long since vanished. What he desperately wanted to do now was to free Brokey. Good come. I've cut through iron, I've cut through steel, but I haven't cut through islands yet. Chinyu smiled genially. The inexplicable speech made people stunned. In the next moment, there is no waiting for them to react. Lei Guang and Lu Ying, who were dormant in Chinyu's hands, frantically poured into the words of Hidao as if they didn't want money. At the moment when the blade chirped cheerfully and was covered by the pitch-black armament Haki, the ancient words of Hidao seemed to be transforming. Falling in Zoro's eyes, a ridiculous thought flashed in his mind. Chapter 596 Split the Sky. Black Knife. Sauron looked at Chinyu's hand, and his appearance completely subverted the image of Hidao. A word from Guina's mouth flashed in his mind. Every swordsman dreams of owning a black sword. Originally, for young Zoro, he didn't know what a black knife was. At least, in his eyes, isn't the blade without black. However, with the growth of age, Guina passed away inexplicably. Let Sauron follow the footsteps of Black Blade even more. Until the scene in front of him appeared, when Zoro's mind roared, an extremely absurd thought flashed. The black sword not only represents the famous sword, but also represents the realm of the swordsman. He finally understood why this young man of the same age as him gave him two valuable swords. That's because any blade that falls into his hands will transform into a famous sword. Chaotic thoughts flashed through Zoro's mind. The moment Chinyu raised his head suddenly, his eyes were like hawks, and he was locked on the island-eating beast that rushed up into the sky. The fierce chi machine that had been madly accumulated in his body, at this moment, exploded like a dike burst. While stirring the air in the four directions of the sky, Chinyu moved. Black Knife, 1 knife flow, Thunder Shadow flow 10 burials. Jung. The sound of the sword chirping was like the roar of a horned dragon, rising straight into the sky of the 9 heavens. The endless thunder light blooms, and it is crazily intertwined with the fierce and incomparable Lu Ying. Turned into a training, straight into the void. Hit the sky. It is like a thunder dragon soaring into the sky, smashing everything in the sky with a posture like tearing the sky and the earth. The violent air waves turned into a Category 12 hurricane and swept the entire island. In an instant, cold air rushed out of everyone's spine, giving people the illusion of falling into the ice cellar. Everyone just felt that between heaven and earth, all the places within sight were occupied by the dazzling golden light. Roar. The deafening scream and roar sounded without warning. With a tingling sensation like tearing the eardrum, it echoed in the heaven and the earth for a long time and could not be dissipated. Before everyone could react, the hot liquid poured down like a downpour. The fishy smell went straight into the nostrils. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Before they could think about it, everyone rubbed their eyes frantically, looking up to see what was going on in the sky. However, the dazzling golden light was dissipating in the scene, and it was as huge as a small island, with a body as large as 1,000 meters, and it was cut in half. Large swaths of blood poured down from the neatly broken mouth. through the area of half of the body. The moment he saw the sky, his pupils contracted. My eyes almost burst. This knife not only severed the island-eating beast in two. The sky was also split open. Boom! The two halves of the huge body, under the control of the island-eating beast, bounced weakly in the void. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of the public, it crashed onto the island. The kilometer-huge body gives the impression that it is like a huge mountain range, making the entire small garden vibrate violently. Looking at this astonishing scene in front of me, and the bloody smell in the air. Not only Sauron and the others, but even the two giants couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Over the years, they have also tried to challenge this huge island-eating beast. Not to mention the one-on-one situation, though. In the original book, Tori and Brokey are going to send Luffy and his party out of the small garden. Displaying the combined technique to dominate the country, it just knocked it into the air. There is absolutely no way to kill them. Of course, among them, their weapons, after 100 years, have long been overwhelmed. Unable to withstand their full blow. However, in terms of the maximum numerical value, Dongli and Brokey, who could achieve the greatest result, were only severely injured by the island-eating beast. To achieve the same record as Chin Yu is completely a dream. If this shot falls on them, I am afraid that the end and the island-eating beast will not be much better. Is this knocking the mountain and shaking the tiger? Messy thoughts flashed in the minds of the two giants. He hurriedly looked at Chin Yu and met his gaze. However, this time, Dongli and Brokey, the arrogance of the giants, disappeared in an instant. Okay, the island-eating beast has also been killed, and the warm-up has been completed. Then, let's continue the duel just now. Chin Yu said with a smile. Now, I'll give you two choices. 1. Like the island-eating beast, it was split in half by me. 2. Join Fairy Tail and become my companion. I can give you the power to restore the glory of Elbaf Giant. For example, the high-level domineering Chi Sakura that I just cast. The deep voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magic sound, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Everyone's eyes were locked on the two giants. They eagerly wanted to know, compared with Chin Yu's resolute behavior, whether the proud head of the giant can still be raised. As the words dissipated, the huge situation suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. Feeling the urgent gaze around him, Dongli couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. After looking at Brokey, they spoke in unison. I, Dongli Brokey, are willing to join Fairy Tail, and I hope the captain can give us the power to restore Elbaf, the giant's glory. The voices like waves gathered together and echoed over the entire island, and there was no way to disperse for a long time. Looking at the two legendary giants, an instant consensus was reached. Except for Zoro and others who stared blankly, even the face of the sand crocodile rock doll suddenly turned blue. He had thought that Chin Yu would force the two giants to join Fairy Tail. It was as if he was persuaded to join that day. However, Jean Rockdoll never imagined that this process would end so quickly. What's more, looking at the expressions of these two giants, I was completely convinced. In particular, the slash that split the heavens and the earth just now made K. Rockdoll feel an inexplicable heartbeat. Originally, in K. Rockdoll's eyes, domineering is only a weak one, and it is a small path to enhance strength that will only be chosen when there is no powerful devil fruit ability. No matter how you practice, it is absolutely impossible to match his natural devil fruit. However, Chin Yu's physical skills, domineering, and fruit power are now combined. Completely subverted K. Rockdoll's cognition. If you replace the island eater that flew across the sky just now, it's him. Rockdale believes that he has obtained results with the help of rustling fruit. Apart from the fact that the corpse is not as big as the island eater, the so-called fate is no different. And there was a hint of eagerness in K. Rockdale's arrogant heart. Chapter 597 The Rhythm of Being a Nurse. Uncle Dongli, you joined him like this. Luffy couldn't help but rushed out of the ruins. During this time, they joined their queue in order to kidnap two giants, but they were both fathers and mothers. In addition to spending a lot of lips and tongues, there are also a lot of food and drinks. Those were all things that came through from Garp. However, it looked like it might be successful. I never thought that Cheng Yaojin would be killed in the middle. In just a few minutes, their efforts of several days were completely overturned in vain. Haha, you kid, we didn't plan to get on your boat from the beginning. Dongli sat on the ground. For Chin Yu's attack just now, it didn't hurt their internal organs, but it also hurt their bones and muscles. When he spoke, his body still hurt. This is one of the reasons why they surrendered. When he was in his prime, he couldn't do Chin Yu. Now that he is injured, he has to go up and do it. That would be death at all. You giants really have no backbone. Looking at the two giants, he directly denied his fantasy, and Luffy stuttered. Dongli obviously didn't take Luffy's words to heart. He laughed with the giant sword in his hand, put it aside, raised his head and took a sip of wine, saying, "You're really a brat, no wonder your grandfather doesn't let you be a pirate." The crisis in this sea is not something you can imagine. The weak eat the strong, but the rule of the strong in this sea, if this time, the person you meet is not him. If he didn't show mercy, then you should be like the island-eating beast, you should become two corpses, display them in the small garden, and finally turn them into a cup of loess. The voice of Cheng's words reverberated in the sky in all directions, like a magic sound, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. It is like an invisible hammer, hitting the depths of their souls. Not to mention Luffy, even Zoro and others couldn't refute them, and their expressions became ashen. Haha, it looks like you guys are also aware of the seriousness of the problem. Broky strode over, and after laughing, he also sat down. Your strength is quite good, but I still want to persuade one or two. This sea is not suitable for you for the time being. If you can, I hope that after you leave the small garden, you can contact your grandfather and rush into the great waterway. It is still too reluctant for you now. What's more, Dongli and I, as giants, the most respected are the strong, the head of Laxus, but with our strength, we have convinced the giants. Having said that, Broky glanced at the island eater with lingering fears and continued. What's more, what he said is not wrong. As the strongest giant warriors 100 years ago, not only did we not think about protecting Elbaf, but we hid here willfully to carry out the so-called ignorant duel, which led to Elbaf is destroyed. Our giants are out of glory. We need strength to restore the glory of the giant Elbaf, but we, who are out of touch with the history of 100 years, need a guide even more, otherwise we will only take more detours. The rolling voices, like thunder, echoed in this world. Whether it was Zoro or Sanji, even K. Rockdale's face was very embarrassed. Before they set foot in the sea, they were still pretentious with their strength. But after seeing Chin Yu's strength with his own eyes. This is undoubtedly the ruthless comparison between Yingguang and Haoyu. In particular, Rockdale, who not long ago, was hiding in Alabasta as a hero. Just like these two legendary giants. Okay, you guys have suffered a lot, so let's get some treatment first. Chin Yu grabbed the scepter with his right hand, and instantly dropped the scepter into his hand. Now the templates of Laxus and Bone King are more than 60% realistic, so some power and means can still be borrowed. Tier 4 Magic, Group Therapy. Boom. With the scepter in his hand, he stomped on the ground, and the huge magic power was vented, and the magic circle was instantly built. Healing light and rain fell from the sky, giving people a pleasant feeling that all the cells in the body were breathing. The tingling sensation that had spread all over the body, receded quickly. Haha, I didn't expect our new captain to have such a strange power. Dongli laughed heartily. Braki, it seems that our choice this time is not wrong. Yes, we are the strongest giants in Elbaf, of course we will not choose wrong. Brookie also laughed. For a while, the rolling laughter was like a muffled thunder, and the shock made people's ears tingle. Chinyu reluctantly dug out the earwax that came out from the shock, thinking about whether to control the giant's volume in the future. The next moment, the call of the phone bug rang suddenly. Mosamoxi, teacher, I'm Bastius. Bastius. Chinyu raised his brows involuntarily. He remembered that Bastius was dealing with the mess in Alabasta. He is also the only person in his team who does not know his dual identity. Is it because you see through your identity? Messy thoughts flashed in his mind. Chinyu made a gesture to Dongli and Braki, signaled to keep silent, and then connected to the phone bug. Bastiu, I'm Laxus, is there anything important? Teacher, I'm sorry to disturb you at this time. It's because the students are embarrassed. It's just that when I met Mr. Karp just now, he said that the person you recommended seems to have slipped away under Mr. Karp's eyes to seek revenge on you. If you meet him, please be merciful. Inside the phone bug, Bastius' hurried voice could be heard. Chinyu raised his brows, looked at the stiff-looking Zoro and said, Tell Mr. Garp, I have caught the man, and I will send it to him later. What? Where did those boys really go? I have to abolish him today. Karp's voice came suddenly. In this sudden scene, even Sanji and Zoro couldn't help but slap their wrists, and the things they were holding were scattered all over the floor. Looking at the way they shook their heads desperately, it was obvious that they cast a shadow on Garp's iron fist. Chinyu rolled their eyes at them and said, Mr. Karp, calm down, man, I'll send it to you. But if they don't want to, there's nothing I can do. Hearing these words, Zoro and the others were suddenly relieved. Laxus, you, Karp suddenly became angry. However, after a short pause, a sentence came out that caught Chinyu off guard. Boy, I heard that Sengoku and Zephyr both praised you for having a set of theories for training newcomers. Why don't you help the old man and train these little devils? If the effect is good, you may be able to take Zephyr's old face off. Let me teach them. Chinyu was stunned for a moment and looked at the four of Sauron. Isn't this the rhythm of being a nanny? Chapter 598 I am just a teacher. Chapter 598 Hokage _ Teacher, you can consider Mr. Karp's proposal. Teacher Zephyr and Marshal Sengoku have already made a decision. As long as the teacher nods, they are willing to let the teacher become the new instructor of the naval boot camp. Bastiu said anxiously. New instructor. Chinyu couldn't help but be startled. The decision of Sengoku and Zephyr was unexpected. Originally, I just thought that the one-button full-level system and the 6 style use notes can be stirred up a little, the Navy headquarters. Give him a leverage to create a point of world turmoil in the later stage. It never occurred to me that Sengoku and Zephyr would also pay attention. It even threw out the olive branch of the instructors of the Navy boot camp. This is a position comparable to a rear admiral or even a lieutenant admiral. After all, to be able to teach in a naval boot camp is not a seasoned person. To convince a group of unruly newcomers, at least the fist needs to be big enough. Zephyr can become the chief instructor, making all the newcomers, and even the current Navy generals in awe. That is also the halo of his former general. What's more, the Navy boot camp, which is the cradle of newcomers from the Navy headquarters in exchange for blood. Now, a person who doesn't know the origin is actually allowed to take an exceptional position as an instructor. This is enough to prove that the 6-type application method obtained in the system is far more attractive than his cognition. Bastiu, don't get in the way of the old man's words. Cap shouted, obviously snatching the phone bug away. You give me a good training for these guys along the way. the old man got an emergency order to assist the Hokage and encircle Walder. As long as you let my grandson improve his strength, and later go to the Navy headquarters, this old man will cover you. Abandoning these words, the other part of the phone bug was immediately hung up. This kind of energy that comes and goes in the rain is really hard to turn around. However, the only thing Qin Yu cared about was that the Navy began to encircle Wald. In his memory, Wald in the original book, in order to prove his strength, chose to use Chiwahai as a meat shield. It's a pity that in the end, only Hancock's two sisters were obtained, and the so-called plan was in vain in the end. Now the timeline, because of Qin Yu's appearance, is obviously 2 years ahead of schedule. It is still unknown to what level Wald's counterattack will evolve. However, thinking of when he was in the Chambord Islands, Hancock did not hesitate to lead the 9 snake pirates to help for his own safety. Qin Yu still kept his mind and looked for opportunities to contact Hancock. "Captain, are you in a hurry?" Dongli raised his head and took a sip of spirits before saying, "We can set sail at any time. However, the bodies of our giants are relatively large. Judging from the boats you are on, captains, they should not be able to carry us. I'm afraid it will take some time to make a raft." As the strongest among the giants, he may not be the tallest existence in One Piece. But in terms of height, it also reaches 20 meters. According to Qin Yu, the 10-meter-long warship was probably not strong enough for them to turn over, so it sank directly. "Captain, if you're really in a hurry, you can leave us a life card. You set sail first, and we'll catch up later." Brokey took a bite of the barbecue and immediately suggested. After all, this is a great waterway, and the weather is even more unpredictable. To build a huge raft that can withstand wind and rain is not something that can be done in a day or two. Facing Brokey's suggestion, Qin Yu frowned slightly and suddenly thought of a solution that would have the best of both worlds. He really does not have the ability to build such a big ship for the time being. However, in memory, there are ready-made big ships. "How long does it take you to make the simplest raft?" Qin Yu returned to the divine way. "Easiest." Dongli raised his brows and said, "About 7 or 8 days, at least we have to consider the dangers at sea. For the giants, they have the physical advantage. However, once you get to the sea, whether it is a giant or an ordinary person, if there is no boat, there is only one dead end. After all, not everyone is a Raleigh old pervert, able to swim across the entire sea without wind." 7 days. Qin Yu raised his brows and said, "Then you build a raft first, and I'll collect information first. At the same time, during this period of time, I will guide you in the use of your 2-color domineering. With your qualifications, it shouldn't be difficult to get a master." Armament hockey. Brokey and Dongli's eyes suddenly lit up. As a giant, he still remembers the scene when Qin Yu was stunned by a blow just now. Armament hockey, which is as black as ink. Even they feel tricky. What's more, in the duel for hundreds of years, they have already found themselves at a bottleneck. If you can take advantage of it, the practice of 2-color domineering will raise your strength to a level. In the future, it will become easier to restore the former glory for the giant family of Elbaf. "Teacher Laxus, please guide me to practice domineering together." A cold voice came out suddenly. Even Qin Yu was a little surprised when Sauron fell to the ground, kneeling and bowing to the ground. As one of the 3 main pirate hunters of the Straw Hat Pirates in the original book, Roroya Zoro, Qin Yu knew exactly how stubborn he was. When he was young, he was able to insist on the 3 swords that others laughed at, and challenged Guina thousands of times. This kind of feat is not a normal person can compare. However, looking around the entire Straw Hat Regiment, Zoro was undoubtedly the crew member with the most overall view. In the face of the lack of their own strength, there is a heart that quickly becomes stronger. However, he was willing to ask the enemy, Mahawk, the eagle eye of Chiwahai. Now Chinyu showed that the black knife he dreamed of had undoubtedly moved Soren's heart to become stronger. Zuoren, you promised to be my crew. Luffy exploded all of a sudden. Rarely escaped under Garp's hands and abducted 3 people as temporary crew members. If Chinyu was dug up, it would be difficult for Luffy to be blinded and fall in love with him in the future. Luffy, this is my apprenticeship, not to get on the boat. Zoro said in a deep voice. If you don't want to, the next time you are beaten up by your grandfather, I hope you can also apprentice. Even the Admiral of the Navy and the instructor personally invited. I believe that Teacher Laxus will never let us down. Looking at Sauron with a dignified expression, Chinyu was helpless. This step on the horse is to push him to the dead end. However, when I think of it, among the supernovae in the future, there will be people who have been trained by themselves. Perhaps, it can also cause turmoil in the world. You green algae head, are you planning to get rid of us? Sanji took a deep breath of his cigarette and said, count me in. Also count me, my uncle Usopp, but I have an amazing talent. Ah, you all signed up, then I can't be left. Count me in. Chapter 599 Mad Dog in the Sea. Seeing that a group of little fans were captured at once. Standing behind K-Roctal, also stopped talking. Daz, do you want to sign up? Chinyu looked at Daz with interest. Originally, he, who was planning to stand firm, suddenly became discouraged and said, Mr. Laxus, count me in. Lord Rockdale, are you coming too? During this period of time, Chinyu's many means, but Daz was vividly remembered. Now, even Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters and Zephyr, the chief instructor of recruits, have personally committed themselves and invited Chinyu to become an instructor of naval recruits. This is enough to prove that his teaching method is definitely the best at sea. Daz knew that he was older than Chinyu, but he still clearly knew the principle of being the best. In particular, I have personally seen Chinyu display the high-level domineering Chisakura and completely abuse the 2 giants behind the scenes. It also piqued his competitive spirit. I don't need it anymore. K-Roctal glanced at Luffy and the others, his eyes twitched slightly, turned around and left. For him, as one of the dignified Chiwahai in the past, a long-established great pirate, he has to learn 2-color domineering with a group of little kids. Once this kind of thing spreads out, he can't afford to lose his old face. Lord Rockdale, Daz hesitated. However, before the words were finished, K-Roctal turned into yellow sand and disappeared from sight. Haha, this kid looks like he likes face more than our 2 old guys. After taking a sip of wine, Dongli laughed heartily. But if I can, I really want to know what surprises the captain can give us when we go out. In the small garden, separated from the blank period of 100 years, they didn't know much about the people and things in the outside world. However, in the battle with Chinyu, both the combat power and the combat skills subverted their cognition. This undoubtedly makes the 2 giants see some hope for breakthroughs. For Dongli and Braki, who looked hopeful, Chinyu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, and he was also full of expectations. In the original work, there are very few scenes given to giants. However, according to one of the 4 emperors, the Bigmom pirates, Charlotte Lingling. As long as he gets the alliance support of the giants, he can defeat Whitebeard, and Guy waits for the other 3 parties and 4 emperors. Become the real king on this sea. These words alone are enough to prove that Elbaf, the hometown of giants, was destroyed by Charlotte Lingling. But the nation of giants still exists, with a force too great to ignore. Now Chinyu has recruited 2 legendary giants, on the premise that he has already learned the stunts of giants to dominate the country. If you use domineering and Liu Ying, your strength will definitely jump several levels. At that time, it is still a big killer if it is not good. Chaotic thoughts flashed in Chinyu's mind, and said, since you all want to learn, then in the next 7 days, I will try my best to teach you the knowledge of domineering. As for how much you can learn, that's all. It depends on personal understanding. Quote. Now, let's go to rest first, I still have something to deal with. After leaving these words, Qin Yu turned into a thunderbolt and swept away directly towards the mouth of the sea. On the other hand, within the naval headquarters, the huge discussion hall was already full of figures, and the first one was the Marshal Sengoku. Boom. The door was directly opened, and 3 burly bodies came in from the door. Seeing the appearance of the 3 generals, the expressions of the admirals present could not help but change slightly. They knew very well that during this period, due to the escape of the skeleton demon, the city prison was pushed forward, and a large number of prisoners fled. The 3 generals all left the headquarters and went to the various sea areas to capture the fugitives. The 3 strongest combat forces in the navy shot, and the good news came back one after another, and many big pirates were sent back to the advanced city prison. However, there are also many pirates with illustrious names who cannot be arrested. Just like the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, who broke through the Chinda prison for the first time and successfully escaped from prison decades ago. You can't even control your whereabouts. Okay, since everyone is here, then I'll stop talking nonsense. Sengoku glanced at the 3 Akainu and went straight to the topic. During this time, you should also know that in the 6th floor of the advanced city, the big pirate who escaped from prison, the world destroyer Bundy Wald, is attacking the Tianlong people and the Navy branch, not even the pirates. Let go. It can be said that it is a mad dog. Whoever catches it bites whoever. 30 years ago, he was lawless. Now after getting out of trouble, he joins up with the remnants of the party, and what he does is even crazier. Having said that, Sengoku looked at Crane. Crane, the chief naval officer, instantly understood, picked up the projection phone bug in his hand and pressed it, and immediately switched it out. During this time, various sabotages from Wald. A marine branch of the Navy uses a merchant ship that uses heavenly gold. Outside the Judiciary Island, intercept pirate prisoners, pursue the Tianlong people, etc. For a time, the admiral in the field took a deep breath. In particular, the lieutenant generals directly under the branch were even more pale, obviously leaving bad memories. It has been 15 days since Wald escaped from the hands of General Qingzi. He has shot 12 times, each time causing a large number of casualties. In order to make you better understand the dangers of world destroyers, I will to repeat, 30 years ago, the key reason why we successfully arrested him. He glanced at Akainu and said in a deep voice. 30 years ago, we were able to take down this mad dog, not only because he challenged the justice of our naval headquarters, but also because he chilled the hearts of the pirates. Indirectly contributed to the alliance between the Navy and the pirates, forcing him to a dead end. So, this time, we have launched the Chiwahai recruitment order. Perhaps many of you will be dissatisfied, but for the justice of the Navy and the peace of this sea, the first thing we need to do is to subdue this the mad dog of the sea. Please remember, he was advancing on the 6th floor of the city, and the frozen island he suffered, but even the Golden Lion Shiji couldn't compare, because he is a lunatic, so when the decisive battle is over, no matter what Chiwahai does. As long as the cooperation agreement is not crossed, you must not take action against them, otherwise this time the encirclement and suppression will be destroyed, then our Navy will once again become a laughingstock. The awe-inspiring voice echoed in the huge discussion hall, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The expressions of the admirals changed. It's been decades since the first battle that day. Looking at them, the slightly older lieutenant generals are only about 50 years old. In the First World War at that time, it was just a newcomer's existence, not to mention participating in the war, and there was no chance to even play Chan Oil. Chapter 600_Navy Mobilization. The huge discussion hall fell into a dead silence. Facing the famous big pirate decades ago, the aged lieutenant general felt the same in his heart as the newcomer, and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Akainu snorted coldly and said, "A product of the old era, under the trend of the times after 30 years, it is just a broken gear. Don't forget, the current Navy headquarters can't be compared in 30 years. With a lingering body, can it be compared with our Navy headquarters, which is constantly changing blood? If you are afraid, you can quit now and go back to the Naval Recruit Training Camp. Let the new Naval Recruit instructors invited by our Marshal give good guidance, and then come back to take up the post." The rolling voice caused the expressions of many admirals in the field to change slightly. Akainu's words were a bit too mean. However, the amount of information contained is also not small. At least, in their eyes, they all secretly had an eye on who the newly recruited instructor Sengoku was. Hearing this, Sengoku sighed faintly and said, "Akainu, Crane said this just to let them understand that you don't need to be serious about the risks of this battle. As for Laxus, it's Zepha, he, and I, the recruits who were recruited from outside after discussing together. You don't need to worry about the conflict not long ago." Thinking of the call not long ago, Akainu's attitude, Sengoku is also mentally prepared. However, he never imagined that Akainu would choose to erupt in such a place after a few days. How much hatred, how much hatred. Instead, I support Marshal Sengoku's proposal. As for Laxus, I met him in Rog Town. He is a rare physique and domineering powerhouse, and he has the ability of natural thunder fruit. If he can, it is used by our naval headquarters, which means that we may have a fourth major force in the future. Qingzi suddenly said. As soon as these words fell, the atmosphere in the field obviously reached a freezing point. A lot of people know that Akainu and Qingzi's tempers are a bit off. I just never thought that Qingji would say such words at such a juncture. The fourth major force. Akainu's face sank, and he stood up abruptly. Hot air waves surged out of his body. The gloomy eyes suddenly turned, locked on Qingzi's body, and said word by word. "Qingzi, do you mean that I am avenging my personal revenge? Don't forget that Walder slipped under your nose." "Really?" Qingzi let out a sigh of relief and met Akainu's gaze. "If you have to say that, did you catch that fellow, Earl Yuhi?" "You!" Akainu roared, and the devil fruit power dormant in his body was about to explode like a frenzy. "Enough, you two don't come here, you want to fight, and go to other places afterwards," Sengoku shouted coldly. "If you have this kind of energy, bring me back the escaped pirates, as well as the skeleton demon. I haven't been sitting here for a long time, and I will sit up if I feel like it. If anyone comes here blindly, don't blame me for letting Carp teach you a good lesson. Drop the gate and release Carp." Hearing Sengoku's astonishing words, the atmosphere immediately froze. It can be said that many people here are also growing up under Carp's eyelids. Also followed his subordinates. After all, as a Navy hero, he is an existence that newcomers look forward to. But it is precisely for this reason that many people have been subjected to Carp's iron fist of love. That is even the sharp cone of the green pepper, which can bend the existence. Yo-yo, Marshal Sengoku, you don't play your cards according to common sense, but Mr. Carp, why haven't you been here recently? Kizaru's wretched voice sounded in time to complete the field. Could it be that Mr. Carp is not going to participate in this mission? Hearing these words, the young general's presence suddenly regained their spirits. As a hero of the Navy, there is an existence that runs after the pirate King Roger in the sea. It can be said that no matter how much Garp hangs around, it is the existence they long for. Of course, if you know which battle in the Valley of the Gods, then Garp is even more reassured. Don't worry, I have asked Carp to come back as soon as possible. 10 days later, we will encircle and suppress Wald in the first half of the Great Waterway. I hope you don't drop the chain. Sengoku glanced at Akainu and Chingzi, and said in a deep voice. Next, Crane, assign your staff. Abandoning these words, Sengoku rubbed his swollen head and walked away quickly. After 7 days, the small garden. When the naval headquarters was in full swing, the siege event was being carried out. Chinyu and his party did not fall off the schedule. A raft that was more than 70 meters long, like an aircraft carrier, had already been suspended above the estuary. The two huge giant bodies walked out slowly, and the weapons had been replaced with rusted weapons on their backs. The cold light that circulated exudes a smell that penetrates the soul. As for Chinyu and his party, they had already boarded the pirate ship where Nami and Dasichi were staying. When Sauron first saw Dusky, he also mistakenly thought it was Dusky. However, whether it is a follow-up challenge or a domineering use. For this period of time, she followed Chinyu's side and received precise training, and she directly abused Sauron. In 7 days, 30 complete defeats. This fell into the mouth of Sanji, and riding a horse is a shame for a man. Of course, according to Sanji, seeing the beautiful women on board, he is more willing to be ashamed of being bullied by women. Mosamoxi, little brother, I'm Shachi. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Chinyu glanced at it, closed his eyes and calmly, standing at the mouth of the sea, Dongli and Broki, took out the phone bug with his backhand. I'm Laxus, Miss Shachi, do you have any information? 7 days ago, after he returned to the pirate ship, he contacted Nico Robin, who used to be in charge of the Ba Rock Work Club. Pity that as soon as the news of Kibuheike Rock Doll's death was announced, the Ba Rock Work Club immediately collapsed and scattered. Even Nico Robin couldn't get in touch with the billions of elders and others, let alone use the intelligence network that used to cover the first half of the Great Waterway to find information on the Navy and Wald. At the end, Chinyu remembered that in the Chambord archipelago, the proprietor's wife, Shachi, specialized in selling intelligence information. Brother Laxus, it seems that you are doing something unknown again. I heard that even the Navy invited you to join the Navy as a new instructor, and you killed Shichibu Heike Rockville. During this time, you are Yuhi people in the sea. Shachi said with a teasing smile. These words made K. Rockville's cheeks twitch standing not far from the deck of the ship. Although he died once, but now he is clearly alive, but is discussed by others as a dead person. This horse riding is suffocating. Hokage I can fully level up with one click. Chapter 601 to 616. Chapter 601 The Great Crisis Strikes. Sister Shachi, you really raised me high. Chinyu glanced at him, and the ashen-faced K. Rockdoll said, this time, it was just a fluke. As for the Navy headquarters, it was blind and asked me to be an instructor. But the things I asked for, Miss Shachi, you won't forget it, right? 7 days ago, he learned from Garp's mouth that Bond Ward, the World Destroyer, was besieged by the Navy headquarters. Unfortunately, there is no way to find the exact trace information. It's been 7 days now, and I don't know if Wald was ambushed by the Navy. Then Chinyu's coveted Gulosik was a waste. It seems that my little brother has a great plan. Shachi breathed out a long mouthful of smoke and said, however, this time you are lucky. I got important information just now. 3 days later, the Navy headquarters and Chiwahai joined forces. In the first half of the Great Waterway, Welsh Sea area, encircle and suppress Wald. If you have any ideas, I advise you to do it early. I think the Navy headquarters is determined to win this time. Wales Sea. Chinyu raised his brows. He remembered that this sea area was not too far from Alabasta. Captain, I have seen this area in the nautical chart provided by Alabasta. Nami said suddenly. It seems that it only takes 2.5 days from the small garden. I will record the hour hand here. Looking at the recording hour hand in Nami's hand, Chinyu couldn't help but smile, intending to reach out and rub Nami's head. However, as soon as he reached out halfway, his brows couldn't help frowning. Boom! A sound of breaking water came from the sea. Soon I saw a black shadow in the outer sea, breaking the water and rushing out directly. The huge body of tens of meters came in a rolling posture, and the sea water it brought up was like a torrential rain. This is an island-eating beast, Nami exclaimed. 7 days ago, the island-eating beast with a body length of 1,000 meters made her almost incontinent. If Chinyu hadn't acted at the critical moment, I'm afraid she would have been frightened already. HMPH, isn't it just a fish that slipped through the net? Get out of here. In K. Rockthall's mouth. Shachi's remarks just now made him angry for a long time. Especially during this time, looking at those little ghosts and juniors, they shouted every day to learn two-color domineering. He could only stare at him. This kind of suffocation was all poured into self-exploration by K. Rockthall. However, this emotional self-exploration undoubtedly makes this road narrower and narrower. And 7 days passed. Apart from staring, K. Rockthall could only look at one by one, and he had already touched the threshold. Even Daz, who usually participates in the advanced assassination mission in the Ba Rock Work Club, seemed to have some eyebrows a few days ago. On the other hand, as the former boss, he even had the strength to suckle, and he was still at a loss. Lord K. Rockthall, be careful. Daz roared in a hurry. Let the absent K. Rockthall react suddenly. The first to see, is a familiar figure. Armament Haki, which was as black as ink, spread out on the arm, and finally formed a layer of superficial domineering. Looking at the incoming, dozens of meters of island-eating beasts, Daz did not hesitate at all, raised his hand and slashed down. Black Knife Wu Chen Slash. The black light flashed vertically, swiftly swept past like a thunderbolt. The speed is so fast that the island-eating beast cannot react at all. Directly cut the huge body of dozens of meters in two. Boom. The broken corpse was smashed on the sea, and the blood that was brought up was splashed and splashed, making the whole sea area suddenly full of blood. Lord K. Rockthall, are you alright? Daz threw himself on K. Rockthall's side. The black light on his arms made K. Rockthall feel inexplicably heartbroken. This is his old little brother. Now it has surpassed him and has Armament Haki in control. Krokdar, I was just barely able to perform Armament Haki yesterday. Daz noticed Krokdar's gaze and quickly explained. For Daz, he never imagined that according to Chinyu's training method, he would be able to wake up the domineering arrogance lurking in his body so quickly. If this method, once spread, will be crazy for any force. However, this method is called a shortcut by Chinyu, and the degree of danger is also not small. If there is no tenacious will and a lot of combat experience, I am afraid that if you have not succeeded, you will become an idiot. It can be said that this is a 9-death approach. Shut up, a mere island-eating beast, do you think it can hurt me? K. Rockthall roared. The next moment, the scene that caught his eye made his pupils shrink suddenly. In the sea in the distance, a huge black shadow is rapidly emerging, and the surrounding sea water seems to be stirred by an invisible big hand. A pair of eyes, like the moon like Yuhi, quickly lit up. That feeling is enough to penetrate the soul. If we say that the island-eating beast just now is several tens of meters, then the current island-eating beasts can be described as 10,000 meters. Are they waiting for it? K. Rockthall's expression changed suddenly, and he hurriedly looked at the two giants behind him. It's finally here. Dongli and Brokey suddenly opened their eyes. The sluggish atmosphere that had been there was gone in an instant. At this moment, the two of them seemed to return to the giant poses of the sea 100 years ago. Roar. A low roar burst like thunder. The 10,000-meter island-eating beast originally lurking in the sea, a pair of gorilla Yuhi's eyes, instantly locked on Chinyu and others. As the overlord of the sea who has been entrenched in the small garden for a long time, he was beheaded by Chinyu not long ago, but he was only a junior. It is the 10,000-meter island-eating beast that has been lurking and living for a long time in front of the eyes of the merchant ships and even the pirates. In one bite, it can swallow a small island, which is its true attitude. Boom! The huge body was turned out directly in the sea. The 10,000-meter posture gives people a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. The rolled-up sea water gives people a gesture like a raging tide. That feeling was like a tsunami of level 12, rolling over in the distant sea area. It can be said that if this blow, once it hits directly, is waiting for them, not to mention the destruction of the ship. I am afraid that even this small garden will be shattered. Oh my god, is this an island-eating beast? Captain, hurry up and think of a way. Nami's feet and belly were chattering. However, if Chinyu told her that there was a large amount of gold in the stomach of this island-eating beast, it would be another story. Chapter 602 The Power of Giants is so terrifying. Don't worry, watch the show well. Chinyu patted Nami on the shoulder and smiled genially. Go to a play. Nami was stunned, and now she can't wait to pass out happily. At least this scene is not beautiful. A little careless, waiting for them, but swallowed. Rockdale's face suddenly became difficult to look at. In his eyes, Chinyu had already killed the biggest island-eating beast. Then the next time you go out to sea, it will be tens of meters, or even 100 meters. Case of an island-eating beast with a kilometer, Rockdale is also confident that he can kill it in one blow. However, the head in front of him is close to 10,000 meters, reminding the existence of a huge island. If you let him kill it, I'm afraid it will feel like a mayfly shaking the tree. He considers himself extraordinary, and also has a powerful natural devil fruit ability. However, when the opponent's size reaches a certain level, skill becomes unimportant. At least, at this moment, Rockdale has no confidence in his heart. When he saw that Chinyu was indifferent, his nerves tightened even more. He never imagined that in the face of such a huge island-eating beast, Chinyu would put his chips on the two giants. It can be said that at this moment Chinyu seems to be verifying whether his eyes are old. Roar! The 10,000-meter island-eating beast was the first to lose his breath. When the roar sounded again, the huge body moved. At the moment when the huge wave suddenly overturned, the body of 10,000 meters, like a huge sharp blade, directly tore the sea open. The monstrous waves brought up. Before the impact came, the entire estuary shook violently. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Urgent gaze, when swept across Chinyu's body, suddenly locked on the bodies of the two giants. Go! The thunderous drink gushed out from Dongli's mouth. With a deafening stance, it rolled and dispersed. Brokey, who had already held his breath for a long time, responded instantly. As the strongest partners in the past, their tacit understanding and actions can be called synchronization. Boom! Step out! The whole small garden seemed to be in an earthquake. Two huge bodies are shaking the earth. Armament Hokage, which was as black as ink, quickly spread across the two of them. The steel-like color made the originally sharp-edged aura suddenly climb to ultimate. Coupled with the height of dozens of meters, under the flickering sunlight, it stands here like a huge iron tower. Facing so many gazes, Dongli and Brokey didn't show any fancy, and suddenly clenched their weapons with both hands and fingers. Armament Hokage wrapped around his body turned into a wave in the next moment, pouring into the weapon. Formed a Sakura-like Uzumaki posture. The pitch-black blade and the huge aura that circulated were crazily compressed on the weapon by Dongli and Brokey. There was a stagnation in the air circulating around. Dongli and Brokey raised their heads abruptly, their hawk-like gazes instantly locked on the 10,000-meter island-eating beast that struck from the sky. Without any fancy, tense fingers, hands and even the muscles of the whole body, bulged like a rock. The next moment, with the right foot as the fulcrum, the tower-like body suddenly turned up and down under the sound of crackling bones. Lu Ying Bagwo Wushwang. Boom. As soon as it was hit, the movements of the two giants were almost synchronized. The entire space seemed to be penetrated in an instant. The jet-black airwave impacted like a furious wave, tearing apart the space. Wherever he passed, huge ripples were stirred in the air, and the sea along the way seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand. At this moment, it feels like doomsday. Roar. The huge body of the island eater suddenly froze. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in the pupils, the huge body of 10,000 meters, under the frantic squirming, has to dodge first, which is simply impossible. The only thing that can be done is to watch the pitch-black airflow like a savage dragon in the sky. With a destructive posture, it directly enlarges in the pupil. Boom. A dull thunderous roar exploded. Under the impact of the huge air wave, a large swath of sea water was set off, forming a monstrous rainstorm. The pitch-black slash, with a tenacious posture, stabbed its head on the chest and abdomen of the island-eating beast. The snow-white belly was just a little support, and the next moment it was smashed into pieces. Yuhi splashed like a tidal wave, and a large piece of flesh and blood collapsed between the heavens and the earth. The 10,000-meter island-eating beast smashed its head into the sea with a mournful roar. The torn sea lost its support and collided like two invisible big hands. The huge body of the 10,000-meter island-eating beast was directly submerged. On the huge sea surface, the water waves were surging, and the blood of the orangutan Yuhi lingered for a moment or three. A pungent bloody smell filled the air. Looking at the large mess in front of them, the people present couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He looked at the two giants in disbelief. They have long known that giants have extraordinary strength. However, I didn't expect it at all, after casting the high-armament Haki Ryuzakura. The combined blow of Dongli and Broki can directly kill the huge island-eating beast. If the shot fell on them, or in the small garden, the consequences are simply terrifying. The wrath of giants can destroy a country. This is no joke. Haha, the feeling of fighting is really cool. This is the heroic appearance of our giants. Dongli laughed and put the weapon directly on his shoulder. Looking back, after living on the island for hundreds of years, he turned over and sat on the raft. HMPH, if it wasn't for the captain's personal guidance, you old guy would have been cowardly facing this island-eating beast that has been entrenched for 100 years. Broki glared disdainfully. They fought decisively for hundreds of years, but they also hunted for food. I also know a little about this island-eating beast that is entrenched in the sea and intends to hunt giants. I have also played against it, but unfortunately it has not been fruitful. It wasn't until 100 years later, when the master mastered the high-level and domineering Lu Ying, that he was able to kill it in one blow. However, it is precisely because of this reason that they clearly understand the power of this two-color domineering. Haha, you can perform such a domineering blow, you can't do it with my guidance alone. Qin Yu laughed dryly. Your rich combat experience and hundreds of years of duels have allowed you to maintain your physical fitness to a peak state. You can only achieve this level with a lot of accumulation. The last crisis has also been eliminated, it is not too early, and it is time for us to go to sea. For Tori and Brocky, it was possible to get to this point. Qin Yu was not surprised. After all, this was the strongest giant who had been rewarded with a reward of over 100 million 100 years ago. The strength and means possessed are completely unmatched by ordinary giants. Even the current giant rookie Hireding is not as good as 5 or 6/10 of him. Chapter 603 Hancock's Crisis. Uncle Dongli, Uncle Brokey, do you want to join our Straw Hat Pirates? That blow just now was so cool. Luffy rushed to Dongli's shoulder. Both eyes were glowing with fiery starlight. For Luffy, the first condition for what he can bring on board is to be different. Luffy, the teacher is watching. You dare to dig the crew in public, be careful I cut you. Zoro bit back and bit the word Hidao. In the hands of the 3 generations of Ghosts and Snow, there was a trace of dark armament hockey, and they tried their best to spread to the blade. It's a pity that this domineering just spread a few centimeters, and it was obvious that he was exhausted and directly misfired. In the end, under the watchful eyes of the public, it collapsed between heaven and earth. Che, you green algae head, don't get an axe here. Sanji glared disdainfully, and immediately screamed. Nami-san, leave this kind of heavy lifting to me. Teacher, I don't seem to understand domineering. I want to stay on this ship as a trainee crew for life. You bastard, I have to hack you to death. Looking at the situation that suddenly became noisy, Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. For him, the current guidance is entirely to cause turmoil in the world faster. Only by doing so can he better regain his power. What's more, the lively point is also quite good. Okay, everyone set sail and headed to the Wells Sea. Chinyu retracted his thoughts and turned to give orders. However, the first thing that came into view was an unexpected figure. Chinyu, I want to learn 2-color domineering. K-Rockdoll stood in front of Chinyu. Looking at this young man who was a little younger than himself, this kind of asking for advice almost suffocated him to death. If the 2 giants didn't kill the island-eating beasts strongly, he might still insist on his stubbornness. However, the blow that was like destroying the world just now not only killed the island-eating beast, but also shattered the last self-esteem and stubbornness in his heart. The face of this blow, K-Rockdoll believed that even with the aura of Chiwahai's glory, he would not be able to retreat. Now think about it, if the target of the hit is yourself. The spine is still chilling. Haha, you stubborn little brat, are you finally convinced? Dongli laughed uncontrollably. You should call the captain a teacher first. Brokey and I add up, but we are more than 300 years old, so much older than you. In order to become stronger, we have not put our face aside. The strong, but there is no distinction between before and after, but you remember. Rolling laughter, mixed with a sense of preaching. If it was normal, K-Rockdoll would have been violent and beaten. However, what Dongli said this time was not wrong. Chinyu's teaching achievements are obvious to all. What's more, the young man in front of him is a talent that even Marshal Sengoku of the Navy headquarters and chief instructor of the recruits Zeph alike. Watching other people improve rapidly step by step, and pretending to be full of unimportant things, that is his loss. Hee, no need, you won't be treated differently for the sake of effectiveness. The most important thing is that you are willing. Chinyu patted Rockdoll's shoulder. Fairy tale, but it's not important to drag the oil bottle. Dusky, next you guide him to the basics. Me. Dusky was stunned for a moment. For a long time, in her eyes, Chiwahai was an unattainable existence. Usually encountered in the sea, but also to hide and prey, do not be stared at. He never thought that one day he would guide Chiwahai. However, looking at Chinyu's unmistakable expression, Dasichi hesitated, but then she bit Kiba and nodded in agreement. Faced with this decision, K-Rockdoll was a little surprised, but since he broke his own limitations and asked Chinyu to know about the practice of 2-color domineering, this is enough to show that he even sacrificed his face. What's more, compared with those hairy boys from Sauron, Dusky is undoubtedly a better choice. Haha, Captain, it seems that you really have a way of regaining people's hearts. Dongli laughed loudly, and after taking a sip of wine into his mouth, he said, however, Captain, didn't you say that our giant clan also has some problems? Is it a good seedling? It's that brat Ural, John. Dongli, you forgot, is there another kid named Lonzi? Brokey echoed with a laugh. Seeing these two voices twitching, the two giants burst into deafening laughter. Chinyu reluctantly took out his cochlea and said, the John and Longs you mentioned, if I guess correctly, they should be the two lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters now. The former naval headquarters, but through the hands of the nun Carmelite, secretly sold many giants to make up for the strength of the Navy. Among them, there are a few giants who have entered the middle and high level of the Navy. Oh, they turned out to be from the Navy. Then we pirates have no heirs. Dongli couldn't help frowning. After leaving for 100 years, it is not to say that it is not good for the younger generation to be in the Navy. However, 100 years ago, their giant pirate group became a famous legend in Elbaf. In this sea, it is also very famous. If suddenly there are no giants as pirates now, then their giant pirate group, has it become a shame? Hee hee, don't worry, I remember a giant named Hyerding, who should have formed a new giant pirate group to enter the sea. As for the specific situation, I don't know. Chinyu touched the tip of his nose and remembered the original book, Join Helding in the Straw Hat Fleet. Helding, is that the kid who always wears a bullhorn hat? When we left the port for the last time, that guy was haunting us. He insisted on becoming the strongest pirate and surpassing us. Brokey froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. However, a Byakugan from Tori soon came. That's Hersey, is your memory wrong? What's wrong? It's your brain that's getting old. You say I'm degraded. I'm going to fight you. Looking at the two giants who were about to fight again, Chinyu glanced helplessly, frowned, and took out a restless life card with his backhand. He remembered that this life card was something that Hancock gave him after escaping from the Chambord Islands. According to the magnitude of the vibration and the reaction, it means that Hancock is not far away from him. At the same time, there may be danger. What happened to the captain? Dongli glanced at it and said anxiously. As soon as these words fell, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 604 _ Wald. Boom. The thunder-like explosion sounded resoundingly, and the blast wave that was set off rolled back like a frenzy. The sea, which was not calm at first, suddenly set off a big wave. The pirate ship in it, like a flat boat, became unstable, as if it would capsize at any time. Hancock, why don't you send out a distress signal quickly? The Navy is chasing this lunatic. Granny Za, leaning on a cane, reluctantly stood up and suggested urgently. Looking at the huge island-like ship that was chasing more than a dozen nautical miles behind him, his face turned pale. Half a day ago, they received the signal of the meeting point from the Navy, and they planned to rush to the past. I never thought that I would meet the madman Bundy Wald, the world destroyer, in the middle. In the face of ultra-long-range cannonballs, there is also 100-fold increase in Momo's fruit. It can be said that whether it is escaping or chasing, it is impossible to get rid of the huge pirate ship in front of him. It's been a nightmare for anyone being targeted. You bastard, you actually asked the concubine to ask the Navy for help. Hancock's face turned cold, and he shouted in a rush, if this matter spreads, will the concubine still have a face like Chihuahua? In the future, I am afraid that I will not only become a laughing stock among pirates, but how do the Navy headquarters, and even the world government view me? Can an old guy who is dying can really take me down? What's more, everyone will forgive me when my concubine decides, because I am the most beautiful. The cold voice echoed on the huge deck. Facing Hancock's rebuttal, all the female warriors had already cast their fanatical gazes. Lord Hancock is right. Even if we die in battle, we will never ask the Navy headquarters for help. We are Chihuahua. For the reputation of Lady Empress, we will definitely be able to defeat these rude people. Looking at Hancock, who mobilized the emotions of all the staff, his mother-in-law suddenly became angry. Mother-in-law, my elder sister is right. We can become Chihuahua because we have the ability to make the Navy headquarters and even the world government jealous. If we ask for help now, it means compromise. In the future, we will have no right to speak in front of the Navy headquarters. Sonia said in a deep voice. Let's do it now according to your elder sister's idea. I agree too. Godrew also nodded in agreement. Okay, you can do what you say, don't blame me for not persuading you. Granny clenched the crutches in her hand, stomped on the deck, and turned around angrily and left. Looking at this scene, Hancock couldn't help but snorted coldly, an old woman who gets in the way. All the staff gave me orders. Since he is chasing after him, he will fight back fiercely. I will sink them and let the world know that what the Navy headquarters can't do, our 9 snake pirates can do it. Quote. Lord Hancock is right, let's kill. For the 9 snakes, for Lord Hancock, let's kill. The hysterical screams of killing suddenly spread throughout the huge sea area. The 2 sea snakes that had been pulling the pirate ship and fled in a hurry, stopped abruptly, then turned around and went to the Gulaseki, which was chasing after them, and went in a roundabout way. The violent scene made Wald, who was standing on the center deck of the Gulaseki, on the ship's cannon, startled at first, and then burst into laughter. Walolo, I didn't expect this so-called Chihuahua, gave up running away, and planned to fight me instead. Let me take a good look at the capabilities of the world government's lackey, the so-called Chihuahua. Brother Bingjak, prepare ships and cannons for me. I want them to know that the ward pirates are not something they can provoke. Crazy laughter echoed on the huge deck. As the vice captain of the ward pirates, Bingjak, who is also Ward's elder brother, has long been old and frail, and has been leaning on a bottle all the year round. Looking at the unscrupulous Walder, he couldn't help saying, Wald, according to the information, the naval headquarters is still chasing us. Now, we shouldn't waste time here. If the naval headquarters, like last time, forms an encirclement, I'm afraid there will be no second storm and let us get out of trouble. What's more, with your current physical strength, it's probably too much of a burden to control this Guloziaki for a long time. As a product of the old times, at the age of 45, Wald was conspired by the alliance of the Navy and pirates, and was sent to the advanced city prison. In the 6th layer, it is frozen. This kind of treatment was even stricter than the Golden Lion sent to the 6th floor at that time. After all, in the sea at that time, the Golden Lion was unscrupulous, but not as crazy as Wald. Whether it is the Navy, or the pirates, even the dragon people, and some islands blocking the road will be destroyed by him. According to Wald, there is absolutely nothing in the way that can hinder his pace. However, that kind of arrogance and domineering is the product of more than 30 years ago. After a long period of freezing, Wald's appearance did not look much older. But the real age has reached 78 years old. It takes a long time to use Momo's fruit ability to speed up the Guloziaki. The burden is not that he is now, and his old body can completely ignore it. I still plan to use the ship's cannon. The pressure that will be endured has been infinitely magnified. Once at this juncture, encountering a sniper from the Navy headquarters, it will undoubtedly make things worse. You bastard, what do you mean? I have been eliminated from this era, should I obediently hide? Walder roared with a sullen face. If you don't go, old man, then I will come by myself. Leaving these words, Wald swayed, shaving directly, past Bingjak, and appeared behind the ship's cannon. When the big hand slapped the huge ship's cannon, the low-pitched turning sound of the gears resounded. Wald, seeing this, Bingjak looked anxious. Go away, don't stand in my way, I'm going to sink them all, even if I come, I won't be able to stop me. Walder roared again and again. The huge gun barrel, under the rotation of the gear, was instantly locked on the 9 snake pirates who were approaching fast in the distance. Witnessing this scene, a frantic smile appeared on Walder's face. Ha ha, With this ship's cannon, I'll see how you approach me. Today, I'll let you taste what it's like to sink the sea. Momo fruit, a 50-fold increase. Along with the roar, Wald slapped the ship's cannon with his right hand. When the low metal collision sounded, the huge fruit power, like a frenzy, poured into the ship's cannon. Chapter 605 _ Ship Cannon. The pitch-black cannons of ships are more than 10 meters large. Compared with other ship-borne cannons, and even special cannons in the naval headquarters, it is obviously more than 10 times different. Of course, it's not that the Navy headquarters can't make it. It's just that the larger the volume of the shell, the stronger the driving force required, the worse the accuracy, and the smaller the maneuverability. At the same time, with the current artillery technology, the range that can be achieved is also infinitely reduced. Once the oversized cannonball is detonated, then waiting for them, I am afraid it will also bring disaster to myself. Therefore, this special cannon can only be used when Wald casts the Momo fruit. The huge black gun barrel was slowly erected, and when the shooting trajectory was adjusted, it was instantly locked on the sea area where the 9 snake pirates were. 7 or 8 nautical miles, you can still clearly see this exaggerated cannon. Sister, what exactly is this thing? Can such a huge artillery fire reach the sea area where we are? Sonia couldn't help but asked. In the face of this unknown attack method, it is a worry for anyone. Hancock's face also sank suddenly. As a battle-hardened veteran, she is conceited. However, the combat experience is also a lot. What's more, as the Empress of Nine Snake Island, who is prevalent in domineering use, her use of 3-color domineering is stronger than that of ordinary pirates. When she saw the cannon of this ship, an inexplicable feeling of anxiety flashed in her heart. In the face of the cruel words thrown just now, his face sank, and he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Stop chasing in a straight line, immediately switch to roundabout tactics, and try to get rid of the danger of aiming at this artillery channel." I know my elder sister. Godru, who was at the helm, heard the words and reacted instantly. For other pirate ships, and even warships, this sudden turn-like operation may be difficult. Hafong energy, the 9-snake pirate ship also has kinetic energy from sea snakes. As long as the order is issued, it is not without problems to turn in an instant. Oh, you actually know how to turn, do you want to avoid my edge? Walter let out a small sigh, and then laughed horribly. Ha, you girl, it seems that you are aware of the greatness of the ship's cannon that I have carefully crafted. However, you underestimated the power of Wald, the destroyer of my world. Today I will see how you can hide as the prey I am aiming for. Boom. The huge ship's cannon made a low sound of gear bites, and finally the artillery channel was instantly settled. The madness on Wald's face, who witnessed this scene, became brighter and brighter, and the moment his eyes were on the 9 Snakes pirate ship, the long-awaited blow suddenly detonated. Little girl, try the blow I carefully prepared for you. The current Wald is not comparable in 30 years. Momo fruit 50 times. Boom. The thunder-like shelling sound detonated without warning. The violent air wave brought the impact force, causing the huge gun barrel to push back quickly. The wind and waves set off, even Bing Jack couldn't stand, and fell directly to the ground. However, in the face of all this, Bing Jack obviously didn't care at all. The turbid old eyes were locked on the ship's cannon and the shells that were gushing out. Run away. The old roar sounded. Hancock and the others looked at the rapidly approaching shells, and were stunned at first. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the public, the cannonball, which was originally astonishing in size, soared dozens of times in an instant. With a huge volume close to a kilometer, regardless of the speed, it has also increased dozens of times. Everywhere along the way, the air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible big hand. A huge black shadow fell from the sky, bringing with it an inexplicable feeling of depression. Look at such a huge shell, if it really gets hit. I am afraid that, not to mention their pirate ship, I am afraid that in the sea area within a radius of several nautical miles, everything will be destroyed. However, in the face of this behemoth, there is no ability to stop it, right? Sister, now, what should I do now? Sonia's face turned pale. They possess the ability of devil fruit, and they also have the strength comparable to that of a lieutenant general. However, in the face of this kind of impact, it is not something that can be easily resisted. Especially in the sea, once the ship carrier is lost, it will be a nightmare for those with devil fruit abilities. You are all hiding in the mezzanine of the ship, I'll stop it. Hancock said suddenly. As the head of the 9 snake pirates, she is very conceited on weekdays, but in this life and death situation, she doesn't care too much. However, as soon as he took a step, he was stopped by his mother-in-law. Hancock, are you crazy? Why did you stop it? Don't forget, you are the captain of the 9 snake pirates. Anyone can die, you absolutely cannot. Sonia, Godreau, and my old woman, let's do it together. For 9 Snake Island, the existence of Hancock is undoubtedly the survival of the death-free gold medal of Chihuahua. To keep 9 Snake Island prosperous, this is something that must not be discarded. It can be said that on this ship, anyone can die, but Hancock cannot. Sister, my mother-in-law is right, let's go. Lord Hancock, let's go. On the huge deck of the ship, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Looking at the sky, the huge cannonball that kept growing and finally settled on the top of the head. The female warriors of the 9 snakes who were present clearly had a mortal mentality. However, before they could react, a sharp and ear-piercing sound of a knife rang resounded above the 9 heavens. Black knife, 1 knife flow, 10 burials of thunder. Hum. The crisp sound of the knife sounded like a sudden shock. The violent thunder light turned into a drill, with a posture like tearing the sky, passing through the sky and the earth in the distance. The endless golden light flew, like a long rainbow penetrating the sun, and the air along the way was also torn to shreds in an instant. Whether it was on the 9 snake pirates, Hancock and the others, or Wald and others on the Lien Gulaseki, they just saw the whole world, and the dazzling thunder light passed by. The moment that dominates all vision. When he came back to his senses, the golden giant had already traversed the sky and the earth, and collided with the huge cannonball first. The next moment, before everyone could react, a dangerous chi flow spread out in the void. The giant cannonball that was rolled and swooped down had a jet-black appearance, bursting with a penetrating firelight. Immediately, a thunderous explosion sounded. Boom. Violent air waves, and firelight burst into the void. A fiery wave of fire swept through like a tidal wave, and there was a slight stagnation in the air circulating throughout the void. The next moment, the endless flames directly swallowed everything in front of him. The huge sea area seemed to be stirred directly by a pair of invisible big hands. Chapter 606 _ The New 5 Emperors of the Future. Boom. The dull thunder-like explosion sound and the fiery explosion air waves enveloped the dozens of seas in a radius. The waves set off by the entire sea surface are more than 10 meters high. Some of the sea kings hidden in the sea were directly affected by the air waves of the explosion and died in the sea. The 9 Snakes pirate ship, which was under the shock wave, was directly rolled like a flat boat. Looking at the oncoming fire, Hancock was about to step forward to stop him when his face changed drastically. An unexpected figure had already taken a step forward and landed on the deck of the ship. Tier 4 Magic Multi, Defense Shield. 4th Order Magic, Infinite Blocking. Tier 4 Magic, Multiple Weakening of Attacks. A series of magic circles quickly bloomed under Chin Yu's feet. The colorful shields were propped up one after another, covering the entire pirate ship first. The next moment, the incoming flames burst onto the shield. Bang bang bang. The dull collision sound rang out one after another in the outside world. However, with the weakened defense of multiple magic shields, it cannot be shaken at all. Looking out from the inside, it also gives people a feeling of dazzling fireworks. The sudden scene made Hancock and the others startled. In the face of the huge cannonball close to 1,000 meters, they are scrambling to make a shot. Even Hancock is no exception. It's just that they clearly know that this choice will definitely make them die. Even Hancock, who knew armament hockey and the ability of sweet fruit, couldn't stop the cannonball in an instant. It can be said that they have long been determined to die. However, people never imagined that at an urgent juncture, there would be a turning point. This made everyone's tense nerves loosened instantly, looking at the huge skeleton standing in front of the deck, showing endless gratitude. Lord Chin Yu, why are you here? Hancock was startled for a moment, and his eyes became hot. Repeatedly, again and again, to help out, it is just like rain in time. In particular, the man in front of her rescued her from the shame and nightmare. I happened to be nearby. I saw a big movement in your life card, so I came to see it. Chin-Yu turned back and looked at Hancock with an excited face. His eyes were deep, and the soul flame jumped. The huge white-boned hand stretched out under the eyes of the public and gently rubbed Hancock's head. You are still too impulsive. Remember to inform me if there is anything in the future. No matter who your enemy is, even if you overthrow the world government, there is no problem. The small voice, at this moment, seems to be filled with invisible magic sounds, giving people a taste of directly hitting the soul. It made the many female warriors of Nine Snake Island in the field suddenly excited. Damn boy, this sentence is so similar. It's exactly the same as what Rayleigh told me that day. This is a love story. Hancock, don't be obsessed. Fuck you old woman, don't get in the way of the concubine. Hancock just entered the state, when he saw the wrinkled mother-in-law approaching. Like a surge of Izumi was instantly interrupted and disappeared. If it wasn't for Chin-Yu's presence, I'm afraid she would have to cut her mother-in-law with a knife now. Okay, let me handle the matter here. Wald is still useful to me. He didn't hurt you, right? Chin-Yu withdrew his hand, and after a lot of up and down, he asked with concern. No, as the woman of Lord Chin-Yu, of course, my concubine will not be hurt by these little minions. If it wasn't for the range, my concubine couldn't get close, or they would have been solved already. Hancock hurriedly he replied with a face. Hancock, look at your nympho. Is this still the mistress of the Nine Snake Pirates? She's not even the least bit reserved. You old woman, throw her out. Whoever goes to bed every night calls Rayleigh's name. Looking at the situation that suddenly became noisy, Chin-Yu withdrew his gaze and looked at the sea where the explosions dissipated and the waves rolled in disorder. Who dares to interfere with this captain's good deeds? Walder roared. For him, the first test shot was a huge symbol. Originally, I was full of expectations that I could use Chihuahui's life to declare his illustrious name. I never thought that Cheng Yaojin would walk out at the door. However, watching his attack disintegrated, Wald did not rush to shoot. After all, with a single knife, he can penetrate him with a shell that uses 50 times the power of Momo's fruit. There are very few in this sea, and in Bing Jake's information, there are only a few representative figures such as Hokage Mahak and the 4 Emperors Yuhifa in the Chihuahua, able to stop the attack unscathed. Wald, you're going too far. Under the agitation of the magic power on Chin-Yu's body, the whole person was suspended in midair. You won't forget who let you out in the Push City. The cold voice, under the profusion of magic power, reverberated like thunder on the huge sea. Facing the sudden figure, let alone Bing Jack, even Walder's expression changed drastically. It can be said that after escaping from the City University prison, the news he heard the most was not the reputation and deeds of those old guys. On the contrary, it was this arrogant and domineering man who played cards completely against common sense. Without any root cause, in just a few months, the reward amount has climbed to 1 billion skeleton demon. This is an existence that claims to be a headache for even the Navy headquarters and even the world government. In front of the two generals, he publicly beheaded the Tianlong people. At the same time, you can also get out of the body. Based on this alone, it is no longer comparable to ordinary pirates. What's more, during this period of time, there was an undercurrent of momentum on the sea, known as the Great Skeleton Demon, who would be the fifth emperor to divide up the New World in the future. In the face of such an explosive rumor, perhaps many forces will ignore it and just act as a joke. But it also shows from the side that the appearance of the Great Skeleton Demon has undoubtedly become a new force that shakes the pattern of the old forces. In front of any force, but not many people are willing to confront him head-on. There are even more rumors that not long after the Skeleton Demon escaped from prison, he boarded the Moby Dick and had an equal conversation with Whitebeard, the head of the 4 emperors. Then, he withdrew his whole body in front of everyone's eyes. This alone is enough to prove that the Great Skeleton Demon has the qualification to be a pirate overlord that is not inferior to Chihuahai, or even surpasses Chihuahai. Right now, the Skeleton Demon suddenly stepped in, and Wald had to cheer up. Chapter 607 _ This sea can't hold you. The huge sea surface, in addition to the aftermath of the explosion, caused the wave of raging waves to roll back. The two sides of the confrontation fell into a dead silence all of a sudden. Even the moment before, the imposing Walder's expression suddenly became gloomy. For Chihuahai, he really did not take it seriously. But the guy in front of him, who can detonate and advance the Chanda prison, still makes him fearful. Skull Demon, thank you for rescuing Walder. It's all a misunderstanding. We don't know that Empress Hancock is old acquaintance with Skull Demon. Bing-Jack took the lead to smooth things out. The repressed atmosphere in the arena suddenly eased a little or two. Wald glanced at Bing-Jack and said, HMPH, those guys who ran away, but I really wanted to meet you, but I didn't expect that I would meet you here. However, I, Wald, are not someone who doesn't care about love. Since you helped me escape from that hellish place, I won't be embarrassed by your people, but I hope you don't hinder me. Abandoning these words, Wald turned around and planned to leave. Wald, stop, this is not your era. Chin Yu said lightly. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with a magical sound, and it echoed on the sea for a long time and could not be dissipated. Walder's stride suddenly stopped in midair. Wald, don't be impulsive. Bing-Jack's face changed, and he hurriedly persuaded. For Chin Yu's remarks, Bing-Jack did not complain at all. It can be said that he and Chin Yu have the same idea. In his eyes, Wald's appearance looked the same as in 30 years, only 46 years old. However, in the frozen state, the function of the body is also declining. It can be said that the current Wald is no longer as heroic as he used to be. With the changes of this era, even Roger, the Pirate King, has been executed. As Chin Yu said, this no longer belongs to Wald's era. Not impulsive, Walder's face sank, and he roared in anger. A mere boy who dares to give me advice here. You are a challenge, the majesty of a world destroyer. Boom. With one big step, Wald directly performed a shave and disappeared out of thin air in place. Appearing again, he has come to Chin Yu. The pitch-black armament hockey, under the rapid spread of his fists, suddenly clenched his fingers and smashed towards Chin Yu. Boy, others have told you that you have a lot of tricks, so I have to see a mere phantom beast fruit person who has the ability to be a lobbyist for me. Boom. With a punch, the air seemed to be penetrated. Although Wald is a superhuman devil fruit ability user, he is also a grandmaster with the 6th naval style and is a strong taijutsu. In his eyes, Chinyu was young enough to be able to develop the power of the devil fruit to such an extent that it was very good. As for physical skills, he is simply not as good as him. Seeing that his fist was about to hit Chinyu, Walter's pupils flashed a hint of abuse. Momo fruit tenfold increase. Hum. The turbulent air ripples were torn apart in an instant. The sudden increase in punch speed, like a teleportation, appeared above Chinyu's nose. This unpredictable attack method is Wald's tried and true routine attack. In his eyes, there are very few people who can escape. What's more, at such a close distance, Chinyu had no advantage at all to dodge. However, just as the idea came into being, Wald's pupils shrank suddenly. The endless thunder light rose up without warning on Chinyu's body. The next moment, before his fist landed, he disappeared in place. Boom! With a heavy blow, it was directly missed. The fist strength brought up was like a hurricane, and it rushed into the sea below in an instant. The huge impact force directly caused a big wave in the sea, and even the sea kings lurking in it were killed by a punch. The violent scene changed Wald's expression drastically. He didn't have time to think about it, and he quickly upgraded Observation Haki to Ultimate. Behind. The captured figure flashed through Walter's mind. Armament Haki, his right hand, was crazily entangled, using his waist as a support point, and swept out directly behind him. Facing the scene just now, he was eager to verify one thing. However, the words that fell in his ear instantly made his nerves tense to ultimate. Have you ever tried being struck by lightning? God's punishment. Boom. The golden thunder, like a frenzy, vented and fell from the 9 heavens. The speed was so fast that the dazzling golden light of the sky and the earth flashed, and the next moment the violent thunder light fell on Wald's body 1 step ahead. The huge lightning Jinchuriki column is 7 or 8 meters thick. Facing this violent scene, Wald was already mentally prepared. But when faced with the thunder light that fell from the sky, with his weak body and the 9 snake pirates who had just chased down, he consumed a lot of physical strength, and it was too late to dodge. Boom! The thunder light poured on him in an instant, and with the posture of Wan Jun, he went to the sea below, and Yu Wei struck the sky with unabated power. Bingjack's face changed dramatically, and he didn't wait for him to say more. A dark shadow rushed out on the deck and landed on the sea first. Captain Ward, I'll be your stepping stone. Sebastian was the only remaining crew member of the Ward Pirates. It is also a family of giant fish and fish, with an extraordinary swimming talent. Although, in the past countless battles, he has caused blindness in both eyes, but the observation haki he possesses has become faster and stronger. It can be said that Sebastian landed on the spot where Wald fell into the water in an instant. Sebastian, you are good. Wald, who was in the endless thunder, suddenly reacted. In the moment just now, he used armament haki all over his body to raise his defense ability to ultimate. However, in the face of Chinyu's unpredictable attack, he still took a beat, causing his body to feel a little numb. Directly by the endless thunder, it almost rushed into the sea. Now Sebastian suddenly came to help, which undoubtedly allowed Wald to find a foothold. Boom! With a foot on Sebastian's back, Wald's falling situation was directly slowed down. There was no time to think about it, so I hurriedly performed the moon step and rushed towards the gulassage. When he stepped on the deck, Wald breathed a little. However, looking at Chinyu suspended in the sky, his face became ashen. Wald, you're old. Chinyu's deep-set eyes, the flames of his soul suddenly soared. The thunder light on his body rose, like a ghost, passing through the void in a lightning-like posture, and also landed on the deck. Looking at Walter's vulture's gaze, he said, "This sea can no longer hold you. If you still want to continue sailing, I may be able to provide you with protection." Chapter 608 _ This sea can't hold me. Walder's expression sank, and he roared angrily, so you did so many things, did you intend for me to rely on you? However, it's impossible, judging from your love for letting us out that day, let's forget about the farce this time. Abandoning these words, Wald turned and left without stopping. Walder. Bing-Jack was in a hurry, opened his mouth, but still couldn't say a word. On the huge deck, only Bing-Jack, Sebastian and Gyram were left, and fell into silence. After a short while, Bing-Jack leaned on a cane and came to Chin Yu and said, Skull Demon, thank you for saving my wayward brother, he was not like this before. Don't worry, I'm just here this time. This is a phone bug to contact me. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. Chin Yu took out a phone bug with his backhand. The magic power on his body was surging, and the whole person disappeared like a ghost out of thin air. When he reappeared, he had returned to Hancock's ship. It's so fast, even within the detection range of Shenshui, you can only detect the moment he appeared. Sebastian's face changed slightly. Blindness makes his observation hockey more refined. So the momentary touch just now is far beyond what other people can compare. No, the most terrifying thing is the skeleton demon. I am afraid that he has the ability to have dual attribute fruit. Only in this way does Captain Walder choose to back down. Guy Lem's face was also ashen. As a devil fruit person, his focus is obviously different from others. One body and two fruits. This is impossible, right? Bing-Jack's expression changed suddenly. As an intelligence officer of the Ward Pirates, he is well aware of the taboos on those with devil fruit abilities in this sea. Except for the landlubber, it is impossible for anyone to master the second devil fruit. It is not that no one has tried it in history, but the final result is also to explode and die. Now Guy Lem is making this utterly absurd view, which is far beyond anyone's expectations. No, don't forget the legend, but that happened. Guy Lem said again. As soon as these words fell, Sebastian and Bing-Jack's expressions changed dramatically. In their minds, the terrifying existence in the legend flashed. As the pirates of the old times, those things are vivid in their minds. It seems that I'm not the only one who thinks this way. Guy Lem said in a deep voice, this is a remarkable existence. Vice Captain Bing-Jack, I think you have already made up your mind. This. Bing-Jack's dry bark cheeks flashed a hint of hesitation. Looking at the phone bug in his hand, he fell into silence. Lord Chin Yu, it's fortunate that you arrived in time, otherwise we. Sonia watched Chin Yu land on the deck again, and a trace of gratitude flashed on her face. In the face of the overwhelming cannonball that rolled down, with a diameter of almost a kilometer. Apart from despair, they are completely helpless. Did you say this? Hancock glared at him, a hint of shyness flashed across his cold and arrogant face, and said, Sir Chin Yu, thank you for saving your concubine, but this kindness, concubine I don't know how to repay. Looking at Hancock, who fell into his puberty, the people present were already used to it. This kind of treatment is only available to this unfathomable young man in front of him. HMPH, I don't think you said that you have to promise each other with your body. Why did my mother-in-law come out with a cane and snorted coldly, hypocritical? You damn old woman. Hancock's face turned cold, and he shouted hurriedly, whoever calls that old man Rayleigh's name every night in his sleep, and says that I want it, disgusting. Dead. Hancock, you dare to tell me, who is watching the bountyling sicken every day, you old woman. Bastard, throw me down and feed the sea kings, I'm going to kill her. The huge deck suddenly became noisy. In the face of these shameful conversations, even Yuhi's ears turned red when he heard these iron-boned female warriors of the 9 snakes. Grumpy. The voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. The scene suddenly returned to calm. Looking at the Navy-style phone bug, a coldness flashed across Hancock's face. "Sister, shall we pick it up?" Sonia said hesitantly. "HMPH, don't answer." Hancock snorted disdainfully. "My purpose is just to see Lord Chinyu. Now that people have seen it, why should I pay attention to those hypocritical guys?" This, Sonia suddenly concluded, and subconsciously looked at Chinyu. "Hancock, since you are here, it is a good thing to go for a walk." Chinyu said knowingly. "What's more, I still need you to provide me with wartime intelligence." Chinyu was determined to win the Guraseki. However, to drive such a huge ship, you also need to be equipped with the ability of Momo Fruit. Therefore, Wald is also indispensable. Lord Chinyu said that he needed a concubine. Hancock held his forehead with a dazed face and Yuhi said, "It was the concubine who neglected such an important matter. I hope that Mrs. Chinyu will forgive me." Having said that, Hancock snatched the phone bug away, and his pretty face returned to arrogance. "I'm Chiwu Haihan Cook. What nonsense is the Navy talking about? Hurry up and say it directly, don't waste your precious time as a concubine." Looking at Hancock, whose attitude changed quickly, this face-changing speed is really worthy of the title of a woman. Chinyu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and calmed down. He wondered what the Navy was thinking. "Hancock, I am Akainu, this time the main commander in charge of the siege of the world destroyer Wald." The deep voice came out from the phone bug, which changed the expressions of many people. Chinyu also thought that Akainu would participate in this siege campaign, but he did not expect that he would also serve as the commander-in-chief. With his character that he always likes to implement absolute justice, once he fights with Wald, then the ending is bound to sink Wald into the sea. "Akainu, if you have anything to say, just say it, don't talk nonsense to the concubine. We Chiwahai are just accepting the summoning order to walk around, don't give me any orders. Break the order." "You." Akainu suddenly became angry, and after a long while, he said coldly, "Not long ago, according to the eyeliner report, Wald is chasing your 9 snake pirates. I intend to confirm this. Also, don't forget, accept the summoning order. The Navy headquarters has the minimum mobilization power for you Chiwahai. Don't forget the place where we meet." Chapter 609 General Candidate Peach Rabbit. "I refuse to cooperate with the Navy." Hancock snorted coldly. "Rejection." Akainu's face sank as he growled sharply. "Hancock, you should know, what are you talking about? If you refuse the call-up order, it will be you after Walder is under siege." "Shut up." Hancock obviously did not sell Akainu's account, and said, "The concubine is so beautiful, even if she refuses to cooperate with your naval headquarters, she will be forgiven. Wald attacked our 9 snake pirates. I will definitely avenge this revenge. I don't need your so-called Chiwahai recruitment order." Having said that, Hancock did not intend to give Akainu any room to continue talking, and directly broke the phone bug in his hand. Domineering. Or willful. Facing Hancock in front of him, Chinyu didn't know what words to use to describe it. However, perhaps such Hancock is more convincing. Let Akainu, eat a little deflated. Bastard, just bastard, goddamn Hancock, goddamn Shichibukai. It is hundreds of nautical miles away from the 9 snake pirates. 3 warships sailed fast at sea. The awe-inspiring roar echoed on the deck, causing many Navy recruits to look at each other in dismay. Looking at the Akainu, who was wearing a robe of justice and crushed the phone bug in his hand, many Navy soldiers couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. The ghost spider behind him also kept silent. "Haha, Akainu, I've said it long ago, you're not slick enough. If you go to be a contact person in person, you're going to make yourself angry to death." Unbridled laughter suddenly sounded. Everyone's nerves were tense at once, and soon they could see a battleship with a dog's head hat on the bow, breaking through the sea in the distance. Seeing such a special shape of the warship, the ghost spider's expression changed, and rushed forward to report, "General Sakaski, it is Mr. Karp who has arrived." Looking at the Navy, aside from Garp, the old urchin, even the Admiral of the Navy did not dare to be so reckless in the face of a Kainu. However, it is precisely because of this that it can be regarded as a beautiful landscape in the Navy. Looking at the rapidly approaching warship and Garp, who was trying his best to put the senbei in his mouth, Akainu's face was somber to ultimate, and he snorted coldly, "One or two, they're all smack-chan oil. It's some useless guys. Pass my order, gather as quickly as possible, and reduce the encirclement as much as possible. I will sink all the products of the old era into the sea in the name of justice." The rolling roars rolled backwards in the sky in all directions. The hot molten heat seemed to reflect Akainu's emotions, causing the temperature of the huge deck to skyrocket. Leaving these words, Akainu turned and walked towards the cabin under the awe-inspiring gaze of the soldiers. Witnessing this scene, Garp pinched his nostrils boredly and said, "Akainu is still the same, he likes to mess around. However, I didn't expect that in order to encircle and suppress Walder, the 3 generals would be dispatched together, and 10 warships would be equipped. This lineup is higher than that of the Demon Slaughtering Order." For Garp spit, except for Bolt, who had a serious face, the other soldiers on the ship all showed helplessness. Akainu said it ruthlessly just now, but they still know it clearly. This statement is not wrong. As a naval hero, Karp, come to participate in this siege mission, in addition to boosting morale. The final effect is to play Chan Oil. To make him take action and become serious, except for the Golden Lion that made trouble with Marin Fando, he has not appeared for a long time. Of course, there are also rumors that if Garp, the hero of the Navy headquarters, really fights seriously, once again working hard for the Navy headquarters, that will be the Navy's last line of defense. It is also on the verge of dying for the survival of the Navy headquarters. It is precisely for this reason that Karp's Chan oil has a slightly officially recognized taste. Hee, Mr. Garp, you're still the same. The only person who can talk to Akainu like this is you. A clear female voice suddenly came from the deck of the ship. Looking at the black-haired woman who suddenly appeared, and the saber with the golden hilt clenched in her hand, the expressions of the Navy soldiers present couldn't help but change slightly. Only Garp looked as usual, digging out his nostrils and said, "Yo, it was Tautu, why did you come here? It won't be the madman Akainu, so crazy that even you were recruited." Among the naval headquarters, the generals represent the highest 3 major forces. But second only to the general, not the lieutenant general. Instead, they are those who are at the top of the lieutenant general and are known as the replacement for the general. Among them, the Peach Rabbit and the Tea Dolphin are the more famous ones. "Mr. Karp, you misunderstood. I happened to come to this sea area just to pursue the target. I heard from Sister He that you are encircling and suppressing the world destroyer Wald, so come and see if there is anything that can help." Dao the Rabbit laughed and explained. As one of the few female generals in the Navy, Tautu can definitely be called Crane's successor. Whether it is strength or resourcefulness, it is enough to convince people. "Looks like that guy doesn't know where to go to commit suicide, right?" Garp casually flicked his booger. "I'm afraid it will be a headache for you and the tea pigs to be responsible for staring at those terrifying guys. However, I see your expression, it should not be simple, just come here to join in the fun." Karp is in the Navy headquarters, which belongs to the position of playing Chan oil. But it is also clear that the general's post Phil is responsible for monitoring the naval power of the 4 emperors. In the face of the 4 emperors, and even the powerful combat power of the 4 emperors, the general lieutenant general is not an opponent at all, nor does he have the slightest deterrent ability. If he makes a rash move, he will be easily obliterated by the 4 emperors. Under the premise of the absence of the naval generals, the existence of the so-called generals, who surpass the strength of ordinary lieutenants, became the backbone of monitoring the 4 emperors. Mr. Garp, I really can't fool you. Tautu didn't hide at all. With her beautiful eyes flowing, she said with a light smile, actually, I came here for Laxus. I learned from Sister Crane that Bastius worshipped a young man as a teacher, and even brought the teaching notes of the sixth form, and even the sixth form's profound truth, back to the Navy headquarters, and waited until Marshal Sengoku and Teacher Zephyr agreed, and decided to make an exception to be recruited into the Navy boot camp as an instructor, so I wanted to come and see. Quote. Have a look. Carp rolled his eyes and said, Peach Rabbit, you little girl, it's okay to lie to the T-Dolphin, but not to me. I think you're here this time because at the highest meeting held not long ago, the two boys, Chingzi and Akainu, made a big quarrel at the venue. As a member of the Navy headquarters, it is rumored that you are the most likely to be the replacement of the general. I think when you hear, Chingzi said that Laxus has the fourth combat power of the Navy, so I feel bad. Chapter 610 Broken Gear. The smile on Tautu's face suddenly stiffened. She really didn't expect Carp's revelation. However, in the face of the gazes from everyone, Tautu nodded silently and said, Mr. Carp really has a good eye. Me and the others have been in the Navy headquarters for a long time, and have served in the position of Lieutenant General for a long time. In the headquarters, it is constantly rumored that we are the general candidate, but the position of the general is not our turn. Having said that, Tautu's slender fingers clenched Jin Kunluo's waist tightly and said, if we are facing Akainu and Chingzi, we can be convinced. It's just that I'm really a little unwilling to let an outsider suddenly pass us and become the so-called fourth major force. The slightly long voice echoed on the deck, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. Looking at the stubborn Peach Rabbit on the pretty face, Garp sighed helplessly and said, you little girl has the same temperament as the crane, you won't admit defeat. Chingzi did say this, but Laxus was pulled into the Navy headquarters, and he was only a recruit instructor, not a frontline combat member. What's more, you and the T-Dolphins are obsessed with the position of the general. If I were to evaluate, that kid and you are not the same people, but like me, they like to play Chan. As for your bad luck with him, it seems that you can only do it if you return to the Navy headquarters next time. He didn't return with my ship. No. Tautu's tense expression suddenly loosened. For this result, she actually speculated early in the morning. After all, Sengoku was the one who took Laxus into the Navy's boot camp, as a recruit instructor. But he is still not a formal combat member of the Navy, and he is even less able to participate in such an important encirclement and suppression mission. It's just that Tautu was a little uneasy after learning that Chingzi and Akainu made a big deal for Laxus, and couldn't help but run to try their luck without authorization. Mr. Garp, you're right, but Tautu still hopes to fight with him. Tautu returned to the gods. Since Laxus didn't accompany the ship, Tautu didn't delay business and left first. Leaving those words, Tautu turned around and jumped directly onto the sloop docked next to the warship. Immediately, under the helm of two entourages of naval soldiers, they left quickly. Looking at this scene, Carp sighed helplessly. In the Navy, there are very few people who can be indifferent to fame and fortune. Mr. Carp, why didn't you say it just now? Bolt said suddenly. Carp came back to his senses, flipped through Byakugan, and said, what did you say? Tell Tautu, your kendo can't break through the supreme kendo level, your physical skills can't reach the level of the sixth style profound meaning, and you don't have the awakening level devil fruit ability, so you can't become the fourth great power. You are trying to make this little girl cry. She works very hard, but if she is obsessed with becoming a general, it will become a stumbling block. While speaking, Carp waved his hand and said, I don't want to worry about such troubles. I still want to see that kid Laxus. If he knows that Tautu is looking for trouble with him, I don't know what his expression will be. Looking at Garp, who was disrespectful to the old man, he took out his nostrils and ran back to the cabin to sleep. In addition to helplessness, the Navy soldiers present were more or less inexplicably hopeful. For this kind of competition that rarely occurs in the naval headquarters, it is a great event. 2 days later, Chambord Archipelago, Estuary 13. After the Navy searched 3 feet for the skeleton demon, the pirates disappeared for a long time. An old, slightly sloppy figure, half leaning on the tree trunk, took out the jug from time to time and poured a sip or two into his mouth. The turbid old eyes, under the glasses, flickered with a trace of fine light. "Whitebeard, you guys are here, aren't you planning to come out and see my old friend?" Riley spoke suddenly. "If outsiders hear this, they will definitely be shocked." Boom. The calm sea suddenly rolled up. Under the backlash of the large waves, a shadow of a ship broke out of the water directly. The soap bubbles originally shrouded in this small pirate ship collapsed. A figure like an iron tower, holding a naginata sword, appeared in front of Rayleigh. Immediately behind Whitebeard, there were 2 other figures, which made Riley nodded slightly, took a sip of wine, and said, "Brother Marco, we haven't seen each other for many years." As for the other one, "Whitebeard, you mentioned in the phone bug, is it Captain Roger's son, Fire Fist Ace?" Not long ago, Rayleigh was still in the auction house, playing the auction game to kill time. However, the phone bug from Whitebeard obviously dispelled his interest, so he ran here early to wait. After all, Fire Fist Ace, that is Captain Roger's son. "Haha, Rayleigh, like Roger, you are still impatient." Whitebeard laughed loudly, took out a newspaper with his backhand, and threw it over. "However, I heard that last time, you and the skeleton demon almost turned the Chambord Archipelago upside down. That kid was really ruthless enough to kill the Tianlong people in front of the general. I originally thought you would be abducted by him, but I didn't expect you to stay here." For the turmoil that day, not to mention the world government and the Navy headquarters, even the major forces at sea were shocked. Not only because of the great skeleton demon, but also because of Rayleigh, the king of the underworld. It can be said that in the eyes of many people, Rayleigh, who has retired for a long time, actually got involved in this crazy thing. Then it should be left with the skeleton demon after the fact. Facing Whitebeard's questioning, Riley did not answer immediately, took the newspaper with his backhand, looked at the headlines on it, and fell into silence. 1 day ago, the fleet led by Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters was attacked by the world destroyer Wald, and the 2 sides launched a firefight. Finally, Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Chingzi came to help, and while forcing Wald back, they launched a pursuit. The 3 generals shot at the same time. Wald has nowhere to go. It's only a matter of time before the Navy wins. Don't you want to go and have a look? Whitebeard asked in a deep voice. It is widely rumored in the outside world that the great skeleton demon released the old guy who pushed into the city's large prison, but it also means that after Roger, the legends of the old era will also decline one by one. The gears of the times are collapsing, but I believe that there are also new gears that are gradually being replaced. Faced with the madness of the Navy headquarters, no one can stop this, otherwise it will only be pushed to the top of the storm and become the target of public criticism. Speaking of which, the naginata in Whitebeard's hand clenched slightly and said, "This era has already been divided up, and new gears can only replace the old ones. To survive, we can only surrender to our strong ones. Under your feet." Chapter 611 _ The Last Siege. Submissive to the feet of the strong just to survive, Rayleigh muttered while looking at the newspaper in his hand. The turbid old eyes covered by the glasses flashed a dim light. In the end, he clenched the newspaper tightly, sighed, and said, "Whitebeard, you are still the same, and you don't admit the passing of time." "Haha, it's not that I don't admit it, it's just that this sea still can't hold my pace. Ace came to me in the dark. This is the best fate." Whitebeard laughed and patted it. Tap Ace on the shoulder. This time, I came to you because I wanted you to train Ace to use the 3-color domineering power. He has all the advantages of Roger's blood, and he awakened Conqueror's Hokage very early. He is the king of 1 in a million. Symbol. As long as Ace can grow up, then on this sea, our Whitebeard pirates will be invincible. The sound of rolling waves made the soap trees on the shore tremble. Facing Whitebeard's remarks, Riley took a sip of wine in his mouth and said, "Whitebeard, you don't need to say that. Considering the relationship on Roger's ship, I will also help Ace, it's okay. Said I would stay in the Chambord Islands and not leave, and that's why I did it. However, before I start training, I want to know, Ace, what do you think about this sea idea?" Ace couldn't help but stunned. He pressed the hat on his head with a backhand, and said with a smile, "Of course, it is to help Dad and become the strongest king in this sea. And defeating the great skeleton demon, the wound on my forehead still aches when I think of him." As he spoke, Ace pointed to the injury on his forehead, the corners of his eyes still twitching slightly. When he thought of the scenes of meeting Qin Yu that day and being instantly defeated by Qin Yu, it was an unforgettable humiliation for him. Otherwise, this time Whitebeard won't either, and personally ask Rayleigh to guide the 3-color domineering. After all, compared to Whitebeard's pirates, Roger's pirates followed the elite line. Among them, Rayleigh worked as a teacher on board. Yuhitha, who went out under his command, has now become an existence like the 4 emperors. At the same time, in the original book, it only took Rayleigh a year to let Luffy initially master 3 colors of domineering, and his strength suddenly soared to more than 1 billion combat power. Based on these alone, it is enough to show that Rayleigh can definitely be called the domineering enlightener of pirates. Aid Whitebeard to become the king of the sea. Rayleigh glanced at Ace, who was eager to try with a smile on his face, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his cloudy old eyes. He has been staying in the Chambord archipelago, which is the first half of the Great Waterway, to go to the springboard of the New World, in order to find someone who can inherit Roger's will. Originally, in Rayleigh's eyes, Ace, who inherited Roger's bloodline, should be the person closest to this will. But the conclusion he got now made him inevitably disappointed. Could it be true as Whitebeard said, the new generation can only be a stepping stone for the overlord of the old era? "Dad, I just received an emergency report. The Navy's encirclement has been formed. Wald will soon be blocked in the waters of Ooze. Shall we go take a look?" Marco held the phone and hurried aside. Came. Since the Demolition City prison was destroyed, many pirates who escaped from the prison have been defeated again and taken into custody. There are many prisoners in the 4th and 5th floor prisons. But this time, Wald is undoubtedly different. His appearance, and his failure, meant that in the 6th layer of Infinite Hell, the most vicious people were subduing the law. It also shows that even if the pirates of the old era re-enter the stage, there is only one dead end. It can be said that it has different meanings for the Navy and even pirates. Therefore, this battle has attracted major forces from all sides and is eager to pay attention. "Let's go." Quan Dang will send the old man to see the collapse of the old era. Rayleigh glanced at the newspaper in his hand, stepped down and disappeared into the same place. When he appeared again, he had already boarded Whitebeard's ship. At the same time, there are also many forces from all sides holding the same idea as Whitebeard. Facing the beginning of the final encirclement and suppression, he became ready to move. After half a day, it was hundreds of nautical miles away from the Chambord archipelago in the Wuxi Sea. 7 Navy battleships, in all directions, quickly rushed to the northern sea area. On the battleship headed by him, a burly figure like an iron tower stands here, wearing a robe of justice that moves against the wind. As the coach of the pursuit of World Destroyer Bundy Ward this time, Akainu looked extremely livid at this moment, looking at the sea in the distance, speechless. On the deck of the huge ship, the Navy soldiers stationed here, looking at the figure of the Iron Tower, fell into silence all of a sudden. Together with the atmosphere, it also became extremely depressing. General Sakazuki, after statistics from the rear, our troops suffered heavy casualties because of Wald's long-range sniping in the encounter a day ago. The gloomy cheeks reported back. Among them, 2 warships were sunk, 130 people were injured and 18 were killed, accounting for 20% of the total number of the 2 warships. The small voice, like a magic sound at this moment, echoed on the deck, tensing everyone's nerves. Akainu's face suddenly turned somber to ultimate, his right hand grabbed the ship's guardrail, and with a thud, hot lava poured out. Directly crushed the guardrail. Bastard, bastard, Akainu growled angrily. 5 of our warships were sunk by a remnant of an old era, and 2 of our ships were sunk with such heavy casualties. This is simply a disgrace to the Navy. Speaking of which, Akainu suddenly flicked the robe of justice, looked around the deck angrily, and continued to roar angrily. You guys, are you going to tell me that this is the strength of the elite Navy? If it wasn't for the help of others, would our fleet be completely sunk? Thinking of the day before, Wald was more than 10 nautical miles away, with the help of ship cannons, plus Momo's sneak attack. The feeling of suffocation made Akainu couldn't take this breath. Afterwards, through encirclement and pursuit, Walder and others were once forced into a dead end. But in the face of Momo Guo's acceleration ability, he still couldn't succeed in one hit, but instead became a super long-distance chase. Originally, according to Akainu's idea, it was unwittingly that Walder, a remnant of the old era, was sunk. Now the pursuit of the sea has shocked the entire sea, making this battle a lot of attention. It made him lose face. Chapter 612_Rampage Walder. What's the matter, can't you answer? Akainu's face sank as he looked at the Navy soldiers in the field. Then the next battle, you tell me how much it will cost, and now the whole sea is staring at us. Isn't it because I plan to sink more than half of the warships again, so I can win with peace of mind? The rolling voices dispersed with the wind on the sea. The ghost spider had a bitter face. When he was assigned by Sengoku to follow Akainu's fleet, he was mentally prepared to be madly sprayed. But I never imagined that the situation would be more serious than I imagined. Now facing Akainu's question, how to answer this, how to go down the stairs. Haha, Akainu, you are still the same, you like to find your subordinates to vent your anger, and this meal is like a Sengoku. A sudden burst of laughter sounded out. The unusually depressing atmosphere that shrouded the deck was relieved at once. In such a situation, only Carp can do such a reckless person. Cap, what do you mean? Do you think that my leadership ability is a problem? Akainu's face sank, and his anger was right. Faced with this scene, Garp still indifferently put Shanbei in his mouth and said, No, I'm blaming Zephyr, why didn't he train a team of elites like Iron Walls? After all, in the face of this old remnant, when we were encircling and suppressing it 30 years ago, you were still playing Chan on the sidelines. You. Akainu suddenly became angry. Facing Carp's remarks, he could not refute it. 30 years ago, in the encirclement and suppression battle, Akainu and Kizaru had just become major generals. Not qualified to participate in this kind of war at all. The main players are Sengoku, Carp and Zephyr. In which battle, if it wasn't for the Ward pirates, a traitor appeared and was countered by a combination of inside and outside. Otherwise, their casualties at that time would have been even greater. 30 years later, Wald's combat power has been greatly weakened, but he still bears the title of World Destroyer. Even Sengoku and the others suffered a big loss 30 years ago, and now Akainu is commander-in-chief, who has lost 2 warships and shouted. It does seem a bit overkill. Okay, don't make a fuss here. If Sengoku didn't let me supervise the battle in person, I'm afraid you will fight first by yourself. The old voice came out suddenly. Looking at the Crane, who was the naval staff officer, the tense atmosphere of the scene was completely relaxed. Ha, Crane, you're still the same, then I'll leave the matter here to you, I'll go back to sleep first. Carp looked at someone to smooth things out, and didn't bother to stay, turned around and planned to leave. However, as soon as the footsteps started, the words that fell in his ears made Garp's footsteps stiff in the air. Cap, there is something for you to go personally, he said in a deep voice. Not long ago, according to the report of the eyeliner, the small Moby Dick that Whitebeard was on boarded has entered the waters of Ooze, and the ships it seems that there is also Raleigh, the Hades. Quote. Don't forget, they are all big figures in the old era. They suddenly appeared here. What kind of mentality did they have? You still need to go there yourself. You have to remember that this contact is not for you to start a war, but to beware of their interference. Whitebeard. Listening to this name, let alone Garp, even the faces of the Navy soldiers in the field changed drastically. That is known as the strongest Sea King in the New World, and now suddenly running to this place, no doubt makes the nerve strings tense. The guy with Whitebeard came to join in the fun too. Garp raised his brows and said, the Peach Rabbit guy came here 2 days ago. It seems that guy is here too. No wonder that guy Sengoku will let you come to supervise the battle in person. For your sake, I'll go meet Whitebeard. I haven't asked for a drink from his house for a long time. Abandoning these words, Carp turned and left. Facing the appearance of the so-called head of the 4 emperors, the appearance of Whitebeard, like Garp, can say such a light-hearted speech, and there is only one in the Navy headquarters. After a while, watching Garp's battleship sailing away, Hikai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Akainu, the next thing is still up to you. I hope you can win this battle a little better. HMPH, a group of remnants of the old era, no matter how many they come, the result will be the same. I will also sink them into the sea one by one in the name of justice. Akainu snorted coldly. Looking at the sea in the distance, he said, this is the new generation 30 years ago. Don't tell me about the powerhouses of the old era. Those are all gears of collapse. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, I will sink walled into the sea. The rolling roar echoed on the sea. Looking at the arrogant Akainu, Crane fell into silence and finally sighed. Gulu Gulu, I am Huo Shaoshan, please request a call immediately. The urgent voice of the phone bug rang suddenly. Akainu snatched the phone bug from Ghost Spider's hand and said in a deep voice, what happened, making you so panicked? According to the arrangement in Akainu's memory, Huo Shaoshan should have followed the Qingzi fleet and pursued Wald. Now all of a sudden, urgent contact, there should be something big. Admiral Sakaski, the Gulasiki where Wald is located, suddenly changed the course direction, and they rushed towards you. Huo Shaoshan replied in a hurry. The line of defense formed by Chiwahai didn't stop it at all, and it will soon come to you. A hysterical roar echoed on the huge deck. At the moment when all the naval soldiers and even the generals were nervous, they looked at the sea horizon in the distance, and their pupils shrank suddenly. Come on, here he is. The exclamation sounded abruptly, directly detonating the depressing atmosphere in the field. Looking at the sea level in the distance, the huge ship like an island quickly zoomed in sight. That amazing sailing speed gives people the feeling that stepping on a horse is going berserk. After 2 days of siege and pursuit, he faced the Navy's encirclement net. Wald, the world destroyer who is a remnant of the old era, is clearly at the end of the road. In their eyes, they thought they could force Wald into a dead end by pressing step by step, exhausting his strength. I never thought that at the last moment, he would go so crazy. Take the initiative to attack them. Bang bang bang. The dull sound of shelling suddenly resounded above the sea. One after another, the flames detonated on the huge island like Glossiaki. The blazing flames and the wrapped cannonballs numbered dozens, and a barrage was clearly formed when they shot. Chapter 613 _ The Last Craziness. Bang bang bang. The low sound of shells rang out one after another. The instant the dense barrage appeared, the silence in the field was directly broken, and even Akainu's nerves suddenly became tense. They are no strangers to this kind of surprise attack. Walolo, after 30 years, I still have this kind of treatment. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The crazy laughter suddenly resounded through the sky through the loudspeaker. Through the telescope, it was obvious that Wald was standing above the ship's cannon, laughing horribly. However, little candlelighter, no matter how many times you come, sink me into the sea. If you want my old life, let Garp and Sengoku come. 50 times faster. Along with the awe-inspiring roar, Wald grabbed his right hand with 5 fingers in the air. The shells that pierced through the sky instantly burst into the light of the fruit's ability. The originally dense barrage suddenly increased in speed and volume by 50 times. Like a torrential rain, the whistling sound was loud, directly tearing the void, and plundering towards the fleet where Akainu was located. The speed is so fast, the feeling of black pressure makes Akainu and the others change their expressions drastically. You bastard remnant of the old times, today I will sink you into the sea. Akainu roared. It can be said that during this period of time, the suffocation suffered suddenly detonated. The fruit power that was dormant in the body was suddenly activated to ultimate. Without any bells and whistles, it was a punch to the sky. The burning river Spitfire. Boom. The rolling molten lava rose into the sky like a frenzy, giving people the feeling that it was like a volcanic eruption, and it collided with the shells that hit the sky. Boom. The collision, which was unrepentant at all, instantly detonated the entire battlefield. A thunderous explosion resounded through the sky. The tyrannical explosive force, collided with the molten slurry, directly set off a large sea breeze and waves, stirring the entire sea area. The sailing formation that was originally maintained by the 7 warships was suddenly disrupted. These battleships have been specially treated to have a strong resistance to the impact of waves. But it's equally difficult to completely ignore the impact of the waves. Akainu, what's your plan? Crane asked anxiously after trying his best to stabilize the ship. At that time, she personally participated in the battle against Wald, and she knew exactly what would happen if this guy became crazy. Otherwise there would not be the title World Breaker. What's the plan? Akainu's face sank, and he growled angrily. Of course, it's a surprise attack and sinking him into the sea. Ghost spiders, you led them to resist the cannonball attack, and leave the rest to me. Are you alone? Crane's expression couldn't help changing. However, Akainu obviously didn't stay too much, and with a hideous look on his face, he roared again. Walder, I want to see if your attack is more intense, or mine is stronger. Meteor Volcano. The violent fruit ability surged away like a blowout. Akainu punched towards the sky, and the hot melt turned into a fist cannonball and shot straight into the sky. As Akainu's strongest and largest attack method, in the original book, it directly shrouded the entire naval headquarters, Marine Fando. For a time, the entire sky, the backlogged lead clouds, were directly penetrated by the flames. In the face of Akainu's attack, the forces of all parties, who were eyeing them, also showed solemn expressions. For Akainu's defeat, they have been contemptuous. However, the strength of the general is clearly in front of us, otherwise it would not be regarded as the highest combat power. Facing this kind of battle, Whitebeard, who was 20 or 30 nautical miles away, also sat on the deck and looked away. Not far from him is the fleet where Garp is. It's just that when they meet on weekdays, they pay special attention to Yuhi's 2 camps. At this moment, they have reached a tacit understanding. As long as there is no interference, both parties will become the masses who eat melons. Bang bang bang. The cloud of lead accumulated in the sky was broken down in an instant. The meteor flames that swooped down one after another illuminated the sea surface in a radius of more than 10 miles, covering a wide area, but it enveloped the huge Glossiaki. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. With the help of observation hockey, he seemed to have crossed the endless sea and locked onto Walder's body. However, in the face of this shocking blow, Walder, who was standing on the bow, laughed unbridled. "Ha ha, it's just right, if you don't have some wonderful means, it's not worthy of my killer. I made a huge cannon that sank the Holy Land Mary Joa for one cannon. Now, let's give you a taste in advance." The rolling voices, along with the loudspeaker bug, rang through the entire sea. Facing the huge attack range of Meteor Volcano, everyone was surprised. However, when they saw the Glossiaki, on the bow deck, the huge cracked mechanism and the huge gun barrel were exposed. The pupils shrank suddenly. The dark barrel is nearly 100 meters long, with a caliber of at least 20 meters. That means that the special cannonballs that are shot, coupled with Walder's Momo Fruit ability, are so powerful that once they are detonated at sea, the resulting destructive force is enough to cover a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers. Right now, the warship led by Akainu is heading towards the Glossiaki. Wald also desperately accelerated the raid like crazy. That means, if Ward attacks once, waiting for them, I am afraid it will be a deadly game. It can be said that with this blow, Wald even intends to lose his own life. The madness of the World Destroyer was fully interpreted at this moment. Boom! The huge turning sound of the machine suddenly echoed in the sea. The pitch-black cannon pointed in the direction of Akainu. Facing the invasion of Meteor Volcano, Wald didn't care at all, and his frantic eyes were locked on Akainu. For a time, the stirred sea was shrouded in invisible suppressed air at this moment. A ghostly expression appeared on everyone's face. "Wald, don't be impulsive, let's plan well. With the help of the ship's cannon, we should be able to escape the encirclement." Bing Jack's voice suddenly sounded. Compared with the fear and awe of outsiders, he was full of worry. Day and night of pursuit and siege, with the help of Momo Fruit to speed up the huge Glossiaki. For the young Wald, perhaps it wasn't much of a problem. But after 30 years, in the ice, Wald did not age. It's just that his physical functions have also weakened due to the erosion of the years. It can be said that the current Wald is just returning to the light, carrying out the final madness. Chapter 614 _ The World's First / Valalo, brother Bingjak, are you letting me run away? Walder laughed uncontrollably. I am Bondwald, the World Destroyer. Even if the whole world changes, I will not change, and I will never run away from any enemy. Only, you group of perfidious people will think about running away at the end, just like that day. Run away. Bingjak was startled, his old body trembled slightly, and hot tears welled up in his turbid old eyes. Wald, it turns out that you are still in the arms of what happened 30 years ago. When other people were instigated, me and Sebastian, Gyram, Nakan were all trying to save you. But at that time, the Navy headquarters had already been driven mad by you, and sent 2 generals to escort you to the advanced city. At that time, we couldn't save you at all, and we could only secretly send the Gulosiki of your dreams. Made. Quote. Having said this, Bingjak hurriedly walked to Walder's side and persuaded, have you forgotten our dream of going to sea that day? We just thought, on this sea, with this boat, a good for the last free voyage. Quote. In Bingjak's eyes, he thought that after 30 years, Walder would feel relieved about what happened that day. In particular, seeing this hard-built Glossiaki will understand their thoughts. However, all this has subverted his cognition. However, as soon as Bingjak approached Wald, he was pushed away. Valalo, what 30 years ago? For me, it just happened yesterday. Whether it's you or this ship, the so-called dream of freedom is just a tool for my revenge. What you need to do is to stand by me obediently and watch me sink all these Navy juniors. Over this sea. Rolling laughter echoed over the entire sea. That frenzied gesture made all the forces eyeing them, also showing a hint of surprise. They had thought that Wald was a lunatic, but had no idea at all. This time, it was a lunatic who risked his life. Walder glanced back, and Bing Jack, who fell to the ground with tears in his eyes, turned back suddenly and looked at the madly attacking naval warship. On which Crazy Cheek flashed the last madness. The little devil who lights the candle, try the great gift I prepared for the Tianlong people, the name of the world destroyer, it is not that you juniors can understand the despair. Ship cannon, fire it for me. Roar like thunder, mixed with deafening taste. Detonated with a bang when the machine turned to the ultimate. Boom. At this moment, the air that circulated in the whole world seemed to tremble. When the huge tongue of flame was swallowing in the barrel, the huge cannonball turned into a pitch-black meteor, heading straight for the warship in the distance. The distance of more than 10 nautical miles, in ordinary shells, may not be able to reach at all. But the people who are using artillery and sniping at the moment are the legendary great pirates from the old times, who make the navy, pirates, and even the world government feel in the hands of a madman. Momo fruit 100 times the speed. Hum. As soon as the shells rushed into the air, the speed of the slow loss was suddenly increased by 100 times. However, the most shocking thing is that the same crazy volume has skyrocketed by 100 times. The volume of the shell, which was originally an astonishing diameter, suddenly reached a huge volume of several thousand meters. That overwhelming, rolling down gesture, like an invisible big hand, suddenly tightened their hearts. Once this kind of shell is detonated, let alone this sea area, I am afraid that even a small island can be directly razed to the ground. General Akainu. The ghost spider couldn't help roaring first. They may be able to block the attack of ordinary shells. But in front of them, the giant cannonball that fell like a mountain, but they were not able to stop it. When I thought about it, the previous attack was nothing compared to the one in front of me. Haha, the little devil who lights the candle, did he realize that he was fooled, and now he waits obediently and sinks into the sea. Walder laughed unbridled. In his eyes, it seemed that he was about to see the scene of the naval fleet being sunk. However, this idea just came up, when Akainu was about to explode. A small boat floating on the sea, without warning, sprang out a black shadow. Ultimate Speed, which was walking in the air, instantly fell on the naval ship and borrowed strength. The next moment, without any fancy, the huge black knife in his hand suddenly unsheathed. Jung. The sound of the roaring of the sword roared like a frenzy, and the pale green sword gang ripped out of the void like a training horse. In front of everyone's eyes, the void spanning several thousand meters collided with the huge cannonball that fell. The fierce and incomparable sword gang is like a shocking sky. Thousands of meters of huge cannonballs. In the void, there was a trace of stagnation. The next moment, cut in two. This is the world's first slash. The huge cannonball, glowing with green light, glowed with fiery flames. In an instant, a deafening explosion resounded without warning. Boom. The thunder exploded, and there was a trace of stagnation in the air circulating in the sky. Immediately, it was directly stirred by the tyrannical explosion. The endless flames rolled back, like a 12-level hurricane-like air wave, directly covering the sea surface with a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers. The huge waves of more than 10 meters rolled back, as if the hands of the god of the sea were turned into the hands of the sea god, and they were photographed head-on to the warship. For a time, the huge sea surface shook everyone's nerves as if it had fallen into the apocalypse. 20 or 30 nautical miles apart, all the forces still watching the battle, except for the older generation, who have seen Walder's crazy old-time characters with their own eyes. Seeing all this, other people have a dry middle lip and the urge to swallow saliva. It can be said that this blow was not in midair, and was cut in half by Hokage Mahawk with the strongest slash. Once it falls on the sea, even if Akainu is trying to resist, I am afraid that most of the warship will be sunk. The madness from the old days is not something that anyone can resist. No, it's impossible, my killer was actually broken, who broke my good deeds? Wald's expression froze, and then he roared in disbelief. In his eyes, this is a trump card for destroying the Holy Land Mary Joa, and it should have already done a heavy damage to the naval fleet. Walder, let's retreat quickly. The person who shot just now is Mahawk, the eagle-eyed Mahawk who is known as one of the 7 Marshalseas and the world's largest swordsman. Bingjak hurriedly spoke again to persuade him. This time the Navy came prepared, this is not our era. Chapter 615 _ the three will come together. Not my time. Walder was startled. However, above the twisted old face, a maddened color quickly climbed again, and Bingjak was suddenly pushed away. The next moment, the roar rose again. No, Wald, won't lose. Whether it's 30 years ago, or 30 years later, I'm a spoiler who makes the world feel fearful. You can take one of my moves, then try taking the second move. Walder strode to the side of the ship's cannon, and the fruit ability of his right hand surged wildly, and suddenly shot towards the gun barrel. Momo fruit 100 times more. The roar was like thunder, tensing everyone's nerves again. However, before the sound of cannonballs sounded, Walder let out a muffled groan, and blood rushed out of his mouth. After a day and night of fierce battles, the 76-year-old old body was able to fight until now, and it was obviously a miracle that the naval fleet had been forced to this point. What's more, during the battle, he used the fruit ability to speed up the huge Glossiaki all the time. For Wald, who is almost running out of fuel, it is undoubtedly the last straw that crushes him. Hawkeye, who had just landed on the deck of the Navy ship, glanced back coldly and said, I have completed the task in the agreement, and the next thing has nothing to do with me. Facing Hawkeye, who returned the black knife to its sheath, Crane fell into silence. There may be other ways to block Wald's crazy blow just now. Hawkeye's shot is undoubtedly the quickest and the least casualty way. As he said, this blow is enough to make up for the mission requirements of the Chiwahai agreement. Next, he has no need to shoot. You bastard. Akainu's expression turned somber to ultimate on the warship that was charging at the forefront. As the commander-in-chief of this mission, he was led by the nose again and again. At the moment, Hawkeye was the first to take the shot, occupying his limelight. For Akainu, this riding on a horse is a shame. Wald, let's run away. Looking at the rapidly approaching warship, Bingjak still urged without giving up. However, as soon as the voice fell, before he could react, a biting cold wind swept the entire sea without warning. At this moment, the air seemed to have fallen into stagnation in an instant. Under the piercing cold wind, endless ice crystals quickly spread out under the tumult of the explosion. The speed was so fast that it covered the entire sea in the blink of an eye. The violent scene made the expressions of the people on this sea change drastically in an instant. Some Navy soldiers who were still trying their best to control the warship to avoid being sunk by the waves immediately showed ecstasy. Yes, it is General Chingzi, this is the Ice Age, we are saved. I don't know who was the first to exclaim. In the face of this joyous shout, it immediately attracted the warning eyes of many sailors around. After all, this time it was General Akainu as the head coach. It was indeed under the sneak attack by Wald just now and was directly pressed and beaten. As soon as Chingzi made his move, he froze the entire sea and rescued them from the explosion. In this comparison, the merits of which are stronger or weaker can be clearly judged as long as the eyes are not blind. It's General Chingzi. Bingjak's face suddenly turned ashen. And Akainu has already made them devastated. Now there is another one, the General Chingzi, who is chasing after them all the way. That's a dead end. Yo, brother Sakaski, you seem to be in a little trouble and need my help. Endless golden light quickly swept away in the distance. Finally, it came to the warship where Akainu was located, showing the figure of Kizaru. Looking at the one-time 3 generals of the Navy, the same stage appeared here. The expressions of the other forces present suddenly changed. Wald lost, the old era is finally coming to an end. Whitebeard stood on the bow deck of the small Moby Dick, watching the scene in front of him, and said first, "Sure enough, the people who can walk in the early part of the era, except for besides us, there are very few." Quote. Whether it's an old legend that reappears or a supernova that's emerging now, it can only survive if it is attached to us. This is the law of the sea, and no one can break it. The slightly long-sounding voice echoed on the deck of the ship. Marco and Ace fell into silence. Rayleigh's turbid old eyes glanced sideways at Ace, and sighed helplessly. After taking a sip of the spicy drink in his mouth, his brows furrowed. Vaguely, he seemed to have overlooked something important. However, before he could get to the bottom of it, Akainu became violent. He suffered losses again and again, and was out of the limelight by the other 2. For him, it was a huge shame. Angrily raised his eyes, locked on Wald's body instantly, without any bells and whistles, he suddenly started. Damn old remnants, die for me. The burning river Spitfire. Boom. With a punch, the fiery lava wave exploded like a frenzy, turned into a river, and attacked Wald in the air with a galloping posture. Originally separated, the only remaining distance of thousands of meters, under the blow of anger, was only narrowed in a few seconds. Seeing this violent blow, Wald didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He quickly backhanded in his pocket, took out a small cannonball, and frantically activated the devil fruit ability in his body. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood spurted out. The body like an iron tower almost fell to the ground with a sway under the watchful eyes of the public. The small cannonballs clutched tightly in his hands splattered all over the floor. Recalling that 30 years ago, in this kind of battle, Wald was able to pat his chest and say he was not afraid. However, the battle situation in front of him now tells that the years are not forgiving. Feeling the fiery gust of wind, the wave of molten lava that swarmed like Izumi, a bitter smile flashed across Walder's face. Are you going to die? He lost. The legend of the old era has come to an end again. Hee, the remnants of 30 years ago should not appear. One after another evaluation voice came out from the mouth of every force leader. However, just after these words fell, 3 violent shouts suddenly sounded. Cube Destruction Hammer. The profound meaning of traditional Chinese medicine boxing. Big hit. The 3 figures took the lead and stopped in front of Wald. The oncoming hot melt was directly stopped by them. The violent scene made Wald stunned for a moment. He looked up hastily, and caught 3 figures, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. Chapter 616 _ Be ruthless and don't even spare yourself. Captain Walder, you've been waiting for a long time. 30 years later, we can finally find an opportunity to keep us out of the way. Nichiren said first. Compared with Sebastian, the fish man standing at the forefront, Nakin's injury may not be very serious. However, in the face of Akainu's angry blow, he unleashed a flaming fire. For them, there is also a lot of pressure. Most of the lava was knocked into the air, but it also burned their bodies. Let the air, filled with an inexplicable smell of barbecue. You guys, why are you doing this? Why aren't you running away? Wald was startled. Looking at the 3 people who sacrificed themselves to block him, he was willing to leave himself behind again, just like in 30 years. No, Captain Ward, we are companions with the dream of free sailing. We have waited 30 years, and now we can't wait another 30 years for Captain, and we have to complete the final voyage together. He slammed the heavy hammer on his shoulder with his backhand and said with a smile. However, compared to the burns on his body, it was obviously a bit miserable. You, what are you doing? Run away quickly, the 3 admirals of the Navy are here, we have no chance. Walder frantically roared. I'm the world destroyer, I'm Wald, and I don't need your mercy. A hysterical roar echoed above the sea. No, we still have a chance, I believe he will come. Bingjack grabbed Walder's arm and looked at the pirate flag that had already been burned and turned to ashes. Perhaps the Ward pirates have been annihilated in the long river of history from today. But it does not mean that their navigation will be hindered. A Kainu splattered all over his body, like a flaming meteor, streaking across the sky and hitting him directly. Seeing that his attack was stopped again, a Kainu roared when his face was hideous. A group of remnants of the times, I want to see today, who can take you away, K9 Euhelion. The fiery lava quickly rolled away on a Kainu's fist. Facing the scene on the deck below, the scene of playing a warm card, without any hesitation, punched out. Roar. The huge molten giant dog was condensed out of thin air in an instant, and with a posture like tearing the void, it rolled away to Wald and others. Feeling the blazing heat, the crowd of melon eaters watching the game, their nerves suddenly tensed to ultimate. Akainu, be careful. Crane suddenly exclaimed. The violent scene made many people look stagnant. The next moment, the wind was like a tidal wave, and endless yellow sand fell from the sky without warning. It turned into a huge sandstorm tornado, and collided with the incoming lava giant dog. Boom! The lava and yellow sand burst open, setting off a large storm. The face of this sudden attack, Akainu's expression couldn't help but stagnate, and observation hockey quickly spread around him. Desert Sword. A cold and arrogant voice suddenly sounded behind Akainu. When the yellow sand condensed into a human form, a fierce and unparalleled slash slashed towards Akainu in the middle. PFF'd. For a time, the hot melt splashed, and the tower-like body was directly cut in half by the waist. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the figure emerging, many people's pupils suddenly shrank. Is it Rock Doll? Isn't this guy killed by some laxus? A black fur coat with a neatly combed back. There is also the arrogant cry with a cigar in his mouth, and the golden hook in his left hand, which makes his identity more apparent. Kazuna, he exclaimed anxiously. Watching the dead come back to life, with a kick in the middle, the former sand crocodile Rock Doll, one of the 7 Seas, made the crane inexplicably uneasy. Got it. The yellow monkey's expression changed slightly, and the same guess flashed in his mind. It can be said that from the very beginning, Huang Yuan never made a move, and he was wary of an unknown possibility in his heart. At the moment, the appearance of the sand crocodile Crocodile, and the death report received not long ago. That was a long-lost figure flashing in Kizaru's heart. The yellow ape with the ability to shine fruit instantly turned into an endless light Madara and appeared behind K-Roctal. The index finger of his right hand turned into a pistol-like stance and pointed to the back of K-Roctal. However, before he could open his mouth, the scolding that fell in his ears made Kizaru's nerves tense. You bastard, if I knew it earlier, I wouldn't compete with the president, and learn the 2-color domineering. However, by being able to get the 2 generals together, my mission has been completed. The inexplicable words spit out, instantly tense the nerves of Kizaru and Akainu. Before they could react, a familiar voice like a jingle rang out over the 9 days. Super Magic, Skyfall. The ice-cold title voice seemed to be filled with endless magical sounds at this moment. In the face of this scene of continuous violence, the people present hurriedly looked up to the sky. Wearing a pitch-black cloak, covered in a Mukuro stance, with deep-set eyes and a flickering soul flame. Under the sudden surge, the magic circle that had already been stretched out exploded in an instant. Boom! The fiery energy shock swooped down in the sky like a tidal wave breaking a bank. Akainu and Kayabu, who were in it, suddenly shrank their pupils. They never thought that the long-lost skeleton demon would rarely show up once, and even his own people would not be spared when he was so ruthless. Boom! The high-temperature thermal shock, like a waterfall scouring, instantly enveloped the sea with a radius of 1,000 meters. The three of the yellow monkeys who were inside obviously didn't think much about it. The first thought was that they turned into elemental madness and fled around. In the face of the superposition magic that lost its target, the high-temperature thermal energy directly bombarded the frozen sea. The sea that was frozen in the first place was quickly melted away. The huge impact, the waves that set off, rolled back around in a rolling posture. The warship that was a little closer was directly overturned on the sea surface. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. The cranes, who were separated by a few nautical miles, suddenly changed their expressions and shouted in a hurry. Immediately informed Qingzi, the big skeleton demon and the sand crocodile rock doll to intervene in the middle of the encirclement and suppression. His attack was not aimed at Akainu and Kayabu, but to lift the frozen state of the sea and let him do his best to prevent the enemy from escaping. A series of orders awakened the absent Navy soldiers. The ghost spider grabbed the phone bug and hurriedly called Qingzi. A Walter has already made them deal with the scorching. Seeing that victory is about to be won, but now a big skeleton demon is killed in the middle. It was a nightmare for them.